A small story. When NASA first started sending up astronauts, they quickly discovered that ballpoint pens would not work in the zero gravity. To combat the problem, NASA scientists spent a decade and 12 billion to develop a pen that writes in zero gravity, upside down, underwater, on almost any surface including glass, and at temperatures ranging from below freezing 300 degrees Celsius. The Russians faced the same problem and they used pencil to write. Your great grandparents would have discovered pencil, who knows? But if it is not handed over to you in a proper way, as an understanding, as a rule, you may be spending again 12 billion and reinventing. To avoid reinvention, all the understandings and discoveries of the inner world and a smooth life in the society is compiled and put together as dharma. Please understand. But sometimes dharma can be misunderstood, misinterpreted, misused, maybe outdated also. Some of the rules which you think gets outdated, like a train timetable. You take the train timetable of 2009 and go and stand in the platform waiting for the train. Somebody says, no, this train won't come today, it is only scheduled for tomorrow. You say, no, 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 in the train table it says. But you forget, it's last year's timetable. Of course, in India, even if you have this year's timetable, you may not get the train. That is different, okay. Sometimes dharma becomes old timetable, old schedule, old understanding. That is the reason incarnations land to upgrade the timetable newly, to write new updated principles, to remove the interpolations and remove unnecessary things from whatever you understand as dharma. Krishna is a smritikara, incarnation, came down to create new smriti, new way of living. He came down to create new understanding about dharma, new energy and new experience. Life is for eternal expansion. An instinct of expansion. The basic instinct you carry is of expansion. But in course of time, in the understandings of dharma, means making you live more happily, productively, joyfully, creatively in the society, some sadist fellows enter to manipulate and exploit. They insert some rules, some vidhi nisheda, do's and don'ts, just to keep human beings in suffering, sadness. Their sadism is sometimes becoming part of so-called dharma. Again and again incarnations land on planet Earth to remove the sadistic interpolations in dharmic way of living. A small story. One guy goes to the doctor, "Have you taken my advice and slept with the window open?" Patient says, "Yes." Doctor says, "So your asthma disappeared completely?" Patient says, "No, but my watch, TV, iPod and laptop have disappeared." Not asthma. Understand? Sometimes some rules do completely opposite of what is expected to happen. Dharma, the so-called rules and regulations of society, when they get outdated, somebody need to happen to update them, upgrade them. Please understand, incarnation is a new edition of consciousness. Every time when an incarnation happens, the fight between dharma and moksha happens visibly. See, the whole fight between Arjuna and Krishna is the fight between dharma and moksha. Whatever Arjuna says will almost sound like truth, but not truth. Understand? Something which sounds like truth, not truth. Today I'll expand on Arjuna Vishada Yoga, some more truths. Because the Arjuna's depression is not just an ordinary individual's depression, it's almost like a black box of an accident. See, when an aircraft gets into an accident, they retrieve the black box and study. Why? So that they can avoid future accidents, future mistakes. They can at least stop doing the same mistakes. Same way, exactly, I am doing black box analysis on Arjuna so that you don't get into the same moods, same depression, same sufferings. See, Arjuna first expresses his engrams in a very serial way, very clear, defined way. Sometimes you may not catch it, but an intelligent person can exactly understand and identify at least one engram of Arjuna. If you read Arjuna Vishada Yoga, at least in one place you will feel, wow, I am exactly in this position, in this engram. This is where I am caught. You can see very clearly. First, the engram of Svajana. You need to understand the idea of Svajana, my people. Please understand, life is too complicated. You are not even able to possess your own body. That is the reason different parts of your body is functioning in a different way, and it is either leading you to some desires which you are not able to control, or leading you to some disease which you are not able to handle. See, if you want to restrict your diet and you are not able to, you are addicted to something, means you are not even able to possess your own body, control your own body. Same way, you don't want some disease, but your body is attracting the disease again and again and making it express in itself. It means what? You are not even having control over your body. You are not even able to possess your body. It's happening. If you can't even possess your own body, why do you try to possess your son, your brother, your father, your mother? It is life. Each one tries to decide, tries to do something on their own. See, now what Arjuna's relations are doing, what Arjuna's Swajana are doing is not under Arjuna's control. Whom he feels as his own people are coming directly to wage war on him. But this foolish guy, still caught with the idea, Swajana, and he constantly tries, no, my people. Understand, falling for any weakness is sin. I tell you, falling for any weakness is sin. Life is expansion. Whether it is societal conditioning or societal commitment or emotional imbalance or the strong engram, whatever may be the reason, falling for weakness is sin. Arjuna does not even know who is his Swajana. He is just looking at the people who are standing opposite side of his army to fight with him, to kill him, who have taken the vow to kill him, and he says, my brother-in-laws, father-in-laws, parents, grandparents. If you see the funny description, he does not even know who is his Swajana. First thing, even if you know somebody is your Swajana, your relation, you can't possess. Life is too complicated. The moment child comes out of mother's womb, he declares his independence. He declares his freedom. The moment child stands on his own feet, he doesn't accept any economical or social support. He declares his freedom from the parents. Same way. See, that is the source of all relationships. Even in that relationship, you can't possess. You can't do anything. Then what about all other relationships? No. You need to understand who is your relationship, who is your relatives. People who directly or indirectly contribute, encourage, help you to fulfill your life's mission are your relatives. People who make you complete your life's mission are your parents. People who carry on the mission you fulfill in their life further even after you leave the body, are your kids. Here, Arjuna do not even know who is his relatives. Understand, Gita is not just for the people who worship Krishna or who worship Shiva or who worship Arjuna or who worship Jesus or who worship Muhammad or who worship Buddha or who worship only Mahavira. Gita is spoken by the cosmos through Krishna. So, it is universal. Nobody can claim. It is given by the universe to the human society, to the whole civilization. It is not personal property of anybody, not even the personal property of Hindus. Once it is delivered, it is to the whole world. That is why Vyasa is using the word Bhagavan. Krishna says, Bhagavan says, how have you obtained this depression of mind, which is dangerous, not worthy of being propitiated by a man of noble birth? Please understand. Bhagavan says, not worthy of being propitiated, not worthy of being supported, encouraged by a man of noble birth. Please understand. There are some qualities, just because of your birth, you should not entertain them, support them, encourage them. That which is not divine, and that which will not lead to expansion. Please understand. Bhagavan is saying, he is starting with word, O pure one, Arjuna. Please understand. Here, Arjuna is in confusion, he is in the level of the ordinary soul, but Bhagavan is the cosmos, the cosmic soul. When he addresses Arjuna, he always raises Arjuna to his level. But when Arjuna is addressing the Bhagavan, he is always bringing him down to his level. He is saying, Vasudeva, Govinda, Janardana, Madhusudana. When Arjuna looks at Krishna, he looks at Krishna as his level. He is reducing him to an ordinary soul. See, all these words, names, like Madhava, Madhusudana, Keshava, all these words are connected to one incident. Madhusudana means, oh destroyer of Madhu, demon Madhu. So Arjuna is trying to bring Krishna to his level. Krishna is trying to bring Arjuna to his level. It's an eternal war still going on. It goes on and on and on and on and on. That is why when Bhagavan is addressing, he is saying, O pure one, O pure one, how have you obtained this depression of mind, which is dangerous? I can say the whole Bhagavad-gita message is delivered in this one sutra. He is not talking at all about the war. He is saying, how did you obtain? Please understand, he is starting with the word, oh pure one, means he is saying, you are pure by nature. You are unclutched by nature. How have you obtained? How did this depression of mind, which is dangerous, is using the first word, dangerous, has come on you, not worthy of being propitiated by a man of noble birth. By your very birth, you can't support this depression. That which is not divine, it is not divine. And that which will not lead to expansion. Understand, life is for expansion. All the spiritual truths should go on expanding you. Expanding you. Expanding you. It is for expansion, not for contraction. Life is for expansion. How have you obtained this depression of mind, which is dangerous, not worthy of being propitiated by a man of noble birth, that which is not divine, and that which will not lead to expansion? I can say the essence of the whole Bhagavad-gita is over with this one sutra. Each word is filled with so much of meaning. Each word has so much of reason. He says, O pure one. The moment he uses the word Arjuna, O pure one. Please understand, Krishna is also using so many names for Arjuna in Gita. Arjuna is using so many names for Krishna in Gita. But Vyasa is using only one name. That is Bhagavan. That's it. Whenever Vyasa is addressing, he is using only one word, Bhagavan. Smoking. First you start enjoying, then that starts enjoying you. Life with addiction is such a abusive way of living. I tell you, with the same pattern, when you live life, you are not living life. That pattern is swallowing your life. There are thousands of people, say billions, not even millions or thousands, and are a small number. Billions of people on planet Earth who are already dead but not yet buried. Guruna hatva hi mahanubhavan shreyo bhoktum vaikshyam abhiha loke hatvartha kamansta gurun yahaiva. Arjuna is becoming more suicidal. He is uttering again and again the same thing. Please understand, you will utter again and again same words only if you are not confident about the logic with which you are arguing. If you are not confident about the strength of the logic, you will go on be saying the same thing. Here, Arjuna feels his argument has no strength and his logic has no strength. So he goes on repeating. I can say, even he is not able to understand his hypocrisy. Even he is not able to catch how the hypocrisy is eating his life. Shreyo bhoktum. He says it is better to enjoy life by kshyam, by begging. This guy thinks begging is that easy. You need to know the fellow who is with so much of ego can never be a beggar. And he thinks himself as too much. See, here the whole problem is, he is afraid he will lose in the war. He may not be thinking he will get killed, but he feels if he loses the war and still lives, all the fellows will laugh at him. That's too much. It is just the fear of losing ego. I don't think this fellow will be afraid to die because he's a Kshatriya and his life is waging war. He will not bother to see his own blood. But he is bothered that he may not get killed, but he will lose the war. Then how is he going to handle? That is too much. That is too much for Arjuna. That is why he just wants a graceful exit. Understand, life has no graceful exit. The moment you assume human body, either you play till the end or you exit as covered. There is no graceful exit. The graceful exit only exists in dictionary. In reality, all exits are disgraceful. Understand, do not try to exit from life. Life is an eternal expansion. And you don't need to. Not only do not, you don't need to. All method to exit from life is lowering the value of life. I tell you, any truth makes you understand the value of life, expands your consciousness. And it is a direct method for enlightenment. Even a simple thing, if walking 10 steps is going to make you breathe more easily, understand it is method for enlightenment. If bending your body is going to make you live pain-free, more comfortably within your body, understand it is a method for enlightenment. Anything which expands you is method for enlightenment, method for Jivan Mukti, the ultimate freedom, the ultimate realization. Any method you try to exit from life is lower estimating, putting the life, underestimating the life. Don't underestimate life. Underestimating life is a sin. All exit is a sin. If you undervalue, underestimate your life, then somewhere something wrong is happening. If your mind is undervaluing, underestimating life, I'm telling you, you are caught somewhere very seriously. And it is sin. It is sin. In this whole situation, the way Arjuna is speaking, the amount of suicidal tendencies built in him, and another one important thing you need to know, when you are having depression or suicidal tendencies, if you are verbalizing it again and again, it will become a strong experience in you. Understand? In the higher spectrum of consciousness, if you don't verbalize, any happening in you will become experience. In the lower spectrum of consciousness, if you verbalize it more and more, it will become experience. Depression. If you are again and again repeating, I am depressed, I don't know what to do, it will become an experience in you. But enlightenment, if you are having first level of samadhi, if you don't verbalize even internally and just be a witness, you will be led to the next level of samadhi. Even there, you are not trying to verbalize it and do a package and hold. You are just witnessing, unclutched. Then, next level of samadhi. Understand, the samadhi, the higher spectrum of conscious experiences, happens in you more and more when you verbalize less and less. But the lower spectrum experiences like depression, suicidal tendencies, schizophrenia, these things happen in you more and more when you verbalize more and more.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experience.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, Enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
I can say is the last bliss you can experience in the inner journey. After this, no more bliss. I tell you, even enlightenment is beyond bliss. There the idea, bliss, joy, suffering, all that disappears. You get into the different spectrum. Of course, I am not saying it is boring. Enlightenment is not a boring spectrum, but there is no bliss as such what you perceive. Even when I get into samadhi, there is no bliss for me inside. But the way the energy expresses, you feel I am in bliss. But inside, the idea of even bliss does not exist. It is something which can't be described, that's it. The last bliss, the ultimate bliss, the final bliss you experience is that space of being a disciple. I tell you, enjoy in itself, don't miss it. You may lose it after enlightenment. And I tell you, you will really, really miss it, even after enlightenment. I tell you, just sitting, simply, and listening. Readiness to listen. Understand, it is not a joke. In billions of people on the planet Earth, blessed are those who have the readiness to listen in their heart. Please understand. I am not even saying you should listen to me and all that. I am not even saying being my disciple. I am just saying being a disciple, being a receiver is a joy. Even if you are a disciple of an ordinary stone or a tree, it is okay. It's a joy to be sitting and just melting, listening some words and missing some words, heart melting, eyes pouring, muscles melting like ice cream, the throat choking, hair standing on the end, body losing its feeling of being possessed by ego. See, the joy of receptivity, the reception, receiving, when it is experienced in your biomemory, the body loses the feeling of being possessed. See, all the time you feel your body is being possessed by ego. Sitting and not feeling possessed by the ego. See, when your ego possesses your body, your whole body will be stressed, heavy. But when you really sit and melt, the very idea of you being possessed by ego disappears, dissolves. I can say that is the most ultimate auspicious thing you can enjoy in the planet Earth in your whole journey. Because after this, only enlightenment. That will not be a joy or bliss, and you will be in a different spectrum where the enjoyment idea, concept disappears. So understand, if you are sitting in front of the master and feeling your whole muscles are melting like ice cream, and you don't feel being possessed by your ego, the tension, usually it will start from the navel till the throat, like being possessed by the ego. If you are relaxed from that and your foolish logic is not working, when that tight holding logic relaxes its declaration of power over your body. See, that ego constantly declares its power over your body, its power over you, your muscles. When you sit and melt, at least for a few hours, you melt like ice cream. The declaration of the power over your ego relaxes, disappears. I tell you, if you experience that disciplehood, the joy of being receptive, you are tasting the ultimate. Forget about all your desires. All other desires, anything else will be lower than this. Whether having Miss Universe as your mistress, or largest palace as your house, or having name and fame, or the ultimate powers in your hand, everything will be less than the joy of being a disciple, being receptive, where your muscles are not feeling being possessed by your ego, where even inside your bone marrow you feel the sweetness, restful awareness. Peace without feeling heavy. Peace without brooding over on some worries. Just being a disciple, just melting.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nithyananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path. Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nithyananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living. Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
प्रविशन्ति यद्वत् तद्वत् कामायं प्रविशन्ति सर्वे स शान्तिमाप्नोति न कामकामी
आपूर्यमाणम् अचलं प्रतिष्ठं समुद्रमापः प्रविशन्ति यद्वत्.
Let's enter into today's subject. 8th verse in 2nd chapter of Bhagavad-Gita, Sankhya Yoga.
न हि प्रपश्यामि ममापनुद्यात् यच्छोकमुच्चोषणमिन्द्रियाणाम् अवाप्य भूमावसपट्नं वृद्धं राज्यं सुराणामपि चाधिपत्यम्.
Even if I gain a thriving kingdom that has no rival on this earth, and even lordship over the gods, I surely do not see how that can destroy this deep anguish that is parching my sense organs. Wow. First time Arjuna is talking intelligently. Understand? The moment you surrender, the first thing happens to you. The moment you become disciple, you find the right problem. Understand? Till now, Arjuna was talking different problems. All are his engrams, not real problems. The moment he said, I am your disciple, he is talking about real problem. I think the power of the engram over Arjuna has mellowed down. Please understand. All these verses he uttered earlier. All these verses in that he was talking, oh, how can I kill my father? How can I kill my mother? How can I? Swajanam. And what will happen to the Pitrus? What will happen to the communities? What will happen to the Rajyam? What will happen to the society? What will happen to humanity? All kinds of engram based ideas. The engrams which was put inside, he is talking out of that. Talking about that. Please understand. Till you are experiencing the sufferings because of engram, you will not find the original suffering. I tell you, original suffering is what is described very beautifully in some of the Christian saints' life as dark night of the soul. The first step is finding the right problem. Here, Arjuna finds right problem. He is not stuck with engram based problems. He is coming to the true problem. As long as you are suffering with engram based problems, you cannot catch the real problem. Understanding the real problem is what is described in Christian theology as dark night of the soul. See, there are some people, if they are in depression, I won't even care. Because it is not a real problem, it is an engram based problem. If I care, they will realize, they will start building one more engram. Oh, if we suffer, Swamiji will give attention. It will become one more engram. No, I won't even bother. But there are some problem. Even if there is a small depression, I will directly attend. If the depression is due to real problem, what Arjuna is now going through, he is suddenly looking beyond. Even if I give this whole kingdom and Lord of the gods, Krishna, I don't see the anguish parching my sense organs. He realized the suffering has no reason. As long as you associate some reason for your suffering, you are misguided. You are running in the wrong direction. You have not diagnosed yourself properly. When you understand There is no reason for suffering. Suffering is. Your existence is suffering. Your existence is suffering to express your existence to your existence. It is like you are suppressed inside you, and the suppressed you is trying his best to break free from that suppression and express itself to you. Suffering is not due to some reason. All your effort to find some reasons for suffering is only you yourself trying to miss the real life. Suddenly Arjuna is realizing his sufferings are not due to any reason. Whether he wins or loses, even if he wins and gets control over all the worlds and gods, he feels how is the anguish that is parching. My sense organs are going to be healed. He realizes the original suffering. When you start suffering and trying to identify some engrams, some reason for the suffering, if you did not find the reason, you are blessed, then you will realize suffering has no reason. It has no reason. It has no reason. Your existence is suffering. The cosmic existence is suffering to express its existence through your existence. It's like a child trying to come out of mother's womb. The enlightenment is trying to come out of you. When a mother who is delivering a baby tries to find any reason for her pain or suffering, if she feels, oh, maybe I hit my hand yesterday, that is why I am having suffering, okay, that can be reason for the pain you feel in your fingers. What about the reason for the pain you feel in your leg? Because when you are delivering a baby, your whole body is going to experience that agony, that anguish. What about the pain you feel in your head? Maybe you can say, no, I was hitting my head so hard on the bed, that is why I am feeling. Okay, what about the pain you are feeling in your stomach? Pain is reasonless all over your existence, just like mother who is delivering, trying to diagnose her pain as a pain in the little finger, or pain in the back, or pain in the head, or pain in the feet. Any reason she discovers for her pain, any diagnosis she makes for her pain will be wrong diagnosis and misleading. Same way, any reason you find for your anguish, for your suffering, will be misleading. Because just like baby is trying to deliver itself, come out of you, the cosmos is trying to deliver itself through you. Till you let that happen, you are going to carry that anguish. that suffering is going to be there. If you try to find any reason for your suffering, you will take revenge on that reason. Taking revenge on the wrong reasons continuously is what I call punarapi maranam, punarapi jananam. Birth and death and birth and death and birth and death. If you wrongly identify your husband as a reason for your anguish, you will start taking revenge on him. Somebody asked me, Swamiji, why do so many women want same husband for next life also? I said, maybe they don't want to waste the time they took for training him. The time they spent training him in one life. Why waste training period? If you find your boss as a reason for your suffering, again and again you will take birth to take revenge on him. If you find your relationships as a reason for your suffering, you will again and again take birth to take revenge on them. If you find human society as a reason for your suffering, you will again and again take birth and become a terrorist to take revenge on them. Incarnation is almost like a 10,000-year-old soul. The soul which has an intelligence of 10,000-year-old. Please understand. I'll call a soul as a soul when it has become an independent, awakening energy. Like a Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata. Now any incident happens in front of his life, he collects only the lesson from that. When your experiences become reality, emotions become reality, without you taking wrong cognizance and wrong actions due to the wrong cognizance, you are already having Pratyagatma Chaitanya Jagrata, the individual soul awakening, the inner awakening has happened. I can tell you, the whole Bhagavad-Gita, Krishna does just this one job. Removing the idea somebody is responsible for Arjuna's suffering from Arjuna and making Arjuna take right cognizance, stopping him taking the wrong cognizance. You see, if Arjuna takes cognizance that somebody is responsible for his suffering, like all the people, friends who are standing in front of him, or the Krishna who is asking him to wage the war, or blaming himself who has taken all the foolish vows in front of public, I will kill all these fellows. I will kill Karna. I will do this. I will do that. These are the vows Arjuna took in front of public. So now either he has to keep up that vow or live in a defamed way. So naturally he will try to blame himself. Please understand, even blaming yourself is wrong cognizance. The whole Gita, Krishna does only one job, telling Arjuna not to take wrong cognizance and letting Arjuna's suffering remain as original suffering and evolve itself to its Anandagandha so that just action happens. It becomes reality without Arjuna taking wrong cognizance. When you stop taking cognizance of any particular reason for your suffering, the maturity of the soul starts. The dark night of the soul starts. The dark night of the soul should not be understood in a wrong way. Please understand. It's a tremendous depression filling your whole being, but should not be taken in the wrong sense. It is like a delivery pain. Delivery pain should not be taken as inauspicious. It's an auspicious experience to bring one more life to planet Earth. Same way, the dark night of the soul is the auspicious expression to bring one more enlightened being to the planet Earth. I can say, the day you experience the dark night of the soul, the maturity of the soul starts. The counter starts. Yes, one day your soul is matured, 2 days your soul is matured. Then you only receive lessons. And I wanted to leave you all with this one truth today. Stop taking wrong cognizance for your sufferings. Your existence is suffering till enlightenment. Because the cosmic existence is struggling through your existence to express its existence. So don't take wrong cognizance. Your family is not responsible for your suffering. Your friends are not responsible for your suffering. Your enemies are not responsible for your suffering. Not even human society is responsible for your suffering. You are suffering because you are suffering. Cosmos is trying to express its existence through your existence. You are going through a delivery pain. Don't curse the nurse. Don't curse your husband who made you pregnant. Don't curse the bed. Don't curse the hospital who is taking care of you. And don't take wrong cognizance.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experience.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a compelling spiritual force of our millennium, founder of an international socio-spiritual movement, pioneer of a modern Vedic Renaissance. Born in the sacred town of Tiruvannamalai, a yogi by birth, fearless spiritual explorer, beacon of divine power, Paramahamsa Nithyananda is today an inspiration for millions on the path. Adept in ancient mystical yogic sciences, researcher of the science of spirituality, guru for enlightenment. Every year, Paramahamsa Nithyananda shares with over 1 crore people worldwide the treasures of his wisdom, the joy of his laughter, and the incomparable power of his initiation. Now, Paramahamsa Nithyananda speaks on living enlightenment, solutions for blissful living. Join us for an unforgettable spiritual experience.
ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना ब्रह्मार्पणं ब्रह्महविः ब्रह्माग्नौ ब्रह्मणाहुतं ब्रह्मैव तेन गन्तव्यं ब्रह्मकर्म समाधिना.
So let us enter into the next verse. 11th verse in 2nd chapter, Sankhya Yoga.
Shri Bhagavanuvāca Ashocyanan Vashocastvam Prajñāvādāmsca bhāshase Ashocyanan Vashocastvam Prajñāvādāmsca bhāshase Gatāsūna gatāsūmsca Nānushochanti pandita.
Bhagavan said, now Bhagavan starts Bhagavad-Gita. Krishna just gives one statement and the whole Bhagavad-Gita is going to expand that statement. That's it. He's saying, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. You are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for those whose life has not departed. He straight away comes to the truth about the life and death. He says, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for. See, you should not understand this word in an ordinary sense, like you are grieving for your enemies who are ready to kill you. It's an ordinary meaning. But if you see the next words, Krishna is uttering, I don't see, he means. In ordinary sense, you are grieving for those who are not to be grieved for, and you are speaking words that are not fit to be uttered by the wise. The wise grieve neither for those whose life has departed, nor for whose life has not departed. He is using a beautiful word. What do you mean by alive and dead? Let me define life. If your inner consciousness is awakened and goes on accumulating layers and layers of maturity, wisdom, by the rolling of time, it is life. Please understand. If your inner consciousness is not awakened, passing of the time adds layers and layers of engram in you. Good or bad, layers of engrams makes you tired and old. Are you aging or growing? There are two different things. Aging, growing. If you are unconsciously, without any awareness, hitting time, any experience happens is accident.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
yata viniyatam chittam atmanyevavatishtate nispruha sarvakamebhyo yukta ityuchyate tata. When one has restrained the thought patterns and is free from the longing for all desires and remains absorbed in oneself, then he is experiencing the higher consciousness. I tell you, every human being has to spend little time in experiencing higher consciousness, especially before entering into the life, before 21. Even incarnations. See the life of Parasurama. See the life of Sri Krishna. See the life of Rama. Rama goes to Vasishta and learns Yoga Vasishtam. Parasurama goes to Dattatreya and learns the science of enlightenment. Krishna goes to Shantipa, learns the science of enlightenment. We have an unfortunate misunderstanding and fear. If our kids go to Gurukul and learn the science of enlightenment, they may just become sannyasis, move out of life. No. Krishna did not move out of life. Rama did not move out of life. Parasurama did not move out of life. Parasurama was killing people left and right. Rama was ruling the country. And what all Krishna did, you know? None of them became sannyasis. Gurukul is not a place where you are asked to move out of life. You are sharpened, prepared to move into the life. To catch your prarabdha. Understand this small story. One person had his computer loaded with various softwares. Photoshop, Windows, so many. He locked his house and went away for a trip. Came back after 2 years. Unfortunately, he forgot what all the software he has in his computer. He got his computer back, but he doesn't know what all the softwares he has downloaded. He is trying to do different activities which he can't do the software which he has already downloaded. If he is trying to do a different activity other than the softwares available, he will never be successful. He can break his head and break his computer, break his keyboard, break his hard disk, break his motherboard, break his computer table, break the house itself. But he can't be successful. You need to know, he needs to remember the softwares available in his computer. Only then he can do whatever activities he wants to. Only then he can even plan to download the softwares which he does not have. I tell you, your body is your computer. Your long trip is your death and new birth. Your softwares are prarabdha. If you don't know your prarabdha, you can neither achieve nor plan for your further future. You may be trying so many things, nothing works out. I tell you, without the knowledge of prarabdha, anything you try will never work out. Sometime it may work out like an accident, not as a fulfillment. So learning the science of the softwares available and learning to download the softwares from the internet, learning to upgrade yourself is what is usually done in Gurukuls. When you come back from the long trip, first your Guru does, making you understand your prarabdha, the softwares which already exist in your computer. Then teaching you the science of downloading new softwares required to fulfill your life. If you want to do something new, then next, upgrading your old softwares. Then finally, supporting you to fulfill your prarabdha. Just like Buddhism, in Buddhism, it is mandatory every human being goes through science of enlightenment before he enters regular life. Same way, every child should go through the science of enlightenment in Hinduism also before he enters the regular life. We need Gurukuls in every village. We need Gurukuls in every city. We need Gurukuls in every taluk, teaching the science of enlightenment, teaching the truths of enlightenment. When one has restrained the thought patterns and is free from the longing for all the desires and remains absorbed in oneself, then he is experiencing higher consciousness. Every child should go through this. Every child should go through. It is very unfortunate when people go against their prarabdha and destroy their life. If you understand these great truths in the very young age, you don't even need a master physically. Your own intuition will be so vibrant and alive. I have seen hundreds of people. Even when I tell them openly, clearly, it is your prarabdha, don't do anything against your prarabdha, their brains are out of tune. They become so arrogant and egoistic. They attract destruction towards them. When they go against the prarabdha, they see so many failures. But they continue to do the tapas to attract destruction in their life. When you put up with suffering for enlightenment, it is tapas. Sometime you put up with sufferings even to attract distractions in your life. That is what is ego. Putting up with suffering for enlightenment is tapas. Putting up with suffering to attain destruction, to get destroyed, is ego. Unfortunately, during the process, you do not know whether it is your tapas or ego. Only master can diagnose and tell you, and your ego becomes so much, you don't even listen to him. Such a simple things can be taught to kids, and so much of suffering can be avoided, removed from the life of human beings. Krishna says, even little bit of this knowledge can save humanity from sufferings. Nothing. A simple knowledge of ability to look in the gaps of the thought is enough, which can be taught maximum in 11 days for any child. Just the ability to look into the gaps of the thoughts, because in the gaps of the thoughts you will find the original emotion out of which these thoughts are raising. See, sometime you may have a thought to give up your properties, to give up your wealth, but if you look in between the gap of the thoughts, you will find out, are you feeling like giving up your wealth because of renunciation or love for the humanity or fear of taking the responsibility of maintaining it? Are you grabbing the wealth as a sadhu, which is just basic need for your life, or are you grabbing it out of your greed, crossing the lines of aparigraha? I tell you, greed is crime. When you see between the gaps of the thoughts, you will catch the emotion from which these thoughts are raising, and you can easily make decisions whether to encourage and fulfill that thought or discourage and destroy that thought. Because many times Satan quotes Bible, Duryodhana quotes Bhagvadgita. Many times your thoughts will justify its existence and make you believe it needs to be fulfilled by quoting the spiritual scriptures. Thought by itself will not let you understand whether it is right or wrong, good or bad. The emotions out of which the thoughts are raising needs to be analyzed for you to find out whether that thought is right or wrong or good or bad, for you to make the decision whether it needs to be encouraged, enlightened and fulfilled, or discouraged and destroyed. Many times your compassionate thoughts will be nothing but your fear moving out of your life. Many times your thoughts come with the garb of a sadhu, but filled with hypocrisy from the wrong emotions. Many times people don't want to work, not because that they don't have desire, no, but because they just want to exploit the society. They want society to give them food, clothes, shelter, everything, and press their feet also while they sleep, without sharing, giving anything back to society. Yata viniyatan chittam atmanyeva vatishtate nispruhas sarvakamebhyo yukta ityuchyate tata. When one has restrained the thought patterns and is free from the longing for all desires and remains absorbed in oneself, then he is experiencing the higher consciousness. Every child should be taught this science. This should be our Gurukul syllabus, studying the emotions out of which your thoughts are raising. This will give you the ability to make the right decisions in your life. I'll call this process as Chitta Vinyata Samyama. We will have a Samyama out of this verse. 11 days Samyama, where we will teach human beings just to identify and catch the gap between the thoughts so that they realize and recognize the emotions out of which the thoughts are raising. I tell you, if your greed thoughts are raising out of fear, I challenge you will never have a fulfillment. Go behind the greed and try to fulfill. You will never have a fulfillment. Because even though the thought looks like a greed, the source is fear. Unless you attend to the fear, your fulfillment of the greed is not going to let you rest in peace. Sometimes your fear comes out of greed. So you go on trying to fulfill your fear. You will never be fulfilled because the source is greed. So ability to see the gap between one thought and the other thought will make you realize the source of the thought, the source emotion out of which the thought is raising. When you recognize the source emotion out of which the thought is raising, you will know what is the actions you need to perform, what is the activity you need to perform to rest in peace. When you were able to recognize the source emotion of your thoughts and live, perform activities to complete those emotions and rest in peace, you are fulfilling your prarabdha. This is the science to be taught to every human being before the human being enters life. These are not lessons for graceful exit. These are the lessons for great entry. The lessons to reconcile with your missteps, mistakes is lessons for graceful exit. But these are not for graceful exits. Unfortunately, the lessons for great entry reaches you only when you need to exit. Most of your blessings, when they happen in your life, they call you grandma and grandpa. Blessings should enter into the human life before you give a grand entry into life, before the grand opening happens in the life. Yada viniyadam chittam atmanyevavastite nispruha sarvagamebhyo yukta ityuchyate tata. Ability to learn, to identify the gap between two thoughts, and ability to identify the source emotion from which thoughts are raising will make your chitta vinyata, means your mind disciplined. You will learn the discipline of the mind and you will be free from greed and fear, then you are centered in yoga. You are centered in truth. I used to do this when I was in Ramakrishna Mission in Mylapore Mutt. Early morning, the milkman will come with cows. The rule in the ashram is the fresh milk has to be offered to Ramakrishna. Ramakrishna used to be very particular that no water or anything is added into the milk. He loves the Bengali sweets. So the fresh milk has to be taken, and they will make payasam, porridge, out of that fresh milk, and some milk sweets for him and offer. Still, many of the Ramakrishna Mutts keep that tradition. Cow has to come to the ashram near the temple. If they have their own cows, great, they will bring it from the ashram near the temple and milk and directly take it to the temple shrine. Even if they don't have cows, the milkman has to bring the cow from his house. They will not accept the milk got from the cows in the house itself. No. The cow has to come. They will bring in Chennai city, Mylapore, almost 1 kilometer. The milkman, every day morning and evening, he will come with 10 cows. Holding those 10 cows, he will come from the house to the mutt behind the temple. I was serving as a kitchen bandari and shrine bandari, means the in charge of kitchen and shrine. So morning I will sit when the milkman brings his cows and starts milking. It will be almost 1 hour process. I am such an active guy, 1 hour sitting silently is a big job. And I can't meditate also, because this fellow may put some water or he may not wash his hands. I have to be sitting with open eyes, with awareness what is going on. After 2-3 days I was wondering, what is this? It's like a punishment for me. Every day morning I have to sit almost 1 hour seeing this guy milking the cows. Then I started wondering why this is started. I understood 2 things. One, the ability to maintain a discipline by the Ramakrishna Mission. God. Ramakrishna has left the body 100 years before. In 1886, he left the body. Now it is already 2012. Still, they have the ability to retain the discipline, the Guru Bhakti. God. Still, this handful of sannyasis are able to retain even such a simple. It is not that Ramakrishna gave an instruction, hey, after my death, all my Ramakrishna ashrams should get the cow and the milkman and milk the milk in front of my shrine and cook and feed me. No, he has not made the rule. The love for the master, how much of discipline brings in your mind. Why? I have to sit there. I understood the other dimension. The indiscipline of this milkman. How much ever you pay him or tell him, if you allow him to milk in the house itself, he will add water due to his greed. So, milkman's indiscipline, Ramakrishna Mutt's discipline, this too was a lesson I learnt in that 1 hour. It was a big revelation for me. Because I was wondering, why should these poor cows have to walk all the way from the house to the temple, and this milkman has to come here and milk. Even when I make the payasam, I will tie a cloth around my nose. I should not smell that. Only Bhagavan should smell. I used to wonder why this guy should come all the way with the cows and milk. Why should I sit early morning 1 hour with this guy? But I always liked that smell of Goshala. Goshala has a sweet smell, that cow dung and Panchagavya smell. I always liked that smell. So finally what I realized is these two. One, the discipline which comes to you because of Guru Bhakti, the indiscipline which comes to you because of just simple indisciplined lifestyle. It is not that that milkman is greedy because mud gives enough money for him. It is just a habit. Milk means pour water. It has become indisciplined pattern, unconscious lifestyle. Then that day, when I realized these two truths, that day when I made the payasam and offered to Ramakrishna, I prayed, Bhagavan, just bless me. I never cross the discipline of the mind. I always live with a deep discipline of mind. I tell you, he really granted that to me. Discipline of mind. Chitta viniyatam. Discipline of mind lands in you when you know how to catch the gap between two thoughts. When you can smell the source emotion out of which the thoughts raise. Nothing else matters in the life other than disciplined mind. Just yesterday, I was reading some of the reminiscences about Ramana Maharshi. What a disciplined life he lived, oh God. Being a Bhagavan, Lord himself, landing on the human frame. What a disciplined life. Even his walking every day, that was his exercise. So much of discipline. At least 1 hour morning, 1 hour evening. He will not miss walking in the uphill. When I read the reminiscences, morning, when he comes out of Samadhi, brushing, taking bath, preparing himself to sit for darshan and blessing the devotees, going for a walk, then having very little food, then coming back, again is darshan, then going for a walk, evening, darshan, the chanting and grazing and resting, everything was so disciplined, so regular. Whoever comes, even if the king or queen, those days even kings and queens used to come and have his darshan, he will not miss his walk. Even if the king or queen comes, they have to sit and wait. And he will not miss his time with his monkeys and pet animals. Even if the VIPs come, they have to sit and wait. He will tell them, no, this is the time for animals. Every day, he used to spend at least an hour or two. He had lot of pets, monkeys, peacocks, snakes, cheetah, rabbit, all sorts of animals. I can understand. Those days Arunachala would have been so rich. When I remember him and his life, I can never stop my overflowing emotions and devotion. I can say you may love any number of people in your life, you may marry any time in your life, you may do whatever you want, but your first love, the boy or girl who caught your heart or attention in your childhood, stays in your heart forever, even after that person changes his form or quality. Same way, my first love is Ramana Maharshi. How many masters would have entered my life? How many people would have impressed me? How many people would have given me experiences, enlightenment, spirituality, different experiences? But Bhagavan still remains as my first love. Even after you grow, your priorities change, your preferences change, your taste changes. But even then, when you search for your life partner, you will see the imprint of your first love continues to remain and influences your search. Same way, Ramana Maharshi is my first love, and any number of masters I may connect with, worship, relate, have experience, darshan, read, but he continues to remain in me, influencing, inspiring. Any master I see, the qualities I search in them is the qualities of Ramana Maharshi. Only with that scale I measure or judge, understand whether he is a master or not. If I just live like him and die, I'll feel I am fulfilled. What a discipline. What a life. I might have accepted so many sampradayas, traditions, initiations, experiences, teachings from various traditions in my life. Not only various traditions, even various religions. I had a formal initiation in Jain tradition and practiced Jainism. I had a formal initiation in Christianity. I had formal initiation in at least 50 different sampradayas. Naga, Agori, Pagul, Tantra, Vedanta, Yoga, Siddhanta. In Kashmiri Saivism, in Lagulishwara Saiva Siddhanta, and Suddhadvaita. How many? And now the Madhurayadinam, Saiva Siddhantam. But I remain in my heart as Ramakrishnite. In my heart, I am a Ramakrishnite. Ramana Maharshi is my first love. These two can never be removed or changed. Let this be on record forever. I may accept so many traditions for so many reasons and imbibe all the good things from all those traditions. But I was, I am, and I will be a Ramakrishnite, and my first love is Ramana Maharshi. It can never change. The influence both of them have on me, the inspiration both of them have given me, the energy both of them have infused in me, will remain forever. The discipline of mind I learnt from Ramana Maharshi. Chittam Viniyatam. Ramakrishna says beautifully to one of his disciples, I don't even remember whether I have cloth or not, but I never lost anything or misplace anything. You fellows losing things here and there. It comes by the discipline of mind. Viniyatam Chittam. Viniyatam Chittam is the greatest blessing. Practice this Viniyatam Chittam and have fulfillment in the life.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha sancharam
Samvarambam Jnana Sambandacharya Madhyamam Asmadacharya Paryantam Vande Guru Paramparam. I welcome you all with my love and respects. In Bhagavad-Gita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 19th verse.
यथा दीपो निवातस्थः नेङ्गते सोपमा स्मृता योगिनो यतचित्तस्य युञ्जतो योगमात्मनः.
Yata deepo nivatastah nengate sopama smruta yogino yata chittasya yungyato yogamatmanaha. The translation: the similarity of a lamp that does not get agitated in a windless place is remembered for a yogi who is subdued his thoughts, patterns, and is absorbed in uniting with the self. Wow. Bhagavan is using a example. Similarity of a lamp that does not get agitated in a windless place is remembered for a yogi who has subdued his thought patterns and is absorbed in a meditative state in uniting with the self. See, in your life, you will have something called resemblance visualization. Even if you remember a lamp, windless place, your mind settles. There are some visualizations. Yasya smaranamatrena janma samsara bandhanat. Just by remembrance, you are liberated. This is one of that type of visualization. See, in your life, you will have something called resemblance visualization. Please understand. The word I am coining, resemblance visualization, means when I utter the word peace, you will remember some place where you had really peace in your life. When I say violence, you will remember some place which you have seen in violence in your place. I tell you, my resemblance visualizations, some of my resemblance visualizations I tell you, whenever I utter the word Guru Bhakti, my resemblance visualization will be always the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Samadhi and the place outside the Arunagiri Yogeshwara Samadhi in Arunachaleshwara temple. Whenever I utter the word peace, always in Belur Math, the Ramakrishna's temple is there. Outside the temple on the banks of Ganges, walking. Whenever I utter the word Guru Bhakti, this is the spot will come to my memory. Whenever I utter the word peace, the Belur Math temple, Sri Ramakrishna's temple, outside the temple, in the banks of Ganges, I used to walk in the evenings. That is the most peaceful moments I have experienced in my life. Sometimes I will walk more than 1 or 2 hours. I will not remember I am carrying the body. I have just disappeared into that beautiful tall temple and the flowing Ganga and that green lawn. For that 1 hour or 2 hours, I know only one thing. The temple exists, lawn exists, Ganga exists. That's all. Whenever I remember the power, I always remember the tip of Arunachala hill. Whenever I remember peace, I remember only this space. Whenever I remember power, I'll remember the top, the edge of Arunachala hill. That is the expression of the power, the Big Bang, when Mahadeva stood as a light shaft, the top of the Arunachala hill. So understand, the resemblance visualizations you are carrying in your life defines the quality of life you lived. When I utter the word violence, I remember only the Holocaust Museum in Washington DC which I saw. Of course, before I saw the museum, I never used to have any resemblance visualization for violence. But when I saw that museum, I really melted. That moment I took a decision. Hindus have suffered more than this. Maybe a million Jews were killed. But only in Kashmir, more than few million Hindus have been killed, massacred. I don't know exactly how many number of Jews have died, but I know how many millions of Hindus have been persecuted due to their religious belief, the religious persecution. And I decided we will have Hindu Holocaust Museum. Anyhow, the resemblance visualization plays a major role in raising the quality of your consciousness. Whenever I utter the word controlling, I only remember the school to which once in a while I used to go. Because there it was too controlling, I tell you. If you want to really enjoy a master, as Jesus says, bring the master, you need to understand his resemblance visualizations. That is why I always try to bring all the devotees, disciples to Thiruvannamalai, to take them around. Go around and see. Then you will easily catch my resemblance visualizations. I can give you a specific example. We have a lamp in the banyan tree, inside the cave. It's a windless spot and completely protected. How stable that lamp is, meditate on that. Today, the sacred secret I revealed is a very important thing. Resemblance visualization. It's actually a separate philosophy. Your resemblance visualizations are responsible for your emotions, your anger, peace, joy, politeness, softness, enlightenment or endarkenment, ignorance, for everything. Your resemblance visualizations are responsible. Transform your resemblance visualizations to the master's resemblance visualizations. Your quality of consciousness will become masters. It is possible to transform. Because I did not have any resemblance visualizations for violence. Just few years before, when I saw the Holocaust Museum in Washington DC, it has made such a deep impact on me. I picked up that as a resemblance visualization for the idea of violence. This proves your resemblance visualizations can be developed. So develop your resemblance visualizations to that of master's resemblance visualizations. Then the quality of consciousness you carry will be transformed, that of the master's resemblance visualization and master's consciousness. Not only resemblance visualizations, how many times, what kind of resemblance visualizations are repeated in your system? In my system, whole day, only the power, peace, bliss, Guru Bhakti, this kind of resemblance visualizations are getting repeated. My innermost space is in complete Nirvikalpa. Sada Samadhi. There is nothing happens there. But the space with which I relate with you all, operate with you all, in that the resemblance visualizations are always of this high consciousness, Mahadevas, Sadashivas. So when you imbibe same resemblance visualizations, same number of times repeating, your consciousness also raises to the level of Sadashiva, Mahadeva. Resemblance visualizations are realizations. When you align yourself to the resemblance visualizations, you realize.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
yogi yugnita sadatam atmanam rahasi stitah ekakiyata chittatma nirashihi aparigraha. The Jivan Mukta, having subdued his thoughts and identity, being free from desires, with an attitude of renunciation, seated within oneself in aloneness, should continuously connect with a higher consciousness by unclutching. I'll continue on the same verse. Yogi yungnita satatam, subdued his thoughts and identity. Atmanam rahasi stitaha, with an attitude of renunciation. Please understand. Seated within oneself in aloneness. Atmanam rahasi stitaha. Sitting just with Atma, the pure self. Just within yourself. I feel so joyful to talk on these verses because these verses are the exact path I walked. Understand? It's like once you become enlightened, you know all the paths. You can teach all the paths. All the knowledge about all the paths are revealed to you, available to you. But you always have a special affiliation to the path in which you traveled. I'm so happy to teach these verses because these are the verses I'll sit and read maybe 12, 13, even after my enlightenment. Because the enlightenment happened in me as an experience. I myself wanted to know what all the steps I walked through to achieve that experience. See, like explosion, it has happened. So now I needed to know, without my knowledge, what all the steps I walked through. I never read this verse, Atmanam rahasistitaha, means seated within oneself in aloneness. But I always used to practice this. I'll always sit with Arunachala, with the hill. This will be there. This is the usual posture. Not for 10 minutes, half an hour. Please don't mistake. From sunrise to sunset, without feeling like getting up. Not that I'll have a thought, oh, let me get up, and then I'll try to control myself. No, just sitting and gazing. The greatest blessing I received from my mind and my body is only initial convincing I need to do. That's all. After that, never ever it disturbs me. This Nirahara Samyama, very casual, like a sports, very sportive I started. Only first day I need to convince. By that time, evening Kalabhairava Darshan, the body was ready. From second day, I don't even remember about food. Over. This is the best body and mind to live with. Please understand. You also need to understand this truth. Now so many of you are doing Nirahara Samyama. Means the living hunger free. So many of you, hundreds of you are doing the Samyama. if you don't even feel after tomorrow noon I am going to eat solid food, if you don't even feel, I tell you, your biomemory is the best biomemory to live with. If you feel, but you also feel, I may feel, but I am not going to eat. I am going to live. Then your biomemory is friend for you. But if you feel, no, these are all not for me. I think I have already done too much. This 21 day itself is too much. It's okay. Then your biomemory is your enemy. See, actually, you feeling this 21 days is too much for me, all this is just your own decision about yourself. Stop this your own decision about yourself. Allow my decision about yourself as your life. And I also wanted to announce one more thing, that these Samyamites, all of them, have contributed 89,000 rupee for the Sivagasi relief work to all the people who are affected. Along with this 89,000 rupee, I will give one more lakh rupee and send it as 2 lakh rupee in your name, apart from the 50 lakh I am sending from Dhyanapeetham. So it will go as 52 lakh. Not only that, as a Swarnagarshana Bhairava, I bless you guys, whoever has contributed even 1 rupee to this, even 1 penny to this project, I bless you guys. You guys will never have fire accident in your life. You will be protected from fire. And as Swarnagarshana Bhairava, I bless you guys. You will see, within next 21 days, you will be showered at least 100 times more than what you gave. This word which I uttered, I wanted you guys to do a study on this word. Take note of all these guys, 76 fellows. Call all of them after 21 days and find out. Suddenly out of their way, unexpected, they would have been showered. I wanted to know how much Bhairava showered on all of them. Kal Bhairava showered. I really wanted to know. Because this directly goes to the people who suffered. I feel bad about that whole accident, because not even the people who were working, people who came to rescue, without intelligence. See, even if you want to save people, you need to have little intelligence. Whether you will be able to save or you are also going to disappear into that same accident, you need to know. Without that, these guys entered into that and suffered. Anyhow, let us come back to the subject. I wanted to know, after the enlightenment, what all I practiced. And I wanted to practice all of them officially. As I was telling, this verse says, seated within oneself in aloneness. I used to be practicing it sitting with Arunachala. But when I read all these things, it was just clicking with my heart. So I can tell you guys, this is the path I traveled. That is why I am so joyful to teach these great truths, to radiate these great truths. Do not give me all these foolish reasons. I am having a job, I am having a business, I cannot find time just to sit with myself and all that. No. You have enough time to watch that foolish TV. Enough time to fight with others. Enough time to gossip. Enough time to be roaming around, browsing, surfing on the internet. Then how you will not have time for sitting with the aloneness? I tell you guys, please understand. When mother sleeps, the baby grows in the stomach. That is why the pregnant women are asked to rest maximum time. When a mother sleeps, when a pregnant mother sleeps, in Indian tradition, the moment she becomes pregnant, she is called mother. We don't say pregnant lady, no. The moment she is pregnant, she is mother. A pregnant mother, when she sleeps, the body of the child grows inside her womb. Same way, an initiated disciple, when he sits in aloneness, his soul grows. His consciousness grows. Sit, 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 sit. Sit your way to living enlightenment. Upanishad. That is why that one word Upanishad has become a brand of Hindu tradition. Upanishad means simply nothing but sitting with the master, that's all. If you sit in pure aloneness, you are sitting with me. Because I am pure aloneness. No prayer, no meditation, no mantra, no ajapa, no unclutching, nothing. Don't even try unclutching. Just sit. You may say, no, if I just sit, I will fall into depression. I will start worrying. No. How long you will worry? Tell me. How long you will worry? How much of worry you have? All your worries are useless. Maximum 2 days. Third day you will be bored, think in the same rut. What will you worry? First you will worry. What will happen if this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens, this happens. Finally you will hit the wall. My life is gone. Okay, now what further you will think? Then after that, all your worries are useless. It can come only for maximum 2-3 hours. After that, you will be tired and bored thinking in the same nuisanceable way. Same nonsensical way. I tell you, do not be afraid of your worries. Do not be afraid of your sleep. You may say, no, I may fall asleep. Do not be afraid of anything. Learn to sit. I tell you, in few days all these obstructions will disappear. So I'll offer one more samyama, Upanishad samyama. For 2 hours, sit and have all your worries. Think. Nothing can be done. You are doomed. Now what can be done? Nobody is there to save you. Human being is an orphan. You have to know the truth. Okay, finish off all your worries. I tell you, when you spend time dedicated for worrying will feel shy. Worry will feel shy. Hey, you should not be so directly attacking me. It will really feel shy. Only when you try to put it under the carpet, it comes up like a Tom and Jerry. No, I will not be under the carpet. I'll come up. You just tell him, come out, come on, sit, let's talk, let's have a discussion. Just sit with your worries for 2 hours. Then after that, second day, fully eat. Let your body be full of food. Now naturally if you sit, what will happen? Sleep. Sleep, okay, no problem. Sleep. For 2-3 days, whole day, eat, sleep. Let's see how much you can eat, how much you can sleep. I tell you, by second day you will be tired of sleeping. Then sit in Upanishad. When you sit, after completing your worry and your sleep, first day, visualize yourself as a stone, like a stone statue. I can sit for days like a stone statue. Fourth day, try this method of visualizing, locking all the knee joints and just sit. Within 11 days, you will discover the power of Upanishad. The best place to experience Upanishad is gazing Arunachala, gazing Ganga, or gazing Kailash. These are the best places. These are the places I experienced Upanishad. Sit with Ganga or sit with Arunachala. Of course, sit with Himalayas, sit with Kailash. You will discover the beauty of Upanishad, sweetness of Upanishad.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
In Bhagavad-gita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 7th verse.
योगयुक्तो विशुद्धात्मा विजितात्मा जितेन्द्रियः सर्वभूतात्मा भूतात्मा कुर्वन्नपि न लिप्यते.
Yoga yukto vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarvabhutatma bhutatma kurvannapi na lipyate. The translation is, the self of the one who has experienced intense action becomes intensely pure, surpasses the natural temperament, conquers the senses, whose essence is the essence of all life forms, even though performing does not get polluted or defiled. Beautiful sutra. Bhagavan Sri Krishna is emphasizing the all-purifying effect of intense action. We all have no problem in believing the effect of intense unclutching or meditation. We don't have much complication about it. We don't have much problem to trust. Meditation purifies us, puja purifies us, yoga purifies us. But all of us have a problem in trusting intense action also purifies us. Why? Because intense action has been demanded always from you only by the people who are trying to exploit you. from the young age, who are all the people who are demanding the intense action from you? You don't like any one of them. Your boss, your wife, whoever expects intense action from you, you don't like any one of them. That is why when master uses the same words, intense action, you start hating them. No. This fellow is also in the same mold. You also enter into the same pattern, thinking that he is also trying to exploit you. Krishna does not need to exploit you. He is the greatest sacrificer. He is very clear. Yoga yukta vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha sarva bhutatma bhutatma kurvannapi na lipyate. The self of the one who has experienced intense action becomes intensely pure, surpasses the natural temperament, conquers the senses, whose essence is the essence of all life forms, even though performing does not get polluted or defiled. Yoga yuktaha vishuddhatma vijitatma jitendriyaha. What a beautiful expression. When you experience intense action, your very being becomes pure and it surpasses all the natural patterns, conquers the senses, whose essence is essence of all life forms, even though performing does not get polluted or defiled. Please understand. Bhagavan gives you the assurance. Your whole self becomes intensely pure and you conquer all the senses. Your essence becomes the essence of all life forms, even though performing does not get polluted or defiled. Bhagavan answers the well-known fears seekers carry. If I become pure and enlightened, will I be able to run my life? Bhagavan is very clear. Your action does not get polluted or defiled. Only your being becomes pure. Only your being becomes pure. The self of the one who has experienced intense action becomes intensely pure. It surpasses the natural temperament, conquers the senses, whose essence is the essence of all life, even though performing does not get polluted or defiled. Bhagavan is assuring us by giving three statements. One, go on, enjoy the intense action. Second, the intense action purifies yourself intensely. Third, by the intense action, all the natural temperament is purified. You surpass all the natural temperaments. You conquer all the senses. Fourth, by you purifying yourself, conquering all the senses, you don't get polluted or defiled. you neither get polluted nor defiled. So continue the lifestyle of intense action. Continue to have the lifestyle of intense action. That's the essence of this verse. I bless you all, let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode the eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
I welcome you all with my love and blessings. Today, Nirahara Samyama, third level is starting. First day, I am also going to do Nirahara Samyama with you guys. I am continuing all my activities and routine. So this batch of Nirahara Samyama, third level, next 11 days, I will also be part of you guys. So, the Samyama, 15th day successfully. In Bhagvadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 7th verse.
जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्णसुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः.
जितात्मनः प्रशान्तस्य परमात्मा समाहितः शीतोष्ण सुखदुःखेषु तथा मानापमानयोः. Translation: the one who has conquered the self, who has attained tranquility, the supreme is already reached. Such a person remains in this state in happiness or distress, heat or cold, honor or dishonor. I'll give you the new translation also. The one who has subdued his self made out of patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains centered, whether in a cold or warm atmosphere, whether he is in a pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or is dishonored. Understand? Bhagavan is giving you a powerful technique. He is using a beautiful word, Sitoshna Samadukkeshu. Sita and Ushna, warm or cold, attacks you from outside skin. Sugha or Dukka attacks you from inside skin. Understand? When you are feeling warm or cold, just sit and see what is happening outside your skin all over the body. Without branding, just see what is going on, how I feel. Don't name it as a cold or warm, pain or suffering. Just look. Something is going on. Let me see what happens, how that feeling touches my skin. After that, how the skin is processing that information, and how I am getting agitated or irritated for no reason. How I am responding to it. Why should I get agitated or irritated? Let's see how the nature responds to it. Sit with deep passions. All you guys are now in Kodaikanal. You don't need to go in search of a place. Sit today in the cold and see what happens in your skin. In one day, you will master cold. cold will not affect you anymore. Same way heat. Do panchatapas, make a fire circle. It is very easy. Your height should be the diameter of the circle. That is the law. Your height is the diameter of the circle. Make the fire circle and sit. You will slowly start feeling the heat and it will increase within half an hour. Then just see what is going on in your skin. In 2 days you will master warm. Both will not be painful. Then come to the next level of experiment. When you are feeling unpleasant, just see. Unpleasantness is nothing but cold or warm which is working from inside the skin. If you look near the chest area, it will start. From inside the skin is being attacked. Warm and cold, heat and cold attacks you from outside skin. Pleasantness or unpleasantness attacks you from inside the skin. Sit with that. You don't need to find the situation. Already you have enough unpleasantness. Just sit with that unpleasantness. How it is attacking you from inside skin. What exactly you are feeling. Without labeling, just see. In 2 days, you will realize there is no such thing as unpleasantness other than your own decision to be in unpleasantness. Same way pleasantness. When you are in joy, happy, just sit and watch. What is this? What is this pleasantness? Why it feels so expanded inside? Feel from your skin, inside the skin. You will master that state also. So pleasant or unpleasant attacks you from inside the skin. Heat or cold attacks you from outside skin. But both heat or cold, pleasant or unpleasantness, all four has no life independently from your will. Understanding this is being centered on the supreme state. Please understand, your will gets contaminated when it connects itself with these four. Fortunately, these four has no independent existence. If your will does not support it, man who has realized it by experimenting with it is established in supreme state. He is called Paramatma Samahita. Equivalent to the supreme consciousness. Such a simple, straightforward thing I tell you. Just try today. Once you realize, even with first thing, see, today you try with a cold. The moment you realize the cold is not giving you any more suffering, you will have confidence to work with heat. Then work with heat. Do panchatapas. Maybe 1 hour. 1 hour is more than enough. 2 days. If it is not happening in 2 sessions, just do 2-3 days, that's all. You will have confidence now. Wow, we won the second game. Then go for the third. Sit with unpleasantness. Don't change the sequence. Cold is to grass, easy. Once you win there, you will have confidence to do next. Little subtle, the heat. Then you will have confidence next with the unpleasantness. Then you will have confidence to do with the pleasantness. Once you master that all these four does not have an independent life over you other than your will support. See, when you sit and start analyzing, you will understand. It suddenly disappears because the moment you analyze, your will stops supporting this aspect of life. You support the cold and cold-related diseases in confusion. You support heat and heat-related diseases in confusion. You support unpleasantness and unpleasantness-related diseases in confusion. You support pleasantness and pleasantness-related activities in confusion. So when you sit and see what is really happening, with the passiveness and passions, suddenly you realize without your will, all four does not have independent life. Shadow does not have independent life without the existence of light and object. It is the mixture of light and object creates shadow. The sufferings of cold, heat, sufferings of pleasantness, unpleasantness, everything happens by the mixture of your will and confusion. If the light is switched off, no shadow. If the object is removed, no shadow. If the confusion is removed or if the will is removed, there is no agitation or disturbance by cold, warm, pleasant, unpleasantness. I tell you, man is a fool, asking for cold when it is hot, asking for hot when it is cold, always asking what is not. Try this four process. In such a simple way, you can be centered on what Bhagavan calls Paramatma Samahitaha, centered on pure unclutching. See, this is what is the purpose of mystery school. Mystery school is a place where all these mystery dimensions are revealed. I tell you guys, I tell you all our devotees, all our disciples, especially who feel part of the Sangha. See, 10 years before, we are not responsible because we did not have wealth. But in last 10 years, devotees have poured so much of money on us. Now we have wealth, we have infrastructure. Now we are responsible, making all these samyamas, spiritual truths available to the world. If you are wearing this mala and feel you are part of the Sangha, you are responsible for making all this knowledge available to the world. We are responsible for making Krishna alive. We are responsible for making Jnana Sambandhar alive. We are responsible for making Shankara alive. Because we have properties given to us by devotees all over the world. Center of the head of each center, ashram, should study today my discourse thoroughly. You yourself should practice. See, it is not a big thing. To practice on the cold, have an air cooler in a high speed or sit near the AC. Try. And same way on the heat, next day try sitting with a heater. And the third day, try on the unpleasantness. Fourth day, try on the pleasantness. You will understand how powerfully it works. Once you master all these four, the confidence you feel, the courage you feel, and the centeredness you feel, the Paramatma Samahita you feel, and that joy, courage now you have to face the life. You should get it first on you, then start sharing it with people, whoever comes. Make every 1 week some program, this kind of programs. See, all programs does not need to be continuously designed by me. I am giving you these truths. Each one of you can pick up. If you become charismatic and you have some experience, you do this first for 4 days. Then you will have strength. You will say, yes. Whatever Swamiji said, Shastra Pramana, is now my Atma Pramana. See, when Krishna tells this truth, this is Shastra Pramana. When I am repeating it from my own experience, it is Apta Pramana. When you experiment and see it, it becomes Atma Pramana. When you have the Atma Pramana, naturally you can talk to people. You can tell, hey, I found a method where I am not affected by pleasantness, unpleasantness in my life, cold or heat in my life. I can teach you that. Come on, 4 days. Only 2 hours a day. Come in the evening. Learn this and go. And there is no risk in this. If you sit with a heater or a air condition, even the risk of Panchatapas is not there. I told Panchatapas because that is the way I was brought up. You guys don't even need to bother about the Panchatapas. Fire. Even in fire you may say, no, there is a risk. What risk is there anyhow? These fellows, everything is a risk. If your time is not right, even by drinking milk you will die. If your time is right, even the poison, if you drink, you will vomit it. Even your attempt to commit suicide, you will not be able to be successful. Anyhow, with a heater or cold, AC, you can control the heat or cold. What is the risk? And pleasantness and unpleasantness. Try. I tell you, this can get people out of all mental disorders and psychological disorders. I have done this. That is why I am telling you. I have done this during my tapas time, my tapas period. I will go and sit in the hill during the daytime in the sun, just with one towel, the hip, work on that heat. How the heat does not touch me. Then in the night I will sit in the hill itself. It will be really cold. And see how the cold does not work on the system. Then I will fight with Raghupati Yogi. That is the only thing which will be unpleasant for me. See, my whole life, only relationships I know is this Raghupati Yogi and Kuppammal, these few saints, sadhus. Never even once I felt psychologically connected to the blood family. So if I have to have some unpleasant moments, I will go and fight with him. Some ideological fight. Raghupati Yogi is Yogi and Kuppammal is Vedanti. Between these two there will be a huge fight. Ideological fight. Here body first, here mind first. And if I wanted to create fight with Raghupati Yogi, I will take up all the arguments of Kuppammal. If you want to fight with Kuppammal, I will take all the arguments of Raghupati Yogi. But I tell you guys, these two have made me so rich in the spiritual knowledge. God, the wealth they added to me, only now I am realizing. And same way when I want to experience that pleasantness, I will take my Ramakrishna's photo and keep it in front of me. and fan him. And there's a beautiful, very sweet story of Ramakrishna sung by one devotee. It's called Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi. And in English it is called, and the book has been translated, The Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. That's a very beautiful book. It is not factual. See, the Ramakrishna's biography, he wrote it more poetic way. He does not bother much about facts. He has not changed the facts. He is not telling lies, but he is singing in a very beautiful, sweet way that, oh, who came as Rama and Krishna, you came as Ramakrishna, but this time you did not steal and do all these naughty things of Krishna. But you are not so polite like Rama also. So from the beginning, with that feeling that Ramakrishna is an incarnation, the devotee has sang about Sri Ramakrishna. It's a very beautiful book. Still I can repeat it. It's, I think, 1000-page book. In Bengali verse form. I can repeat the whole thing by heart. Jai Jai Ramakrishna Vanja Kalpataru, Jai Jai Bhagavan Jagatir Guru, Jai Jai Ramakrishna Ishtagoshtikan, Jai Jai. It goes. Sobaya Sarani Renu Mageye Adam. We just have the book. I can repeat the whole 1000-page. I can continue even now. It goes on and on and on. It's a very beautiful, very juicy, sweet, loving way of Ramakrishna's biography described. That's one of the best things with which I experienced highest pleasantness. I'll have a small Singhasan and Ramakrishna's photo, and I have a small fan. Fanning him, I'll sit and sing these whole verses. And I have this book in the hand. Whole day I'll be sitting, and there's a tune to chant that. I'll sit and chant. One great elderly sadhu in Ramakrishna Mission, his name is Nandanandaji. He used to, I have seen him sitting and singing this verse with the tears in joy. And I picked up the habit from him only. I'll sit every day with him. He suffered with little deafness. So I served him, taking him to the doctor and taking care of him when he was old. He was a sadhu from Andhra, very sweet sadhu. So I used to sit and chant this. I picked up this habit from him. I listened to him very attentively, and actually I learnt Bengali reading. So if I chant that book one day, it will take full day to chant 1000-page. At least next 2 months I will feel that I am in that heaven, and whole body will be sweet and pleasant, that whole throat will be filled with sweetness. Because it is the whole, his whole biography is chanted, the created, sung with so much of love, without being much bothered about the facts. It's a Purana of Sri Ramakrishna. So this Sadhu Nandananda Swami, he was about to die. As a tradition, when you are about to die, you have to give your whole, whatever you have, to the person who served you. It's a tradition. So this Sadhu suddenly said, I am going to die tomorrow. Guru Maharaj has appeared. What will I give you? I said, you don't need to give me anything. You are a sadhu, that's enough. You bless me. Then he said, I accumulated one thing in my life. The biggest wealth I accumulated is, whenever I read this Sri Sri Ramakrishna Bundi, I go to Samadhi, an ecstasy. I give you this Bhava Samadhi as my gift. He gave me. And I tell you, after that, whenever I read that book, God. And that sweetness, it's as if his 60, 70 years of tapas has entered into me. If you read some book 60, 70 years and be in the ecstasy, that whole bhava, the depth of the bhava, that whole depth of emotion has entered into my system, I could feel that same emotion just by his blessing. He said, I give you this gift of bhava samadhi. You take it. Because now it won't be useful anymore for me. See, once you leave the body, even your bhava samadhi will not stay with you. Only the nirvikalpa samadhis will stay with you. Less than nirvikalpa samadhi, anything you accumulated is not useful anymore for you. The English spelling is P-U-N-K-T-I. In English, the book is translated as A Portrait of Sri Ramakrishna. Maybe one day I'll sit and chant for you guys. It's my personal spiritual practice, which I did for quite a long time. Some of my personal spiritual practice I never shared with you guys. This Ramakrishna Bunti. In the same way, Chandi. Chandi is the Devi Mahatmyam. I'm a great Sakta. So I'll sit and chant Chandi. Devi Mahatmyam is 700 sloka. And Lalita Sahasranama and Trisadi. There are some 6-7 books related to Chandi. Devi Upanishad and all that put together. That will take one day, full one day if you chant. That I will chant with this bell. The same book in Bengali. These all used to be my entertainment. Anyhow, whether it is a heat or cold, pleasantness or unpleasantness, work with it. I tell you, even this pleasantness is not ultimate. Understand that. What I received from that Swami Nandanandji is not ultimate. He himself can't take it when he is dying. That is why he gave it to me. Only unclutching, Nirvikalpa Samadhi will come with you eternally. But unfortunately, when you are training yourself, when you are practicing, you can't be all the time in Nirvikalpa Samadhi, unclutching. So all this Bhava Samadhi helps you to raise yourself to that level. Be in Nirvikalpa Samadhi or be in Bhava Samadhi with a person who is in Nirvikalpa Samadhi. That's all. Be unclutched or be clutched to a person who is in unclutching state. That's all. Being unclutched is Nirvikalpa Samadhi. If you are clutched to a person, being who is unclutched is Bhava Samadhi. In the beginning, Bhava Samadhi helps. Now I can remember all the verses. It's coming up. Yes, the same book. Sri Ramakrishna Munti. You guys can see this exact book. Just see whether if it is in Bengali, download. I'll read. If you have interest and intensity, you will find time for everything. Try all these 4. First, I wanted all our center heads, you guys try. Of course, I'm not telling devotees not to try. If all of you try, mainly the center heads, when you try, you will have the confidence and make a beautiful program and start teaching. Everyone can start doing this. For these things, you don't need very organized setup. Start reaching out even in these small ways. Helping people. I really wanted this kind, hundreds of samyamas should be developed and made available from our campus. It should become a pilgrimage center for the people who want to study mysticism. You don't know. Just this 4-day, trying these 4 steps, working with cold, working with heat, working with unpleasantness, working with pleasantness. You will suddenly find a powerful key, tool to live your life. Crossing thousands of disturbances. Human beings can live a rich life if this kind of tools are accumulated. Just this one tool, I tell you, how rich it can make you. Richness is always depending on the zeros. It is not always based on the zeros. It is based on your ability to face life. Richness cannot be always measured based on the comforts of life. It is measured based on the ability to confront the life. It is not just comfort, it is ability to confront also. These are all the tools with which you will be able to confront the life. I know many guys sitting on billions of dollars, even a small, very small, they are shaken completely. Ability to confront life, live the life. I tell you guys, all our devotees should have mastered at least like this 5-6 samyamas. Different 5-6 samyamas. That makes you man. That makes you a being. Mastering at least few samyamas gives you the courage to live, confidence to live. Courage which comes by inner richness is confidence. Courage which you get by outer richness is egoistic pride. Which comes by outer richness can be taken away from you any moment. Which comes by inner richness, nobody can touch it. I tell you, really, I wanted this Ananda Yoga. My purpose of creating this Ananda Yogam or this even Biddi Ashram is to create a place where thousands gather and experiment this kind of samyamas and get the courage to live and go back. I tell you, I really wanted. This is my vision. Why? I wanted all these, so many temples and ashrams all around the world. All you guys should pick up all these samyamas, you practice and make a clear instruction, make it available, people come there and practice. Go with a tremendous confidence to live, I tell you. I have mastered this samyama. That is why neither the respect nor the dishonor ever touched me. Otherwise, I tell you really, anybody else who has been abused so much, they would have become mad. They would have become mad. They would not feel like showing their face outside. Shame and guilt. With that, they would have died. They would have started believing that what others are saying may be true. I tell you, when so many millions tell, when so many people abuse you, you yourself slowly start getting believed. What about others? Even you start believing. If you are established in the state of a leader, even if somebody tries to remove the status, even that effort makes you really as a greater leader. it only adds more and more glory to you. I tell you, one of the main reason for my success, standing throughout the scandals and rumors, is this samyama. This samyama, which I did from the young age, working with the heat and cold and unpleasantness and pleasantness. I tell you, heat and cold hits you from outside the skin, pleasantness and unpleasantness hits you from the inside the skin. But all four of them do not have life without your will supporting them. Is the essence. The one who has subdued his self made of tough patterns, and is firmly established in the supreme state, remains composed, whether in a cold or a warm atmosphere, whether he is in pain, pleasant or unpleasant situation, whether he receives respect or dishonor. Tata manopamanayoho. See, when you master the Sita, Ushna, Sukha, Dukkha, the mana, apamana does not touch you. You master it. I tell you, not for pride, I am the living example that mana, apamana did not touch me. Otherwise, one side, millions put flower garlands and worship. The other side, rowdies put chapel garlands and burn the effigies. With both, the inner space is not even disturbed 1 inch. When somebody puts the flower garland and worships, that part blesses him. Whatever you want, let it be fulfilled, blessings. The other fellows, when they try to put chapel garlands and burn effigy, they think of me as a demon. So let the effects of whatever demon does to you guys, let it be done, that's all. When you see as God, whatever God does to you, let it happen to you. When you see as demon, whatever demon does to you, let it happen to you. My inner space is untouched. Mahabharata Shanti Parva gives a very beautiful sloka. I wanted to give this as a reference. Atma kshetranya iti uktaha samyuktaha prakrutair gunaihi. The Supreme Self is not different from the Self in the body. When the Self is bound by the modes of Prakriti or nature, it is called Kshetrajna. When it is free from them, the same Self is called Supreme Self. If you have not worked with the heat, cold, and pleasantness, unpleasantness, you are ordinary human self. If you work with the heat, cold, pleasantness and unpleasantness and liberate yourself, you are called Paramatma. That's all. I really wanted each head of our centers, each one of you guys, or each devotee, each disciple, work on one line. Pick up some one subject. I am like an ocean. Collect all the pearls I have on that subject. For example, one can decide to work on death. Collect all the pearls I uttered related to death and master the concept of death. Just go on conducting classes only on death. Learn to die when time comes. Learn to leave the body when time comes. Make courses, programs, classes by collecting all the things I have spoken about death. Now after all, it is easy for you because already the 2012 team has collected all the pearls from my different discourses on subjects and placed it. Someone can decide to work only on this heat, cold and pleasantness, unpleasantness. Make this as a program. Start teaching. One can work only on ajapa japa. I tell you, if you master ajapa japa, the moment you sit, your body will just vibrate. And if you keep any music instrument next to your body, automatically the music instruments will play the note of your mantra. It will clearly play the note. Om Namah Shivaya. If you become master of ajapa japa, if you are doing ajapa japa, anybody comes around you, their kundalini will be awakened. That is what is happening. See, the mantra with which I did ajapa japa in the young age is Namah Shivaya. Just see. Namah Shivaya. I'm not doing any magic. Om Namah Shivaya. Om Namah Shivaya. Actually, whole day we don't need any meditation, satsang, nothing. I can go on be chanting Namah Shivaya and you can go on be sitting next to me, completely entertained and engaged. Neither I need any other entertainment, nor you need any other entertainment. Means that mantra has become ajapa japa. So pick up someone mantra, work only on ajapa japa, extreme. And anybody comes to you for healing or any counseling, just sit next to them and do ajapa japa, you will see that their kundalini is awakened. Master some one subject. I wanted all our disciples to be master of some one thing. So whoever comes, you give them that gift. Each one of you become the masters. If you feel I am an incarnation, if you want to tell that to the world, just singing, oh, he's an incarnation, he's not going to work. That's like a Baba black sheep. No, it is not going to work. You become a master. Then, if you tell I am an incarnation, it is right. If you become a healer and you say, my Swamiji is an enlightened being, that is okay. Only when you become a master and tell, my Swami is an incarnation, it's right. Otherwise, having a small thatched hut and calling it as a Taj Sheraton, Hotel Lee Meridian. No. I am an incarnation only if I create thousands of masters. Each one of these great truths create. I wanted each one of your hearts to become mystery school. Your houses to become my extended campuses. Anybody who has at least mastered these 3-4 samyamas and able to teach this to people, you naturally become a master. And the place where you are living, just adopt 2-3 things like whoever comes, share food. Then your kitchen becomes my extension of my kitchen. Have the ambience where people can come and practice these meditations and go at least one room. Then that becomes extension of my Ananda Sabha. Then naturally your house becomes the extension of my campus, extended campus. This is what really I wanted. Nithyananda Dhyanapedam, extended campus. Tell you. If you mastered ajapa japa, you don't even need to tell that person to meditate. When he comes in front of you, just sit and do ajapa japa. You will see that fellow is jumping. His kundalini is awakened. He says, oh God, he is doing something. Because the power of ajapa japa makes your whole breathing space vibrate. The space where you are sitting, the whole place will be vibrating. And anybody comes into your space, vibrates with that mantra. And I want all you guys to become yogis. I tell you, if you want to spread the Vedic tradition, Vedic culture, make your heart as a temple. Make the place where you are living as the mystery school. Let your kitchen be the extension of our Anna Mandir. Let your living room be the extension of our Ananda Sabha. Let you be the extension of me. There are so many people who have all these facilities, all our temples, ashrams. You guys have all these facilities. When you have a clear idea and definite instruction, if you have a little confusion how to give instructions and all, you can send an email and we can clarify those doubts. Start doing it and sharing it with the world, that's all. Jitatmana prashantasya Paramatma samahita Sitoshna sugadukkeshu tatamana pamanayo. I'll continue on this verse tomorrow.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with oaths of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd Pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्
सदाशिवसमारम्भां ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today in Bhagavadgita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 25th verse.
लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषाः छिन्नद्वैधायतात्मानः सर्वभूतहिते रताः.
लभन्ते ब्रह्मनिर्वाणं ऋषयः क्षीणकल्मषाः छिन्नद्वैता यतात्मानः सर्वभूतहिते रताः. Translation: the sages whose sins have become powerless, who have destroyed their inner conflicts, who are self-restrained and who are intent on the welfare of all living beings, are able to dissolve themselves in the Supreme Spirit. Bhagavan is defining many of the spiritual qualities here. The sages whose sins have become powerless. Please understand this word. The sages whose sins have become powerless means the sages whose old patterns have become powerless. The new patterns have become so strong, living alive in them. Old patterns don't exist anymore. They don't control. Your day-to-day activities anymore. If I had to give an example, yesterday I went to Brindavan and Mathura to have darshan of Sri Krishna and Krishna Janmabhoomi, Krishna's birthplace. See, a person like me who is filled in that experience of Advaita and Shiva, I could see for half an hour. Shiva was not there at all in me. It was only purely Krishna. Of course, ultimately Shiva and Krishna is one and the same. That is different. But even the form, only the form of Krishna was prevalent. Not only prevalent, all and all. Not the first priority, but the only priority. When I settled, means after I returned to Delhi, I was thinking, oh God, see the power of that place. If it can create such a strong wave of Krishna on me, who is already established in the Advaitic experience. Advaitic experience is the most strongest spiritual experience. Even on that space, if Krishna can create such an impact, ordinary minds which has committed some sin, small mistakes, God, that is nothing. sins are smaller level experience compared to the Advaitic experience. The depth of Advaitic experience is millions times more stronger than your experience as human being. See, your experience as human being forms the basis for committing any sin. If an Advaitic experience can be filled by Krishna, he can fill any ordinary human experience. He can wash away any sins, any ordinary identities you carry which is root cause of sins. I tell you, sometime when the wave of bhakti happens on you, when the wave of understanding happens on you, when the wave of bliss happens on you, many of the old sin patterns are not only forgotten, they just disappear. So sages who have allowed their sin patterns, old patterns, becomes powerless, who have destroyed their inner conflicts, whose inner conflicts have disappeared, destroyed, who are self-restrained, who have settled on their inner self, who have settled more on their spiritual strength, and who are intent on the welfare of all living beings, means go on serving, serving, serving. They will dissolve themselves into the supreme oneness, in the supreme existence. It is such a straightforward truth. I don't need to comment much about it. I can tell you the truth as it is. The sages whose sins have become powerless, who have destroyed their inner conflicts, who are self-restrained and who are intent on the welfare of all living beings, are able to dissolve themselves in the Supreme Spirit. Try to make your old patterns powerless, sin patterns powerless. Now I can say, this kind of a spiritual tsunami has happened to all the people who came to Kailash Yatra. All of them who came to Kailash Yatra, I could see such a strong spiritual tsunami happened in them. They are all filled. Old patterns have become useless. To make old patterns useless only, all the spiritual pilgrimages are done. All the spiritual yatras are taken up. Unique spiritual practices are done. Like this Nirahara Samyama, all these are mainly to aim at making your old patterns powerless, old patterns dead. So, allow the spiritual tsunamis, big spiritual waves happening in you through these pilgrimages, yatras, or these Nirahara Samyamas, and make these old patterns powerless.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd Pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today I will continue on the Bhagavad-Gita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 24th verse.
Yontas sukontara ramaha tatantar jyotirevayah sayogi brahma nirvanam brahma bhutodhigacchati.
Yaha antaha sukaha antara ramaha tata antarjyotihi revayaha sayogi brahma nirvanam brahmabhutaha adhigacchati. I have spelled out every word separately so that even with little Sanskrit knowledge you can understand directly without translation. But I will give you the translation also. The one who is happy within rejoicing within himself and who is illumined is the contemplative saint who is absorbed in the Supreme and has reached the state of oneness with the ultimate. Bhagavan is emphasizing rejoicing within with a beautiful word, yaha antaha sukaha, yonta sukaha. All of us know that we will have to be happy within, rejoicing within ourselves. How to do? Please understand, what you think as you should be redefined, restructured. Only then you will be able to be in joy within yourself. A man who thinks he is only a body cannot just be happy within himself with some few ideas. No. He cannot be happy with himself just with remembrance of some higher ideas. He needs something physical to make him joyful, to bring pleasure to him. But the person who thinks himself more as a mind, person who thinks more himself as a ideas, he will be satisfied within himself just with few higher ideas. Please understand, you have a different planes: physical plane, mental plane, emotional plane and spiritual plane. More part of your time and life is spent in physical plane. If more part of you is centered on physical plane, naturally you need physical things to keep yourself in joy, in good mood, entertaining. If you are more in the mental plane, more mental things will keep you in joy. I have seen in the life. For some people, just if they get the food and sex, they are in heaven. Nothing else is required. They don't bother about what is happening around. There are some people, if they just get ideological victory, for example, the party which they support, if that party wins in the election, that's enough. They don't need anything else. They will not even ask for food. They will not even go back to their house. They will not even bother about the family. Just the ideological victory. He feels as if he became a CM, chief minister. He became a prime minister. Just that victory, is happy, is content. There are some people who are completely centered on emotion, just a remembrance of their beloved. If they are devoted to God or devoted to a guru, just the remembrance, they feel happy within. So understand which part of you has grown more strong. That part makes the decision. That part decides what is going to bring happiness to you, what is going to bring satisfaction to you. So straight away if you start working, let me be happy within, that is not going to happen. Create right idea about yourself. Create right attitude about yourself. Create right understanding about yourself. Right attitude, understanding about yourself will make you understand what is going to satisfy you. Sit and think through. I can even make a questionnaire and give you. based on your inclinations, what makes you excited, whether thinking about something or enjoying something or doing something, sit and do soul searching. When you start doing the soul searching, you will know most of your energy is based on physical plane, mental plane, emotional plane or spiritual plane. Based on the plane in which you are established, you can understand and realize how is the satisfaction going to be. Are you going to be happy? Are you going to be satisfied? Are you going to be settled? Are you going to be happy from within? That will be decided only based on the idea, personality you carry about yourself. So, raise yourself to the more and more subtle and subtle levels. Again and again and again, idea about you should be altered in you, raised to the subtle levels. Only when you raise yourself to the subtle levels, you will learn the art of being happy within yourself. I will further answer your questions to throw more insight on these great and deeper truths.
We have a question from a devotee from Mumbai. The devotee is asking, Beloved Swamiji, in the 2 weeks that you were away on your Kailash pilgrimage, 4 new controversies have come up regarding you in the media. You are even known in the media as Controversial Swami. Can you tell us what is the role of controversies in our mission?
The devotee is asking, the 2 weeks that you were away on your Kailash pilgrimage, 4 new controversies have come up regarding you in the media. You are even known in the media as Controversial Swami. Can you tell us what is the role of controversies in your mission? First thing, understand. Let me define controversy. When there is something standing in front of you, too tall, too strong, which you can't neglect and which you don't want to accept, you call that as controversy. It is too strong in front of you, reminding you some ideology, some truth which you don't want to accept, you don't want to listen. Now, how to escape from it? How to avoid it? So, put a label, controversy. Who creates the controversy? You create the controversy and you put the label also. It's, you see, first you create a frame. What is non-controversy? And you yourself try to put that object into the frame. And then you yourself create the idea controversy and you go on spreading it. See, it's a British method. If you want to kill a dog, first call that as a mad dog, then you can kill. Same way, the British influenced media, the media still which is carrying the British influence, which want to destroy everything Vedic and everything Hindu tradition, they are not able to tolerate the good work we are doing. So, they go on creating something called controversy. What is? They create the idea, frame of what is Swami, and then they project that on me, and they themselves create the idea of controversy and they spread that controversy idea again. I am only surprised about one thing. 2 weeks, 15 days, they created only 4 controversies. That seems to be very less in number. I think they are also tired. Controversies are nothing but way you vomit the poison you carry inside, and misunderstanding you carry inside, the hatred you carry inside. It is like a hate campaign. When they can't justify their hatred, they call that as controversy. That's all.
The next question is from Pooja Bhatt from Delhi. She is asking, Beloved Swami, Jesus was crucified, Meera was tortured, Osho was poisoned. You are being convicted every day by the media. Please help us understand.
Pooja Bhatt, I think the same answer for you also. Many socially responsible media which does not want to look into the reality goes on spreading lies. One big problem is it is an unequal war. See, if I don't respond to them, they go on write what they want. If I respond to them, they become more angry and write what they want. So there is no way, whether you respond or not, they are going to do what they are going to do. Nobody even asked the arguments of Jesus. Before even listening to his arguments, he was convicted. Nobody listened to the Meera's side of story. Before that itself, the tortures and punishments were given. Nobody even heard Osho's side of story. He was poisoned. So nobody is ready to listen my side of the story. This is the usual drama, always happens when there is some extraordinary intelligence expresses through human body. This time, I request all our devotees to be very careful that we all stand together strongly so that we don't see the end. What has happened to Osho, Meera and Jesus? We will see the end which has happened to Rama and Krishna. We will win the game this time. This time we will not lose the game. We will win the game. It is usual, the unconscious mass, the unconscious socially irresponsible media always attacks without understanding. When they don't understand anything, when there is something new, the resistance is the first response they create. So we are also going through that first response, but let us stand strong with tremendous passions, face it, and we will win the game. We are winning the game already. We are winning the game. Don't worry, understand, this resistance was there in all of you in the beginning. It is like a journey. Whoever has crossed that resistance off, become devotee. Whoever has crossed that resistance completely, become disciple. Whoever has not crossed that resistance are still standing outside as media. That's all. Understand? It is like a standing in queue. People who are in the queue ahead are disciples. People who are in the queue in the middle are devotees. People who are in the queue in the last are media. That's all. So today's disciple was yesterday's media. Today's media will be tomorrow's disciple. It is natural. This is the way life will be flowing.
The next question is from Tom Walker from Netherlands. He is asking, I read in a magazine recently that when film producer Madan Patel was making the defamatory film about you titled Satyananda, 8 celebrity actors turned down the offer to play your role, saying that they were afraid you would curse them. We know that you never curse anyone, Swamiji, but we can't rely that terrible things are happening to all those who are torturing you. Why and how is this happening?
It's a very funny question. The questioner is asking, I read in a magazine recently that when a film producer Madan Patel was making the defamatory film about you titled Satyananda, 8 celebrity actors turned down the offer to play your role, saying that they were afraid you would curse them. We know that you never curse anyone, Swamiji, but we can't deny that terrible things are happening to all those who are torturing you. Why and how is this happening? Please understand. One thing I want to make it very clear once more, I never curse anybody. But cosmos does not leave. The universe never leaves the people who try to torture or disturb enlightened beings, because enlightened beings are the ultimate fruit and flower of the universal tree. Universe struggles so much for one enlightened being to flower or fructify. So universe, God never tolerates if there is some danger or disturbance, torture is done to his odd yearned enlightened masters. Please understand, enlightened beings does not happen just like a breeze or an accident. Even breeze does not happen just like a breeze. Even behind breeze there is so much of hard work. So behind every enlightened being, cosmos has put so much of hard work, picking up the right body, right mind, right training and ripening and becoming enlightened one. To bring an enlightened being to planet Earth, it takes so much for the universe, for the cosmos, for the God consciousness, for the divine energy. It does not want to keep quiet when they are disturbed. It does not want to keep quiet if they are unnecessarily tortured. That is why when somebody tries to torture the enlightened beings, karma goes back to them. Strong bad karmas happen to them. They suffer immediately. I wanted to remind this beautiful story from Bhagavatam. Bhagavatam says, somebody asked Sugabrahma Rishi, what happens to all the good karma and bad karma done by the enlightened beings? Because they don't suffer any karma. What is happening to the result of good and bad work is done by the enlightened beings. Bhagavatam says very clearly, enlightened masters do not do anything bad, they do only good. But anybody tries to harm enlightened beings, they receive tremendous bad karma. I will give you one example. See, for example, I heal people. When I heal, when they get healed, they are so happy and they are grateful. That happiness comes as a good karma to me. But the disease I remove from the body, their body, that bad karma remains. I neither enjoy their gratitude, good karma, nor suffer their bad karma, the disease, bad karma. Then where it goes? All the people who support my mission, devoted, all of them receive these good karmas. All the people who abuse, attack, try to torture, they receive the bad karma. And I have healed too many people, too many lakhs of people. I have lot of good karma and lot of bad karma. That is why people who support receive lot of good things. People who try to abuse, torture, receive lot of bad karma. Understand, in both sides I have too much of stock. Whoever wants whatever, they take it. It is up to them not related to me. I don't interfere at all in the scene. It is they who decide. So Bhagavatam is very clear when it says people who try to abuse and torture the enlightened beings receive those bad karmas, they are right. In my case, I am seeing in front of the eyes many fellows who try to torture and abuse us receiving bad karmas and suffering. Even though I don't curse them or I don't think bad for them.
The next question is from Geeta from London, UK. She is asking Swamiji, Indian dances have become very popular in UK and UK schools have weekly 2-hour classes where students can opt for sports or Indian dances. Recently, Prime Minister Cameroon made a statement that he will abolish the 2-hour classes as people opt for Indian dances and not sports. He says this is a waste and doesn't help develop any skills. Swamiji, is UK Prime Minister's comment correct? Please tell us about the significance of Indian dances.
I wanted to send this message directly to the UK Prime Minister Cameron. Please understand, if people are enjoying, then really they must be having some inner satisfaction. Please understand, Indian dance comes directly from the meditative state. Indian dance is used to induce meditative space, benefits of meditation into people who can't just sit quietly, close their eyes and try to practice meditation. If you feel meditation is too difficult for you, sitting quiet and with closed eyes, try Indian dancing for 1 hour. Automatically your body and mind will fall into the meditative state and all the good benefits of meditation will happen in you. So Indian dance comes out of meditation and takes you to meditation. The UK Prime Minister need to understand, because it takes people to the meditative mood, people opt for the Indian dance. Say, I am not against the sports. I request UK Prime Minister to allot 2 more hours for sports. But do not cancel, do not abolish the 2 hours of Indian dance classes, because people are getting the benefit of meditation through movement. Meditation through sound is Indian music. Meditation through movement is Indian dance. Everything from the Vedic tradition, from India, is from meditation. Preparing your body for meditation is yoga. Preparing the food for your meditative mood is Indian cooking. Preparing your place of living for meditation is Indian architecture. I tell you, everything, whether it is architecture, cooking, music, dance, everything Indian is from meditation for meditation. So I request UK Prime Minister, please understand, all the school kids in your country are enjoying, receiving the benefits of meditation through the Indian dance. Please do not abolish. Their intelligence is growing, their physical strength is growing, their flexibility is growing. the classical Indian dance is from meditation, and that raises you to the mood of meditation. Thank you. So, with this, I will conclude today's morning satsang. We will continue to have satsang every day. I bless you all who are sitting with us. Around the world at this moment, 856 places through Nithyananda TV, 19 places two-way video conferencing having Nayana Diksha, in 213 cities in 24 countries around the world. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd Pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya Swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya Swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya Swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं
Paramahamsa Nithyananda is a rare living incarnation, a yogi by birth. He has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English, books in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese, with translations in 26 languages are available. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 8,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services, ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals, established in more than 140 places around the world, offer exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. Having meditation centers in 151 countries including Bidadi, Thiruvannamalai, Rajapalyam, Salem, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Ohio, Seattle, San Jose and Phoenix. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation. A contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers. Adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, he has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands, gracing them with spiritual powers. A spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples worldwide in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places like Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Thiruvannamalai in India. A dynamic young guru who is an inspiration to thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online. A beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
There is so much to tell about. The last sutra, Vitarka, yesterday, during the darshan, one person came and asked me, Swamiji, I am a scientist, I am based on Kudarka, my whole life is based on Kudarka, how can I have Vidarka? I said, no, wrong understanding. Please understand, scientist, only based on Vidarka you will contribute to society. You will contribute to civilization. Person who is based on Kudarka cannot contribute in any field, not only in the spiritual field, he cannot contribute even in the field of science. Whatever may be the field, if you are based on Vidarka, only then You will be expressing what needs to be expressed. You will be serving the humanity. Beautifully, Patanjali explains the whole thing. Vitarka, Vichara, Ananda, Ashmita, Rupanugamat, Sampranyataha. How reasoning, contemplation, bliss flowering, amness, that pure awareness are the characteristics of Sampranyata Samadhi, the first level Samadhi. It beautifully slips into the next level, second sutra. When you do vitarka, right reasoning, it will lead to ananda. Actually, the whole cosmos, look inside. The whole thing is beyond your logic or reasoning. There is no logic, there is no reasoning. Actually, if you look inside, all the reasoning, all the logics are only a certain level. To tell you the honest truth, there is a beautiful book by Shankara, Viveka Chudamani. He very beautifully describes experiences of Ajata, means the whole universe is unborn. Whatever you logically try to explain, like if you do good, good will happen. If you do bad, bad will happen. Whether it is karma theory or the theory of bondage and liberation, whatever you have based on your logic, the ideas, everything loses its grip or value over you at certain frequency. At certain frequency, everything loses its power over you. They are no more connected to your life, or you are no more connected to them in your life. You just outgrow. They are not there in your life at all. And it is no more part of your life. This truth only we call it as ajata. At a level, when you raise your understanding and ideas, suddenly you see the world was never created and it never bothered you and you never got liberated. Whatever was there, was there. Whatever is there, is there. Whatever will be there, will be there. It's a very subtle truth. The whole thing has no logic, no reasoning, nothing. Any logic which helps you to realize that there is no logic is right reasoning. That is all. That's all. There is no connection. Please understand. There is no connection between what I am talking, what you are listening. Now really, many times, I feel very clearly the communication is not happening. See, when that energy which wants to express, when it comes up, I can see very clearly. I am telling you exactly what is happening in me. I can say that the insider's view of what is happening in Satsanga, in Upanishad. Upanishad means sitting with the master. I am very clearly seeing, I am pregnant with the truth which wants to come out, which needs to be delivered. And the moment it raises to the level of walk, it's like a cotton has become thread. Thread can never represent cotton, please understand.
Just an hour's drive from Bangalore, Asia's fastest growing city, is a unique space of healing, meditation and rejuvenation. Welcome to Nithyananda Dhyanapitham. Experience soothing healing energies under the ancient wish-fulfilling banyan tree in the presence of divinity. Enjoy the unique anti-aging formula of the original Siddha Healing Spa with the 21-foot energized healing lingam and healing pool, the Vaidya Sarovar. Connect directly to God in the vibrant silence of Nithyanandeshwara temple. Savor the delicious sattvic food served free at all times. Best of all, get a glimpse of authentic spiritual life at the daily morning satsang, worship, yoga and meditation sessions with Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Rediscover yourself at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, the ultimate spiritual lifestyle destination. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru, 97422 03311 080 27202084.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
सुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमन्यवकुतो दयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या जयिषु शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्याया तवतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोर पापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुहा शन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिजागशीः या विशृङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते बिभर्ष्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरित्रतां गुरुमाहि पुंसेः पुरुषं जगत् शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असद् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो विशगे अहीहश्च सर्वान् Sambayan Sarvachayatu Dranyah Asauyastamro Arunaputa Bhabraswa Mangalah Ye Chemagum Rudra Amito Diksha Shruta Sahasrasho Vai Shagum Hedayimahe Asavya Vasarpati Nilagrivo Vilohitah Udainam Gopa
A canal can never represent ocean. You may say logically, no, canal is also water, ocean is also water. What? Many canals put together is ocean. Can you say? No. It can never be. So when the thread is when the cotton is converted into thread, when it comes out, I can see very clearly it is not representing what it is supposed to represent. And when it lands on you, you are like a dye factory. You have big colored bottle, colored box. The thread directly lands on you. And your head is filled with some color. And it gets colored. By the time you catch the thread and try to understand what I gave you, it's a colored thread. And you say, oh, Swamiji gave me colored thread. What has happened to what? No. Very clearly, many times I feel the communication is not happening. See, whatever word I am uttering, you have your own dictionary. Each one has individual dictionaries. Patanjali is taking us to the next samadhi, next level of samadhi, first level samadhi. How? The right reasoning and contemplation leads to ananda and pure awareness, the amness. There is another kind of samadhi. He is not using the word asamprajnada. The asamprajnada word is used by the commentators, the bhashyakaras. In the sutra, he is not using the word. He is only using the word anyaha. There is another kind of samadhi. The mental function of clutching with the thoughts ceases. And only the samskaras that do not cause any disturbance in the inner space remain. I have 12 translations here. Just wanted to give you the glimpse of 2-3 translations of the same sutra. Then you will know how you can translate the same sutra. I can say each translator looks at the sutra from a different angle. Swami Vivekananda translates, there is another samadhi which is attained by the constant practice of the cessation of all mental activity, and in which the chitta retains only the unmanifested impressions. This one translation. And Sachidananda, Swami Sachidananda's translation, he translates, by the firmly convinced practice of complete cessation of the mental modifications, the impressions only remain. This is the other samadhi. Now let's understand. Virama pratyaya abhyasa purvaha samskara sesha anyaha. The other kind of samadhi, the mental function of clutching with the thoughts ceases, and only the samskaras that do not cause any disturbance in the inner space remain. Just 3 important truths, 3 important clicks. This whole thing can be understood. First thing, having thoughts is not thinking. Please understand this first click. Having thoughts is not thinking. You may be having thoughts, that does not mean you are thinking. This is the first truth. Many times you can see in India, we have something called annachatras. Many villages, especially the temple-based communities, will have that annachatra. Anybody can come, They can eat and stay as long as they want, can leave when they want. There is no attendance, there is no record, there is no nothing. Registration happens. Anybody can come, stay as long as they want, and leave when they want, when they don't want. Just like Annachatrams only, our mind. Any thought can come, stay as long as they want, and can leave when it doesn't want. There is no reason. There is no reason. And sometimes suddenly you become aware something is going on in you, and you start suffering or enjoying for the thought which was there in front of you at that moment. Please understand, when you become aware of you, at that moment what is in front of you, you respond to that, that's all. You respond to that. If that was a joyful thought, you think, oh, I am joyful, I am keeping healthy, everything is going well. When you become aware of you, when that amness is experienced by you, if there is a painful, depressive, suffering thought, you say, no, no, I am suffering, I am in depression. You blame. Otherwise, there is no such thing logically that you are suffering or you are in joy, nothing. Just you become aware in the wrong moment about you, that's all.
क्या आप स्वयं एक अवतार पुरुष से अपने जीवन में दिव्य मार्गदर्शन चाहते हैं? प्रस्तुत करते हैं अवतार पुरुष से वार्ता।
Nithyananda here.
परमहंस नित्यानंदा संसार को एक और अतुल्य और अनोखी भेंट दे रहे हैं।
You got practically everything and too much for a phone call.
अब वो लाइव किसी के भी प्रश्नों का उत्तर स्वयं देंगे।
That's great. Now you ask anything you want in your life. Ask me any boon you want.
8 से प्रारंभ। कुछ सौभाग्यशाली लोग जो 080 2727 9999 पर फोन करेंगे, वो स्वयं स्वामी जी से बात कर सकते हैं। लाइव देखें NTV पर ntv.nithyananda.org।
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
nothing else. Having thoughts is not thinking. First click, first truth. Second truth, please understand, second important truth. Mind is not a thing, it is an action. Patanjali gives this sutra, this concept, this truth in the first sutra itself. Please understand, mind is not a thing, it is an action. For example, you are walking. If you don't want to walk, what will you do? Just sit. You are talking. If you don't want to talk, what will you do? Just be silent. Same way, you are minding. If you don't want to mind, just stop. That's all. It is your very action. If you look inside, you can see very clearly your very action. You are doing it. Now, if you want, you can think. You are thinking. If you think, you don't want to think, just relax. People come and tell me, no, Swamiji, even if I want to relax, the thoughts are coming. How can it come unless you think? Come on, tell me. How can the words be created unless you create it? Fortunately, only you can be inside your body. And you can't say somebody else is sitting inside your body. And you can't say somebody else is thinking. It's not possible. Only you are thinking. Understand? The moment thoughts comes, be very clear, you decided to think. You decided to jump out of the decision which you made of stop thinking. See, this moment, you may think, yes, let me stop thinking. After a few moments, you may have the guts, confidence, courage. No, let me think. And you start thinking. If you look inside, you will see you are responsible for the action of thinking happening inside you. Maybe one part of you, there's a beautiful story in Mundakopanishad. Very beautiful, very powerful story. There was a beautiful golden bird sitting at the top of a tree, top branch. Small bird was there, the lower branch. The small bird was trying to eat here, there. When it eats sweet fruits, it just enjoys and gets the courage, starts jumping to the other branch and starts eating. Suddenly it comes upon bitter fruits. When it tastes the bitter fruit, it says, oh, chi, life is like this only. Then it looks up. There he sees the golden bird sitting beautifully and shining, peaceful, beyond joy and suffering. This guy looks up and says, I should become like him. Then he starts moving in that direction. He jumps here, there. Suddenly, on the way, he starts eating some sweet fruits. He comes upon sweet fruits. When he tastes 2-3 sweet fruits, he forgets all about that samadhi, golden bird, everything. Now he regains the confidence. No. I can live here itself. And he continues to eat. Only again when he faces the bitter fruit, he says, no. Life is too much. It is suffering. He looks up. Understand, you may also be playing the same game. When you are suffering, only then you want to stop the mind. Then after a few minutes, when you stop the mind, when you just be silent for a few seconds, even that few seconds gives you the courage. No, I can start thinking. Or you think, I need to start thinking. Fear or greed, you are again out. So be very clear, mind is not a thing, it is an action. Every moment it just comes out of you. It's like every moment you are spinning. You are spinning the cotton into the thread. You are spinning experience into words. You are spinning existence into words. See, this area, your prana, is there as an experience, as existence. I can say, in this area it is there as existence. When it moves up in the heart region, it is felt as experience. In the throat, it is felt as word. Whenever you come upon the bitter fruits, you say, I should stop thinking. And if you just decide, you can decide, and you don't have to. If thoughts are coming again, be very clear, you are responsible, you are thinking. So coming upon, you see, understand, this click, it is you who is thinking. If this happens, I can say this is one of the greatest freedom. Now, you will not constantly fighting with yourself. You will not constantly disrespecting yourself. You will not be constantly saying, I tried my best, it is not working out, I tried my best, it is not working out. That is the worst enemy, worst thing can happen to a seeker. Patanjali beautifully describes. Be very clear. If you can stop, you are able to stop. If you can't stop, be very clear. You are not able to stop. You are thinking. It's not that you are not able to stop. You want to think, you are thinking. At least gain that confidence. Truth gives you confidence. Truth gives you confidence. Standing with the truth, with the honest thing.
Discover the power of Kundalini Awakening at Kalpataru, a unique full-day transformational program blessed personally by rare living incarnation Paramahamsa Nithyananda. What is Kundalini? Kundalini is the tremendous potential energy hidden inside every individual, which can be awakened through initiation by an enlightened master. Once awakened, Kundalini has the power to transform every area of your life and bring you health, wealth, success, joyful relationships, and spiritual enlightenment. Harness the power of meditation and initiation. Experience a glimpse of Kundalini awakening at Kalpataru. Manifest your destiny. Every weekend at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru.
I know the modern day youth is really suffering. Humanity has never faced this crisis. I have created a one-year program where you can study the spiritual truths.
Nitya Yoga practices to create healthy body. Spiritual discourses to develop mental health. Meditations that help balance emotions. Kriyas to break mental patterns that create suffering. Opportunity to express leadership qualities. Techniques that improve creative skills. Learn to break all self-limiting barriers to achieve your dreams. Ananda Yogam.
I am providing a platform for you to think, meditate, contemplate, and decide about your future. I am giving you 1 year free food, shelter, clothes, above all the spiritual education and intelligence and intuition to take decision about your future.
Every participant is taught the Vedic truths to live life as it leads, in a nurturing ambience, along with inspirational spiritual education that helps bring out the best and achieve one's highest potential.
Youth across the world can come and spend an year in Ananda Yogam to work on you, to discover your future, to discover your destiny or recreate your destiny. I'll open my house for you for 1 year completely free. Come and stay here, discover and recreate your destiny.
Interviews at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru. 97422 03311 080 2720 2084. Discover the secrets of health and wealth in one package. For the first time, a 2-day health and wealth workshop by Paramahamsa Nithyananda. % healing for a range of ailments. Wipe out illness from body, mind and being. Awaken your body's natural intelligence and healing powers. Overcome stress and powerfully resolve your wealth-related conflicts. Discover the secrets of creating and celebrating wealth.
Let me tell you step by step how you build the patterns. First, the memory. Morning 7 o'clock, coffee is very nice. After 1 month, it becomes samskara, engram. Morning 7 o'clock, I should have coffee. After 1 year, it becomes muscle memory. Means morning 7 o'clock, if I don't get coffee, I will feel little low mood. I will feel low, feel little irritated.
Dynamic interactive awareness sessions that reveal the secrets of a perfect health and having abundance in wealth.
I will have headache. That is biomemory. After 6-7 years or 10 years, really one day you are caught somewhere, you are not able to get coffee and having headache, rolling on the ground. That is DNA level. Now understand how the memory becomes samskara, engram. Engram becomes pattern. Pattern becomes muscle memory. Muscle memory becomes biomemory. Biomemory becomes DNA level pattern.
Intense meditations and kriyas that holistically instill a transformed health and wealth consciousness in you. At Baroda, from March 24th to March 25th, 2012. Contact 91-851-11 25239.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Nirahara Samyama, successfully 5th day running. And the Samyama, 19th day successfully. In Bhagavadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 10th verse.
Yogi yunjita satatam atmanam rahasi sthitah ekaki yata chittatma nirashira parigraha.
Yogi yungita sadatam atmanam rahasi sthitah ekaki yata chittatma nirashihi aparigraha. The one who feels the same towards an affectionate person, a friend, an enemy, the indifferent, the neutral, the hateful one, the unfriendly, the noble one, or a sinner. Yogi yungita sadatam atmanam rahasi sthitah ekaki yata chittatma nirashir aparigraha. The translation: the contemplative sage, saint, having subdued his thoughts and character, his identity being free from desires, with an attitude of renunciation seated within oneself in aloneness, should continuously connect with higher consciousness by unclutching. The Jivan Mukta, having subdued his thoughts and character, identity being free from desires, with an attitude of renunciation, seated within oneself in aloneness, should continuously connect with higher consciousness by unclutching. Now Bhagavan actually enters into the straight technique of unclutching. Yogi yungita satatam atmanam rahasi sthitah. Having subdued his thoughts and identity, being free from desires. I tell you, subduing identity, subduing thoughts anybody can do. It's not a big thing, I tell you. Thoughts can be reduced very easily with any simple technique. I know one sadhu. I have seen him day in and day out in Rishikesh. Whole day, the only work he will do is wash his kamandalu, the water pot. It will be just shining. But do you know, the most funny thing, he has less thoughts, very less thoughts. His only focus is that his kamandalu should not become dirty. His water pot should not be dirty. That's where everything stops. Any simple technique, even technique like washing your water pot, can bring your thoughts down. That is not a big thing. Subduing the identity means thoughts are food, identity is person who eats. Who eats should be subdued, not just the food. The identity grows, expands with thought. Reducing thought is not a big thing. Actually, without touching the identity, reducing the thoughts is very easy. I have seen a yogi standing on his one leg for more than 12 years in Kumbh Mela during my Parivrajaka time. He really had a very reduced thought state. But unfortunately, the attention people give because of his tapas has made his identity swollen like his leg, one leg on which he was standing. One leg on which he was standing was swollen. Same way, because the attention he enjoys from people, his identity was swollen. It is very easy to have less number of thoughts if your identity is getting more and more boosting. If the identity is not touched, it is very easy to have less number of thoughts. When the identity is touched, almost like a honeycomb, how if the honeycomb is touched, the bees comes out, like the thoughts comes out. I have seen many of my ashramites, they will really be having very less thoughts, calm, composed. Just poke at their identity once. People whom they don't like, or there is a hatred, just one word from that person, like a honeycomb, whoosh, all the thoughts will come up. The whole pus will come out. If your identity is not touched, having less number of thoughts is not a big thing. Once, Kuppammal, my mentor and guru, she was really worthy of that word. Vibhudanandapuri. She told me that you need to learn how to drop the identity. 15-year-old boy, what will I understand? I said, you tell me what I should do, I'll do. She gave me a begging bowl and told me, go around and beg all over the city and come back. My grandfather is a big guy in that village. So, till death, he was the head of the Rice Merchants Association. See, rice is the biggest business in that area. For 3 states, that one city supplies rice. That's the largest rice market in all these 3 states, Pondicherry, Tamil Nadu and Andhra. That city fell somehow in the center place. Even the Tanjore rice comes there, gets sold and goes to different places. It became like a rice route. Growing itself is not that huge, but the marketing and the rice mills, huge number of rice mills, getting the crops and cleaning and making it into a rice and branding and marketing. Still my father's side people are involved. Till the death, my mother's father, he was the head of the Rice Merchants Association. Means morning he will fix the price of the rice. And even now my father's uncle is the largest rice mill owner. He owns some 7 rice mills or not. Their family only donated our Thiruvannamalai Ashram land. Actually, Thiruvannamalai Ashram, both lands. One land was given from my father's side, other land was given by my mother's side. Pre-monastic relatives, they gave the land. They donated both the properties. Anyhow, rich guys, rich family background. But I have to go around begging. Then slowly, I picked up my bowl and said, all right, I'll go for begging. Then she gave me the kavi to wear and I put on my kavi. There is a unique way of wearing. One cloth, one knot in the back. So that is the way you have to go for begging. It's called unjavritti in Tamil. I don't know whether it's a Sanskrit word. Even in North this word is used or not, I don't know, but in South they use the word unjavritti. So with a begging bowl I started. I went to the same streets where all my family is having shop. Pre-monastic family, they all have their different shops, rice. They're all into this business, rice and cooking items, dal, oil, all this, like a general store. Anyhow, I did not have any problem, but all of them had a problem. They all know I am a little crazy, but they did not expect I will go to this extreme. And the first shop itself, they caught hold of me. What for you came? I said, don't ask all that. I am a sadhu now. I am asking you for bhiksha. Will you give or not? You tell, I am going for the next shop. Don't disturb my business. If somebody comes and sits in your shop and goes on poking at you, your business will be disturbed. And don't disturb my business. Then finally, my grandfather's shop, he caught hold of me and said, how much you need to stop this begging? What is your amount? Target, tell me that. I'll give the whole, keep quiet and go back. And I can't handle this phone call from every shop. Those days phone has come. It will be big and create a big sound, crang, crang, crang. Huge sound, no cell phones those days, but the phone has come. I cannot handle this phone call those days, only 4 numbers those days. No, 4 numbers. And local call means 4 numbers. And he is telling, for last half an hour only these phone calls I am attending. From every shop they are calling me. I can't handle this nuisance. How much you need totally, tell me. I said there is no goal. Kuppamal told me that I have to beg all over the city. Yes, she has given the route also. She knows. And I did not have any problem. Finally, he said, talking to you is no use. I will call that old lady and talk to her directly. Raghupati Yogi is very close with my grandfather. So immediately he sent a person to get Raghupati Yogi. Kuppamal can't move freely here and there. But Raghupati Yogi was very healthy till the death. So he sent a person to bring Raghupati Yogi, so that I can be advised, I will stop this. But before he could come, I left. And I went round. There was a shop. My classmate, it is her father's shop, a girl, my classmate. So I am going and standing there. She was also sitting in the shop. And she said, you have gone completely crazy. You became mad. And now you are begging also. I told you so many times not to go to that lady, means Kuppamal. Be with that old lady continuously. Now you see, you have become beggar. I tell you, I could see very clearly the body which is standing and begging is different. I am different. Ultimate ability is ability to renounce the desire to be a hero. Ability to renounce the identity I tell you. It is that training which protected or still protects, saves me during this whole identity crisis. See, the attack on me was not defamation. It was literally creating identity crisis. Please understand. Defamation is different. Trying to create identity crisis is different. Attack on me from 2010 is not just defamation. Trying to create identity crisis. Trying to completely confuse people about who am I, who I am. And they tried their best even to confuse me. See, if constantly 3 years somebody tells you you are a cheat, you are cheat, you are cheat, you may start thinking, am I really cheating? You may start thinking when you sit in the morning Pada Puja, people are worshipping me, am I really cheat? Not once I doubted me. How can I doubt me? It seems somebody who left the ashram, one ex-brahmacharini, was telling another one devotee, if people put complete faith on me or you, even we can heal. I was laughing. Even you don't put your whole faith on you. Who will put their whole faith on you? People don't need to put their whole faith on you for you to heal them. You need to put your whole faith on you. Not a moment I had a doubt. Understand? It is very easy to live even if the whole world doubts you. It is impossible to live even if you doubt yourself for a moment. You can't live if you doubt yourself. After all this, I have not doubted myself for a moment because I have experienced myself. I have seen the beautiful side of me, the graceful side of me. When I saw the graceful side of me, I just fell in love with myself. So even when Kalabhairava decides to punish people, I can see very clearly, it is because of his compassion to the larger part of humanity. And these people are begging punishment, what to do? They are not ready to keep quiet. I have seen the most graceful side of me. Never, never, never have a doubt. Neither had nor having, will never have. I could see very clearly. Even though I will not go to the school regularly, I had a very good friendship and respect from all my classmates, batchmates, with everybody. Whether it is boys or girls, I can look back, and even people who lived around me those days as my classmates, many of them are devotees and some of them are even in the ashram, doing volunteering and all that. My roommate who was there in my room for more than 3 to 4 years is in the ashram as a volunteer. Sometimes I talk to them. The people who studied with me in the school are there in the ashram as volunteer. People who studied with me in the polytechnic, who is the roommate in the polytechnic, who used to sleep next to me. Those days in the polytechnic there was no carts, it was only mat, and the place will be allotted by painting on the floor. So my next block, they call it, for each mat they will put a paint on the floor. And they will put number also, 16, 15, 17, 18. My next number guy, he is in the ashram as a volunteer. And my roommate in Ramakrishna Math, he comes to the ashram regularly as a volunteer. Sometimes I used to talk to them. I asked them, do you see any change in my lifestyle? They said, nothing, Swamiji. So the moment this girl, my classmate, she started screaming, you became mad, you are begging, your life is going to be beggar and all that, she started screaming. Then her father got angry with her. He said, either give something or keep quiet. Why are you abusing him? The father started telling, maybe he is doing it for some spiritual reason, because in South India it is very well known. You go to beg for 3 Saturday and whatever comes, take it to the Tirupati, go by walk to Tirupati and offer it in the undi. It's a tradition. So he was telling, maybe he is begging for the Venkateshwara. How do you know? It's a tradition. Even now they do. That, especially this month only it starts. This is the month. 3 Saturday they will go to house and beg. Whatever comes, with that they will carry the whole thing. Maybe rice or money, silver, gold, whatever people give, they will carry the whole thing. They will go by walk to Tirumala and offer it in the hundi. Anyhow, I did not bother. When I finished the whole thing and came, she asked me only one thing. She was sitting in the house, I don't know who gave her a report. She asked me only one thing. How did you feel when people were screaming at you? I said, this body which is standing is different, I am different. She said, you are a brahmachari. Then she asked me, did you go to your classmate's shop? That was a big shop, well-known shop. I said, yes, I went. What did your classmate tell you? I said she was screaming, I became mad, and she was abusing me, abusing you. That I became mad. She asked me, what did you feel exactly at that moment? I said, I was very clear. This body is different, which she is abusing. I am different. I never felt attacked or disturbed. I tell you, the capacity to stand with a begging bowl without having an identity is the most difficult thing. That helps me still now to stand with the begging bowl in front of my disciples. Never ever think I'm head of my disciples. No. It is literally with a begging bowl only, the whole thing runs. Only one difference is, nowadays I beg to drop their identity into my pot, which is the Brahma Kapala, which sucks their identity and eats. Few days before, I was telling you one important thing. The ability to give up anything. And today I tell you, you are a sadhu only if you are able to touch anybody's feet, whoever you feel is your enemy. I have seen sadhus giving up multi-crore properties in their hometown, leaving everything and going to Himalayas. And there they will find a small place where they sit and beg or eat their food in the ashram or bandara or in the temple. Now I know one fellow is from Coimbatore Counter community. He left a property, big property near a place called Sulur. He is a sadhu now in Rishikesh. There is a Kartikeya ashram there, which is in the name of Subramanya. He left crores of property here and went away there to become a sadhu. There I saw him fighting for the place in the Bandara. I laughed. I tell you, when I made a statement, all my sadhus, all my ashramites should practice this habit of non-possessiveness. Anything is around me belongs to whole world. Anybody wants, they can take it. Same way, a sadhu, all my ashramites, please understand, this is the instruction to all the devotees, viewers, visitors. But this is the Guruvak for all the ashramites and sadhus and sannyasis and jivan muktas. Understand, I am spelling it out very clearly. Ability to drop your identity in front of anyone is the quality of sadhu, and I wanted this to be a Guruvak to all my ashramites. What is there? You think all the abuse I am going through, I am worthy of it? It is excess being done on me. But that is the way life is. That is the way humanity is. That is because you did not become enlightened few thousand years before and serve the humanity. I am struggling all alone. See, lakhs of people died in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. All the people who are dead, are they worthy of the death? Now hundreds, I don't know hundreds, maybe 50, 60 people, I think, died in Sivarasi. Do you know the funny thing? It's of course not funny thing, terrible thing. In that whole group of people who are dead, I think 56 or 58, I don't know the exact number. Only one person was working in that firecracker industry. All the fellows who are working in the industry who came to watch and rescue, 57 people who came to watch and rescue were dead. When they saw the name list, only one person who was actually working was dead. If they listened to the police and everybody is flooded, see, all the workers are flooded. They all have saved themselves. One big group came there. The police has said, you don't go for rescuing people. We will go. You don't know, don't do. But curiosity, India, it's a religion. If few people are standing and seeing, you have to put your nose to find out what is going on inside. Now people are telling me, we are not able to reach out to people, teach meditation, nothing. Go to any big park on the main street, 4 or 5 of you stand round and watch inside. Let one fellow be doing inside one kriya or meditation, Nithyananda. In 5 minutes there will be traffic jam in that road. The whole crowd will be standing around you and watching inside, what is he doing? Now I tell you, see, make one person to sit and do Guru Puja, and 5, 6 of you just stand around. You should stand around such a way from distance they should not be able to see what is going on inside. Only when they come near and put their head, they should be able to see what is going on inside. Stand like that. It's a powerful technique. You try. All you need is 5 people. 1 to do Guru Puja, 4 to hide and stand. In 10 minutes you will see the whole street traffic jam, the whole crowd will be standing and watching what is he doing. Till the end of Guru Puja, he should not open his mouth to answer any question. And I tell you, not a single fellow will leave. That extraordinary curiosity. These fellows came and were standing and lost a life. They are not worthy of what has been done to them, but that is life. Standing up even when the life and humanity does not behave dharmically to you is Jivan Mukti. Standing up with your clear dharma, even when the humanity and society does not treat you with dharma, is Jivan Mukti. I tell you, even if the society behaves with you dharmically, you behaving adharmically is a demon. When society behaves you dharmically, you behave dharmically, is a good person. When society behaves you adharmically, you behave dharmically, is Jivan Mukta. Even if the people around you, when they don't behave dharmically, stand up on your dharma. That is what is subduing the identity. This is the second Guru Vak I am giving you guys. Ability to drop the identity. I tell you, when you are able to drop the identity, all the problems you have will not have a chilli, the anger. Even if you have a problem, both of you will sit together and understand more and more. Every interaction with other person should create more intimacy, more trust on that person over you, more trust for you over that person. If your every interaction with every individual creates only trust on both sides, you are free from identity. I tell you, you are a Jivan Mukta. You are a Jivan Mukta. The ability to drop the identity is Jivan Mukti. I tell you one more secret. As long as you have certain identity, you will always feel society is adharmic towards you. It is a basic secret. Your logic is with pus. It sees only from your side, never from the other side. If I judge whatever is done to me by the society is adharmic, my logic becomes logic with pus. Fortunately, I never judged. Society is not a group of people. Please understand, society is the other person. It is not collective. Even a single person is society. Whom you hate, whom you think you can't work with, whom you think is worst person you have seen in your life is society for you. I tell you, if you have somebody as your enemy and feel This fellow's patterns, he cannot come out and he will suffer. He has to be given suffering when you feel. Understand, now God is sending you the diagnosis. Exactly you have the same problem. He is giving you the possibility to diagnose you. Most fortunate human being is a human being who does not suspect himself, who does not doubt himself, who is able to put completely his faith wholly on himself. You putting your whole faith on you does not happen by you convincing you, but it happens only by you dropping your identity by you. Go round. Whoever you think as your enemy, again and again sit with them and express your opinions towards what you carry towards them, and let them express what they carry towards. One more funny thing you will realize, whom you think as the important enemy in your life may not be thinking you as the important enemy in his life. I have seen love is always a triangular affair on the planet Earth. Hatred is always quadrangular affair on the planet Earth. Understand? If you are loving somebody, that person is loving somebody else. If you are hating somebody as an enemy, that person is hating somebody else. It is never a straight line. It's a law. One point is loving the other point means, be very clear, the other point is loving the other point, not this point. The other point which he is in love, see, A is in love with B, B will never be in love with A, it will be only in love with C, C may be in love with A. And same way hatred. A may be having the enmity towards B, B may be having the enmity only with C, never with A. Even if the B wants to have enmity with A, it will have in his heart only C as an enemy. C may be having enmity with A. Please understand, it is a law. You will never have a complete enmity with your direct enemy, who is supposed to be your enemy. So whoever you think as your enemy is not real enemy. It's a law. These are all sarvabhaumya, universal laws. I'm giving you an example. One thing you need to be very clear, your logic has no capacity to find your enemy. So whoever you think is your enemy is not your enemy. When you sit with him, open up, you will realize that person is having somebody else as their main enemy. So when he goes and sits with the other person, he will realize he is having somebody else as his main enemy. Love or hatred is triangle. In the planet Earth, neither love nor hatred is straight line. Only when you become nobody, you become center of millions of people's love. And same way, millions of people's hatred. But you neither love them back nor hate them back. You are just a black hole sucking the whole thing, where they disappear. I tell you, whether by love or by hate, if you come near me, you are gone. When you disappear into me, by love, it is called enlightenment. When you disappear into me due to hatred, it is called pralaya. That's all. But you dissolve into me. That is what Bhagavan shows when he was giving the Vishwarupa Darshana. Vishwarupa is beautifully described. There are many rishis, sadhus, sages, saints in the parts of Krishna's Vishwarupa, and millions of demons, devils, Gauravas, Rakshasas being chewed by the Krishna's mouth, disappearing into the fire which is coming out of Krishna's mouth. It means what? Both are disappearing into him. Ability to give up the identity, subduing the identity, even in the worldly life. Even if you say, practically I have to see, I am talking to you, understanding all the practicalities. Please understand, whoever is listening to me, to all of you I am telling you very clearly, I know all the situations you would have gone through, going through, will go through. With that authority I am telling you, this truth which I am uttering is the truth for all of you at all times to be practiced, to be lived, not to be compromised at any time, what you call as practical situations. What Swamiji said is right, but in this situation, even if he was here, he wouldn't have behaved like that. He wouldn't have given his identity. I know. Go to hell. No. I am telling you, in all possible situations, this is the truth. Ability to let go the identity makes you the hero whose identity can never be destroyed. I want those heroes around me. They are Jivan Muktas. I tell you, your identity costs you only your life, nothing else. If I am supporting your ego and identity, you are doomed. If I am not touching your ego and identity, you are in waiting list. If I am hitting at it straight, you are blessed. Unfortunately, for many people, many times I support. It is the identity with which your heart associates yourself. That should become sadhu, chilliless, angerless, violentless. Then you will become the center of creativity. You will express so much of the leadership quality, ability to inspire. Ability to inspire is nothing but ability to inspire yourself. Early morning, 6 o'clock, if you are able to inspire yourself to get you out of your bed and go to Akada and do the yoga, you will have the ability to inspire others. That's all. The ability to inspire can never be a cunning technical game. No. If you are able to inspire yourself to come and sit for the satsang every day and listen to these great truths and live this, you will be simply able to inspire your subordinates, your assistants, and make them do the job as you want, and you will be able to lead them with an inspiration. Morning, when you wake up, see your mood. Are you getting out of your bed and going to Akada because Swamiji will fire you? I tell you, all your subordinates are going to be working around you just because you fire them. Never inspired way. If you don't know the right words to inspire you, you will not know the right words to inspire others. There are many, I don't get their darshan at all in the morning. Understand? If you are able to inspire yourself to drop the identity, you will be able to inspire everyone to drop the identity. I tell you, in the love, you are hitting the wrong wall. In the hatred, you are hitting the wrong wall. In the love, you are in love with somebody and you constantly go towards that person. And suddenly you will realize that person is going towards somebody else. Then you will be disillusioned. And all your love will be lost. Same way only I tell you. In the hatred also you are traveling towards somebody and that somebody will be traveling towards somebody else. And suddenly you will be disillusioned and you will say, God, I wasted my whole life on the hatred with this fellow. For example, A hates B. B might have done 1 or 2 activities against the A, but in B's heart, A is not the enemy. In his heart, enemy is somebody else. C is the enemy. This is the way the whole world goes on. When you love the person and that same person loves you back to the same amount, what happens is enlightenment through tantra, union. When you hate somebody and the same person hates you in the same level, what happens is pralaya. But unfortunately, both does not happen in the planet Earth at all. Very rare. If I have to give one example, 2 persons loving each other to the same amount, falling in love with both equally. I can give the example of Shiva and Parvati, Radha and Krishna, Sharada and Ramakrishna. Rarely. That's all. Not even a handful. I don't even have one example of that 2 persons hating each other. At least for love I gave 2-3 examples. For the hatred I don't even have one example. Because Sumba Nisumbas, they were in love with Parvati, but Parvati had enmity towards Sumba Nisumbas. In turn, Tarakasura had enmity with Parvati. Parvati did not have enmity with Tarakasura. I tell you, whoever you think as your worst enemy are not your enemies. Who thinks you as the worst enemy will never be felt by you as the worst enemy. Because the enemy or the friend is based on your perception, which is itself is unstable. You are constantly building multi-story towers on the earth, which is going through earthquakes. It's a technical term. Tectonic plates. You are building skyscrapers on tectonic plates. Your hatred, your love, your friend, your enemy are all skyscrapers. But you are installing it on tectonic plates. Bhagavan is very clear. Subdue your identity. It's time. But I have not completed this verse. I will continue. I only spoke on one word. Please understand. I only spoke on one word, yogi yunjita sadatam, that's all. Because this one understanding is the biggest problem. Your whole life is wasted on just protecting the identity which is going to ditch you end of the day, end of the life. When you are about to leave the body, you will see so much of pus, bio-memories all around you, and you will ask your identity, what is this? I trusted you and acted my whole life guided by you and did whatever you wanted. Now you are showing this is what is my bio-memory. He will just raise his hand and put his hands up and say, I don't know. Hey, what do you mean you don't know? Answer me. When you catch his collar, you will understand only cloth is that the person has disappeared already. He is a ghost. He might be feasting with your enemy and saying, see, secretly I have done the job you wanted to do. People who realize the conspiracies done against them by their identity are Jivan Muktas. But you go around and dig out and find out, even if it is not there, you imagine that so many fellows are doing conspiracy against you. But you never suspect the conspiracy is getting done by your own identity against you. Blessed are those who understand the conspiracy is done against them by their identity. Cursed are those who never doubt the conspiracy is done to them, done against them by their own identity. If you are able to beg food and your needs from the people, you grow as a sadhu. If you are able to drop your identity and beg forgiveness from other identities, you become Jivan Mukta. If you are able to beg others to drop their identity, you become incarnation. Understand? I am not asking you guys to go around and beg for food. That will be easy for you guys to do. That will not have much impact. But if you can go around and beg for the forgiveness what other identities think as the hurt by you, please understand, what you think as the hurt you caused to others is not the real hurt. What they think, because many times what you think as a hurt you caused may not be hurt for them. What they think as the hurt is the real hurt you caused to them. Same way, what you think as the hurt others have caused you, they may not even as caused it consciously. Understand? What you think as the hurt others have caused you, they may not even caused consciously. So know how to forgive them. Same way, what others think as the hurt caused by you, you may not even be aware. So ask them to forgive you. This is the science of forgiving. Science of gracefully moving ahead. I tell you, in the life, anybody who thrives will be with renunciation. Person who thrives naturally comes with new situation, lifestyle, thinking trend, atmosphere, furniture, everything. Person with renunciation thrives. Person who is thriving will always be endowed with renunciation. The moment money comes, your whole mental setup is new. If your mental setup is not becoming new, the money which came will not stand with you. So thriving happens on renunciation. Renunciation is the ground on which the thriving seed thrives. Thriving thrives on you only when you are made out of renunciation. The ability to renounce the identities constantly is thriving. Person who thrives with the ability to renounce identities is Jivan Mukta. I am giving you one more definition of enlightenment. Being who is capable of thriving continuously by renouncing the old identities is living enlightenment. Do not wait for the wounds in you to be healed by others. Do not wait for the wounds in others to be healed in course of time. Do not wait for others to come and heal the pain you are carrying inside you. Do not wait for the other person's wounds to be healed in course of time. Means you be proactive, healing the wound and pain in others' heart. Same way, you be proactive in healing the wounds and pains inside you by dropping it. Your enemy is not your enemy. Your friend is not your friend. Whom you are hating for ages and years might be doing good to you. Whom you are loving and having friendship for ages may be in love with somebody else. I'll continue on this same verse again in tomorrow's satsang. Today I give this as a teaching to all the disciples, visitors, viewers. This as a Guru Vak to all the disciples, sannyasis, sadhus and ashramites. So all the ashramites, sannyasis, sadhus, before you come tomorrow to the morning satsang, take at least 10 effort to heal whom you think as your top 10 enemies and discover the truth. Your top 10 are having somebody else as their top 10. Your top number 1 may not be having you as the number 1 in his hit list. He may be having you only as a number 8 or 9 in his hit list. And who is in his hit list as a number 1 may not even appear in your hit list. Identity is a confused reality. When the love and hatred falls into the confusion of triangle, what you call that whole as is identity. When I said as, I meant 2s. When I said whole, remove the W. That is what we call identity. As whole. I want you to understand without S and W is identity. No, nobody will forget.
The first question today is from Nidhi from Vizag, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, is there such a thing as objective reality, or is the world nothing but a reflection of my perceptions? Can you also give me some signs to distinguish between reality and fantasy?
Nidhi, first thing you need to know, whatever you understand as reality, the dimensions like a size, shape, quality, your association of good and bad with it, all that, even one quality does not exist in objective reality. Please understand. If you think this is wall, this is not wall. Whatever you understand, why this wall, what this wall does, how it looks, what it is, who built, is it good for me, bad for me, all concepts you have about the wall is not there actually on the wall. So in a way I can say there is no such thing as objective reality and there is something called objective reality. There is no such thing as objective reality is also true. There is objective reality is also true. Understand? I tell you there is no such thing as objective reality because anything you see, you perceive, does not exist as you perceive. And I tell you there is objective reality. Why you know? Because you may be liberated from this wall, but the other person who is not liberated will continue to see this wall as objective reality. Because of that, I tell objective reality exists. But I tell you, for you, objective reality does not exist. So, the right truth, objective reality does not exist for you, but the objective reality exists for the objects you see in objective reality. But as the objective reality does not exist for you itself, how can the objects you see in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? As the objective reality perceived by you itself is not reality, how can the objective reality perceived by the objects which you perceive in the objective reality can be objective reality for you? Listen to the statement again. As the objective reality which you perceive itself is not an objective reality for you, then how can the objects you perceive in the objective reality can have the objective reality which you perceive as the objective reality which is not an objective reality? So, what you know as reality is nothing but the perversion of your fantasy. What you know as fantasy is nothing but the perversion of your reality. When you go beyond what you know as reality and fantasy, you see N reality, which is N reality. In enlightened reality, there is no space for fantasy, reality, reality-based fantasy, fantasy-based reality. Fantasy-based reality is deities, reality-based fantasy is theme parks. Reality-based reality is enlightened reality, fantasy-based fantasy is your dreams. The reality-based reality awakens in you when you understand neither reality-based fantasies and fantasy-based realities and reality does not lead you to reality. The reality fantasy reality, reality fantasy is all finally your reality fantasy leading you from fantasy reality to reality fantasy. Finally, only when you drop everything, the reality expresses itself beyond reality. Let you all achieve, experience, live and express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vandapavinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
Successfully, hundreds of participants have completed Nirahara Samyama level 2, 4th batch today. Understand? This instruction is only for ashramites and the samyama participants. All the ashramites and the samyama participants, please understand, eat when you feel like. Do not have a law not to eat or to have a regular diet pattern. No. Do not have both. Don't have the habit that I will eat in time, regularly, 2 meals or 3 meals a day. No. Same way, don't have a law, I will not eat at all. The real samyama happens when you don't even have the vow of samyama and feel like I'm not eating at all and move with the flow. I tell you, I don't feel like eating at all. Only when I see the body becomes too hot and needs something, I pour some juice. So, you don't even need to restrict yourself only to juice. You can even eat solid food whenever you feel like. But make sure neither the visualization of the food or the smell of the food or your mind interferes in the samyama and asks you to eat. Only like a casually, all right, today some temple prasadam has come. Come on, let me put it in the mouth. Try to learn to live like a god. Gods do not have vow not to eat. They just do not feel like. So live like a gods on the planet Earth. I think now, especially these samyama participants have been really trained. So now, from today, all the ashramites who are doing Nirahara Samyama and Disamyama, all the Disamyama participants, all of you will end the vow. You will not have this vow anymore. Feel like? Have it. Don't feel like? Leave it. So the Samyama out of freedom, Samyama out of joy, not out of vow. I tell you, then body just jumps into a new kind of wellness. It jumps into a new kind of that feeling well. So today onwards, you will do something called unique free samyama. The samyama without the vow. So, from today, you will have samyama without vow. And today I have something unique from our Siddha products release. Officially, Dhyanapidam's Kadakai Podi and Kadakai tablets. It's a Sarvaroga Nivarani. I am very happy to release this too. This is the only thing which I take regularly. I think I don't need to introduce about Kadaka Pudi anymore. All of you know the power of it. It increases the oxygen flow in the blood 300%. And we call it in Sanskrit Haritaki. And the exact meaning of the word Haritaki means the drop of the nectar fell from Indra's cup and that drop is Haritaki. I can say it's 100% true. It is nectar. It is nectar. I tell you guys, this is the most powerful spiritual cleanser. I wanted to give the title. Not just body cleanser. Because when the oxygen level in the body increases 300%, it directly works on your non-mechanical parts of the brain. When the non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened, then all the spiritual truths are understood. You will be able to grasp all the spiritual truths and live. So, not only that, from now, In all Akashic reading sessions, Kalabhairava Darshans, Haritaki will be given as a prasadam. Haritaki is the Kalabhairava's prasada. Kalabhairava should be offered Haritaki and this should be shared as a prasadam of Kalabhairava among the devotees. And all our devotees, every month on Chitra Nakshatram and Ashtami should do. Ashtami is the Tithi for Kalabhairava and the Tithi in which Swamiji was born. We should have Kalabhairava Puja, Kalabhairava's worship. And should have this Haritaki as prasadam, share with everybody. I am doing some more research. Is there a food item cooked adding Haritaki? If that is there, we will make that as a compulsory in our Anna Mandir. Nothing like Haritaki. That is the really nectar from Devaloka. Let's start today morning satsang in Bhagavadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 23rd verse.
Tam vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga sangitam sanishchayena yoktavyaha yogo nirvinna chetasa.
Tam vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga sanyitam sanischayena yoktavyaha yogaha anirvinna chetasa. The translation: understand that separation from being absorbed with suffering is termed as feeling connection, and this has to be practiced with a conviction, with an insight that does not pull you down. Understand? Do not deviate from your spiritual practice. Let me give you the sacred secrets Bhagavan Sri Krishna reveals from this verse. First, separating yourself from the suffering is sadhana. Second, the separation happens only when you have the feeling connection towards something which never brings suffering to you. What we call in Sanskrit bhakti, feeling connection. Third, do not deviate from that bhakti and feeling connection, otherwise you will be pulled down. These three basic secrets, sacred secrets, is revealed by Bhagavan in this verse. Tam vidya dukkha samyogaha viyogam yoga sanchitam sanischayena yoktavyaha yogaha anirvinna chetasaha. Actually, this is the right message from Bhagavan for all the NSP participants, because today is the 4th day. The program will end. From tomorrow, whether you are going to meditate or not, who knows? Whether you are going to continue your spiritual practice or not, who knows? So this is the farewell message from Bhagavan. Let you not disconnect yourself from the sacred spiritual practices, sadhana. Let the sadhana not be the choice. Let sadhana be the survival need. Do not break the regular spiritual practice of unclutching yourself from suffering. Please understand. One of the biggest mistake many of the devotees do is they think, oh, why unnecessarily sit and unclutch? I'll just remember Swamiji and he's there all the time in my heart. But if you don't do sadhana, even your feeling connection with me, the bhakti towards me will naturally be destroyed. It is only by sadhana the feeling connection is strengthened and you grow. I tell you, if you stop the habit of unclutching from the suffering without doing the regular practice, then the layers and layers of the suffering increases. Suddenly one day you are completely disconnected and you are not able to relate with the master at all. Even the strong remembrance does not put you into the joy and ecstasy, does not put you into enlightenment, does not put you into that feeling connection. Then you say, I think I lost my spiritual strength and life, and you succumb. Succumbing to the injuries and dying is the right example I'll give for succumbing to the sufferings and falling into depression. I have seen hundreds of people, just because did not do the spiritual practice regularly, every day, lose the ability to unclutch from suffering and ability to retain the spiritual connection and succumb to the worldly patterns and destroy themselves. That is what Bhagavan calls Uttared Atmanatmanam Atmanam Avasadayet. Your own self should be the friend. If not, your own self will be your enemy. So continuously practice the presence of God and ability to unclutch from the sufferings, from the things which pulls you down. It is unfortunate, many times you enjoy sufferings, you like them, because that gives you a kind of a feeling that you can always put the blame on somebody else. Why do people like suffering, Just to say their inability. But when suffering becomes pattern, life is destroyed. I have seen many times, people don't unclutch from suffering just to blame everybody else in their life. See, I am suffering because of this fellow, this fellow, this fellow, this fellow, this fellow. By the time you finish pointing the fingers, the suffering has already become pattern in you. When the suffering becomes pattern in you, your life is destroyed. Essence of this verse: continuously practice the ability to unclutch from sufferings. Let your practice from unclutching the sufferings not stop. Let it not get disturbed. Let it not be broken. Let it not pull you down. The broken spiritual practice means you are allowing your patterns to pull you down. That's it. Meditate on this one verse continuously for next 24 hours. Tam vidya dukkha samyoga viyogam yoga sanjitam sanischayena yoktavyaha yogo nirvinna chetasaha. Meditate on this one concept. Gaudapada, a great master, the Shankara's Paramaguru, Adi Shankara's Paramaguru, maybe who is a contemporary of Triniana Sambandar, in his Karika beautifully describes a concept. Just as the ocean can be emptied with the help of the tip of the blade, which can hold just a drop, so also can the control of the mind be brought about by absence of depression. Utsheka udadir yatvat kushagre naika binduna manaso nigrahastatvat bhavet apariketataha. Gautapata very beautifully says, by the practice anything is possible. You can even empty the ocean with the kusa grass, a small grass with a continuous effort for years. Same way, even if that can be possible, why not conquering the mind by the absence of depression? It is possible.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
Yoga, 8th verse.
ज्ञान विज्ञान तृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इत्युज्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः
ज्ञान विज्ञान तृप्तात्मा कूटस्थो विजितेन्द्रियः युक्त इति उच्यते योगी समलोष्टाश्मकाञ्चनः. The one who is fulfilled with the awakening of consciousness and intelligence, who remains firmly established by overcoming the patterns, who is intense and who views with impartiality whether it is a lump of mud, a stone or gold, is said to be united, means achieved the ultimate. Now Bhagavan is straight landing on the root patterns of the mind. Understand? Let me repeat the sacred secrets in this verse. One who is fulfilled with the awakening of conscious and intelligence, who remains firmly established by overcoming all the patterns, who is intense and who views with impartiality whether it is lump of mud, a stone or gold. Bhagavan is hitting at the root of ignorance. Please understand. What is really taking us away from being centered on contentment? What is it? It takes your contentment away. The idea of money. You feel somebody has more than you. So only when you have more and more, you will be able to do what you want. Only that leads to contentment. That is the idea of money. What is idea of money? Who makes gold valuable? Who makes dollar currency valuable? Again, it is the law established. Please understand. It is not always greed. You can say maybe gold people have started becoming greedy because of that color and shining and all that. What about currency? Why people become greedy? Because of the law established, the fear created, the commonly accepted. Please understand. Commonly accepted mutual ideas, mutual understandings. In the beginning, when everybody wants gold, then king would have made a rule. This will be valued because less available, more needed. Then the laws evolved. The value, weight, sharing, giving, taking, holding. Then when the stealing has started, laws to punish the people who steal, everything has started evolving. Even now, what keeps the dollar's value? If you are not ready to do your trades on dollar, there is every possibility you will be attacked later on. Please understand how the value of the currencies are added or reduced. How much is needed in the world? I have to talk revealing the deeper secrets of the human mind, how the human mind functions. Who makes you believe you having the gold or having money, currency in your bank balance is a security for you? The laws created. Why those laws stand alive? The fear created. How the whole fear and the law is sustained. Again, based on the demand and supply. Why should law make gold as an important thing? Because less supply, more demand. Why the stones don't have value but diamonds have value? Because less supply, more demand. And I tell you, the diamond industries, they try to keep the supply less to keep the value high. If they open their whole market, whatever is available to the market, it will be less than stone. The value will be less than stone. What is the difference between a stone and diamond? Only one difference. Less supply, more demand. Otherwise there are more shining stones than diamond. It is not just shining, makes it valuable. It is the collective unconscious decisions which are made and continuously being maintained. If you just remove few people who are maintaining this collective unconscious understandings from the top, the whole thing will collapse, tumble down. In the world there is a constant fight. How I say, the people who maintain the collective unconscious understandings as the social system, if those few pins are removed, the whole system will collapse. Same way, the communists say, the few spiritual leaders who maintain the collective myth of enlightenment, if they are removed, the whole system will tumble down. I look at their system as a myth, and they look at my system as myth. But whose system makes people's life more blissful? Whose system makes people's life more conscious? Whose system makes people's life more celebrating? There are only three systems. Systems where power is made to be believed by mass as important. System where money is made to be believed as important. System where enlightenment is made to be believed as important. I wanted you to know, please understand, power is fear-based system, money is greed-based system, enlightenment is freedom-based system. And people who are not ready to bother or get into any of these three systems are the Shudras. There are only three systems. See all over the world, the fellows who feel poor in power, only they lead revolutions and lead all independent struggles. What is independence? Come on, let us be open. Today I am going to pull down all the economical, political structures. I am going to expose the hypocrisy. Unless you understand the truths properly, neither the corruption will be avoided, nor the political murders will be avoided. Understand, the world is suffering with these two major diseases, corruption, When I say corruption, I not only mean this 2G scam and this Colgate scam and all that. Even you swindling and keeping everything under your control more than what you need is corruption. Legalized corruption, that's all. Aparigraha, when you accumulate more than what you need or what you can enjoy, it is corruption. I am not against one country or one government or one currency. I am making all of you, I wanted all of you to think through why this whole power-centered and money-centered system. When you think why, if you understand, you will be free from it. Your consciousness will not suffer anymore from it. You will not judge yourself based on the money you have or the power you have. One of the biggest crime you do to yourself, Atmahatya dosha. There's a beautiful word. The sin you incur by the suicide is called Atmahatya dosha. It is not just the suicide means killing your body. Even if you have the wrong self-identity, even if you destroy your identity by the wrong concepts, you are doing Atmahatya. When you measure yourself through the eyes of the power-based systems, money-based understandings, I tell you, you are doing Atmahatya dosha. People come and tell me, I am such a good person, why I am poor, but all bad people are rich. You already did abuse of your being. You have committed the Atmahatya dosha by measuring yourself based on the money angle, based on the collective misunderstanding based on money. You already underestimated you. You have done the Atmahatya. You are a sinner. You have to suffer, no other way. Stop measuring. I tell you, only when you understand this too, the power-based system and money-based system. Who is the world's richest man? What do you mean by the world's richest man? Just because some few hundred people have agreed to have many zeros in his bank balance in the bank where he is having the account, you call him world's richest man? Who is president? Who is prime minister? Who is the head of the state? Who is the head of the country? Just because few fellows collectively agreed that they will obey his order, who are waiting to sit in his seat. I tell you, you are waiting to get into the state where I am, that is why you are my disciple. One good thing, please understand, all the ministers are waiting to sit in the PM seat, that is why they are ministers in his cabinet. All the followers of each party is waiting to become leader of that party, that is why they are followers. All the poor fellows are waiting to become rich fellows, that is why they are working for the rich fellow. You are waiting to achieve my state, that is why you are my disciple, my follower. One good thing, in my case, even if you achieve my state, I don't lose my state. If a minister reaches and becomes a prime minister will lose his post. If a worker becomes the owner will lose his post. If you become enlightened and a master, I will not lose my post. That is why I am saying the only possibility for coexistence without violence is freedom-based thinking. The real new generation will be created. New humanity will happen only when we start thinking freedom-based, neither greed-based nor fear-based. And I tell you, only when you understand the futility of the collective myth you started believing based on the power-based and money-based, greed-based and fear-based, only when you understand the futility value of these thought trends and the power centers created based on these two, a real sannyasi can be created. Real sannyasi is a person who is free in the inner world, inner space, from both the thought trends, thinking trends, who has not done atmahadya, who has healed his inner self completely, running behind the power center or money center. Not that I don't have power, I have both. Only what is required, that is not my priority list. That is not continuously cropping up in my consciousness, in my inner space again and again. If somebody does a postmortem in your inner space, it will be only crore power, crore power, crore power. You will be doing only that ajapa japa. If somehow I get 100 crore, how nice it will be. If somehow I became MP, how nice it will be. If I became Panchayat president of my area, how nice it will be. If I became MLA in my place, how nice it will be. If I became president of my country, how nice it will be. Your ajapa japa is nothing but, no, postmortem your thought trend. Let the collective myth not be the flow of your thinking trend. When the collective myths are forming the basis of your thought trend, it is called pravritti. When the understanding forms the basis of your thought trend, it is called nivritti. Only when you liberate yourself from this collective myths, you will be a sadhu. I tell you, sadhu is a person who has positioned himself, which can neither be taken away by somebody replacing him in that place, achieving his state, nor by somebody trying to vacate him from that place. Understand? Sadhu is a person who has positioned himself where he cannot be replaced by somebody achieving the same state in which he is, or by somebody trying to snatch something away from him, or snatch himself away from his position. I will not lose my state by neither you achieving my state nor me being put in prison. Nobody can take this away from me. That is why I am sadhu. I wanted millions of sadhus, billions of sadhus. That is the only way to create peaceful planet Earth and save the future of humanity. No political system can save the future of the humanity. Please understand. Democracy, autocracy, communism, any political thought trend, I tell you, no political thought trend can save the humanity, because in every political thought trend, there is a hierarchy. Not only hierarchy, if somebody comes to your place, you are replaced. So naturally there is a competition, jealousy. When there is a competition and jealousy, how do you think it will create peace for the world? Same way money. Neither economical revolution nor political revolution can lead to the peaceful planet Earth, saving the planet Earth. Oh humanity, first all of you who are listening, you guys become sadhus. Have money to the level what you need for you and the people who are dependent on you. Have power just to protect you and the people who are dependent on you. I tell you, if you just have for you, this will never be your first priority. Let the fear-based thought trend and money-based thought trend be not first priority for you. And not only that, even while you accumulate the little money what you need for you and the little power what you need for you, let your inner space understand, let you not judge that you are a poor or a weak based on the power trend or money trend thinking lifestyle. Politicians, they will constantly teach you are weak, you are going to be in more and more troubles. Only when you believe that you will do what they want you to do for them to remain in power. Only when you feel you are weak, you need a support, you need affiliation, you will join some political party and put posters and flags and everything for him to remain as a leader. I am busting the collective myth. Even while you are accumulating, you don't need to swallow the thought trend. You don't need to believe you are poor. You don't need to believe you are weak. Because you are in the society, you need little bit of that to run your life. Stop with that and let your thought trend, thinking trend be freedom based. When you started thinking freedom based beyond this money and power, you are automatically evolving towards enlightenment based. You are a sadhu. You are a sadhu. Bhagavan is asking you to be a sadhu in this verse. He is very clear. Who views with impartiality whether it is a lump of mud, a stone or gold. How will you start viewing? Only when you are out of the thought trend. When you stand in front of yourself for judging yourself, understand? Nobody else is going to judge you actually. Only your own higher self is going to judge you. When you stand in front of your higher self, you will stand tall. Fortunately, I had the right thought trend and I did not get carried away by the collective myth and the collective unconscious trend. I tell you guys, the moment your thought trend has started working freedom based, you are a sadhu, unexploitable. Only when we create at least few crore sadhus, unexploitable. When I say sadhu, I don't even mean you need to give up your life and family and all that. That is why I am making my statements very clear. If you are a head of a family, have money for your old age retirement and for the people who are dependent on you. I tell you, in this modern age, you will finish this work within few years. And don't work for your unnecessary fear. Don't think if there's a huge tsunami, what will I do? If there's a big revolution, what will I do? Even if you think and work and keep everything, and you are the President of America, you think you can save yourself. If you see the percentage and statistics, more President of Americans were killed than the citizens of America. If you remained as just a citizen of America, you would not have been killed so much. No, you would not have been shot to death. You would not have been killed. See the statistics. Everybody thought if they become president, they are protected because they are the peak of the power center. But if you see the statistics, more statesmen, presidents, prime ministers were only killed. If you see the percentage, how many common men, how many are killed? How many statesmen, how many are killed? I can tell you, at least 100 times more statesmen are killed. So why are you rushing towards the job which is so insecure? Why are you rushing towards the power center which is so dangerous? Leader remains a leader if he creates ambition to be in his seat for millions of people. Rich man remains as a rich man only if he creates ambition on millions of people to be in his place. If all of you decide, we don't want to be Bill Gates, then what will happen to him? If all of you decide, we don't want to be president or prime minister, then what will happen to the whole political party? If all of you decide, we don't want to be enlightened being, I have no problem. I will remain in my state. Even if there is nobody is here, I will sit and sing my song to the parrot which comes once in a while here, to the crow which comes once in a while here, to the trees outside. I will sit and sing with them. I will be singing my song to them. And if all of you achieve my state, I am not going to lose my state. That is why all the spiritual components, spiritual part of the religions always were based on the state of Advaita. See, in Buddhism, the cream of Buddhism always promotes the state of Buddha, not the Gautama the Buddha. He is great because he leads you to the Buddha state. Same way Shiva. Again and again, Shivatva. Shiva is great because he leads you to Shivatva. Shiva is great because he leads you to Sivapada. He is great because he leads you to the Sayujya with Shiva. There are only two religions. One religion which teaches even God is a stepping stone to enlightenment. There is one religion, even enlightenment is stepping stone to God. The prayer-based religions always teach even enlightenment is stepping stone to God. Even if you become enlightened, you will be his dasa. You will be serving him. But all meditation-based religions teach even God is a stepping stone for you to become enlightened. Of course, my experience teaches only the second. Even God is a stepping stone for you to reach enlightenment. When your thinking trend starts with this freedom-based, free from the collective myths, collective beliefs, common beliefs, collective understandings, your thinking trend is called nivritti. The moment your thinking trend starts in nivritti, you are a sadhu. I sincerely request all my followers to take a vow. You will remain as sadhu and you will go on inspiring people to be sadhus. Understand? You remain as sadhu. Go on inspiring people to remain as sadhus. Have money to manage your needs. Have power to protect yourself. After that, put all your energy and everything to remain as sadhu, to create more and more sadhus. Only by creating more and more sadhus, we are going to save the planet Earth. Understand? If you are living with the power-based thought trend or money-based thought trend, I tell you, really I tell you, you are lying to yourself. Lying to yourself is the worst punishment. Don't lie to your mirror, your reflection. I have a story for you guys. There was a magic mirror which would kill you if you lie to it. One day, a brunette was doing her makeup and said to herself, I think I am the smartest woman ever. She immediately dropped dead. The next day, a redhead was doing her hair and said to herself, I think I am the prettiest woman alive. She immediately dropped dead. The third day, a blonde was flossing her teeth. She stopped and said to herself, I think, and she dropped dead. So don't try to think in front of the magic mirror. Lying to yourself is atmahadya dosha. Don't believe you are poor, I tell you. Who can make you poor? It is collective belief which makes you poor. Don't believe you are weak. Who makes you weak? It is collective belief. Somebody is powerful. He is forcing that on you. The moment you swallow the pill that you are weak, you are going to be mesmerized by him and do what he wants you to do. The moment you swallow the pill, you are poor, you are going to be just following his instruction and do what he wants you to do. I liberate you from fear and greed. And I tell you, I don't even want you to think the way I am thinking. I am just liberating you from both the bonded thinking, the bondage, bound way of thinking. Now you have your own way of thinking. Freedom. Out of freedom. The moment you start thinking in the lines of freedom, you are a sadhu. If we create 1 crore sadhus, we will save the planet Earth. We will save the planet Earth. Let's create sadhus. Only when you are a sadhu, you can understand and live what Bhagavan says, Yukta ityuchade yogi samaloshtaashva kanchanaha. When there is a stone, mud and few gold coins, 3 ways of behavior. The moment you see cabal, pack up the gold coins into the bag. That's one way. Second, no, it is not mine, it is somebody else's. So I'll leave it in the police station so that whoever is lost, let them come and take it. This is the second type of behavior. Or I leave it here, why should I touch? Let whoever owns, let them take it. Going. This is the second type of behavior. Third, not even knowing the difference between the 3 and walking. If you are behaving first, you are fully drunk, addicted to the alcohol of common beliefs of greed system. If you are second, you stopped drinking, but still you are not completely out of the sober mood. you had due to your earlier drinking. You can save you, but still you believe that system. Still, a little bit of that poisoning is remaining in your body from the common beliefs of the society. And if you are not even bothered, you just walk. You are completely de-addicted from the alcohol of common belief of greed-based thinking system, power-based thinking system. I tell you, once you create the freedom-based thinking, what a joy. You will just feel, wow. You will literally live as a god on the planet Earth. Don't be richest man on the planet Earth. They are not settled in their life. Don't be the most powerful man on the planet Earth. They are not settled in their life. That's the riskiest job. See now, so much of statistics are coming out. The maximum number of people committing suicide, the profession is psychiatrists. And the maximum number of people killed, the profession is president. See, the maximum number of people killed, which profession? The president. Statesman of the countries. That is the profession where maximum number of people are killed. Then why do you want to run into that profession? Understand? Jnana Vijnana Triptatma, in whom the consciousness means the jnana, Vijnana means making the conscious into the practical lifestyle, intelligence. Jnana is awakening of consciousness. Vijnana is making the consciousness into the practical lifestyle. One example I will give you. Understanding. Now whatever I said today, wow, freedom-based thinking. That is jnana. Making it as a lifestyle. You make enough for your family and you, and have enough power for self-defense. From that, without bothering, living the life of sadhu and creating more and more sadhus. When you make this as a lifestyle, it is vijnana. Jnana Vijnana Triptatma, in whom the jnana and vijnana is awakened and living firmly established in tripti, in the contentment and joy. I tell you, I work so much. I inspire people to work so much. But not a moment I moved out of my contentment. Triptatma. What a beautiful word. Kutasto Vijitendriyaha, who is established firm in the state beyond the patterns. Today in your book of art, write clearly, I am a sadhu at least 10 times. And remind yourself constantly, let your thought trend be a sadhu. You are a yogi only when you start thinking on freedom based. If your thought trend is power based, you are a Kshatriya. If your thought trend is greed based, you are a Vaishya. If your thought trend is freedom based, you are a Brahmana. If your thought trend is not even awakened to flow towards anything, it is dullness based, dumbness based, you are a Shudra. Nothing can be done. So Brahmana, Vaishya, Kshatriya, Shudra, does not come by birth. It does not come by your biological father or mother. It comes by your own quality. You decide whether you are a Brahmana or a Vaishya or Kshatriya or Sudra. No one else can decide. What is your thought trend? Where your thinking trend boils down, your lifestyle boils down, action trend boils down, action items boils down. If it boils down to finally power, you are a Kshatriya. If it boils down to finally wealth, you are a Vaishya. If it boils down finally to freedom, you are a Brahmana. If it boils down to dumbness and dullness, you are a Shudra. Nothing can be done. It is not dependent on your birth, father, mother. It is dependent on your thought trend, from whom you picked up thoughts, how you think and live.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda is a rare living incarnation, a yogi by birth. He has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English, books in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese, with translations in 26 languages are available. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 8,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services, ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world offer exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. Having meditation centers in 151 countries including Bidadi, Thiruvannamalai, Rajapalyam, Salem, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Ohio, Seattle, San Jose and Phoenix. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation. A contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers. Adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, he has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands, gracing them with spiritual powers. A spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples worldwide in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places like Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Thiruvannamalai in India. A dynamic young guru who is an inspiration to thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online. A beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
The one who truly experiences the divine energy in my existence and execution. Understand, Bhagavan is using two words. Evam yaha vedi tattvataha. Having surrendered his body, does not return to the human form, but attains my state. Understand this word. If you understand my existence, you will understand I don't have a separate existence other than existence. If you understand what I am executing, I don't have any other execution separately other than the cosmos execution. What for the cosmos executes itself? To go on, make every being realize itself. The execution of the cosmos is to make every being realize its highest presence, highest possibility, highest potentiality, highest existence. When you understand my existence, you will understand you are also existence. When you understand my execution, you will understand you are also executing the ultimate. The one who truly experiences the divine energy in my existence and execution, having surrendered his body, does not return to human form but attains my state. Now Bhagavan is giving the direct process for enlightenment. There are so many different methods for enlightenment, like Bhakti Yoga, Jnana Yoga, Karma Yoga. Means through devotion, through knowledge, through work. Raja Yoga, through meditation and samyamas. Advaita Guru Yoga means becoming one with the cosmos through the master. I tell you, finally, this is the most effective and most powerful method, because you are in human body. A person in human body can just raise you and throw you into that state, put you into that state. So beautifully, straightforward, Bhagavan is explaining. Janma karma chame divyam means my birth and my actions. He is not saying only person who knows my existence. No, he says my existence and execution. How I function, why I function. If you understand that, all your problems will be solved. Because then you will understand the secret of your janma, your birth. Bhagavan is using very beautifully. Janma karma chame divyam. Once you experience the divine existence and execution, having surrendered his body, does not return to the human form, but attains my state. One who truly experiences the divine energy in my existence and execution. Janma karma chame divyam. One who understands my existence. The sacred secret of my existence is, I am completely happy with the chaos which exists in me. I don't try to make it organized for making everything as I want. See, what is removing chaos in you? Trying to avoid whatever you call as pain and make everything as joy. That is what you are continuously doing. As your existence stop arranging chaos into order, can you make all the waves of the ocean in straight line and organize them, pack them properly and make them stand for a group photo? That is what you are trying to do in your mind, don't you see? Beauty of the ocean is disorganized, chaotic waves. Beauty of the existence is chaos. Beauty of the execution is perfection. Unfortunately, in your existence you bring perfection. In your execution you are chaos. This is the way ocean flows. This is the way ocean exists. In existence, be chaos as it is. In execution, be an order. The problem is, you always do opposite. In execution, you are chaos. In existence, you try to be order. Secret of the Lord's existence, an enlightened inner space existence, or an incarnation's existence is, he doesn't have any hope to make things in order. Perfection of the execution should never interfere into the existence. The chaos of the existence should not be replicated in the execution. In existence, you should be very clear, this is the way existence will be.
Eliminate stress from your life. Step up your performance levels. Enhance your clarity and decision making. Kalpataru, a unique full-day transformational healing program, blessed personally by rare living incarnation Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Harness the power of meditation and initiation. Experience a glimpse of Kundalini awakening for permanent physical and mental transformation. Take the first step to a happy and successful life. Kalpataru, manifest your destiny. Every weekend at Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru.
ब्रह्ममुरारिसुरार्चितलिङ्गं निर्मलभाषितशोभितलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं जन्मजदुःखविनाशकलिङ्गं तत्प्रणमामि नित्यानन्दलिङ्गम्।
ॐ नमो भगवते रुद्राय नमस्ते रुद्रमण्यवकुतो दयिषवे नमः नमस्ते अस्तु धन्वने बाहुभ्यामुदते नमः या जयिषुः शिवतमा शिवं बभूव ते धनुः शिवा शरव्याया तवतया नो रुद्रमृडय या ते रुद्र शिवा तनोरघोरपापकाशिनी तया नस्तनुभाषन्तमया गिरिशन्ताभिजागशीः या विशृङ्गिरिशन्तहस्ते विभर्ष्यस्तवे शिवाङ्गिरित्रतां गुरुमाहिगुं पुरुषं जगते शिवेन वचसा त्वा गिरिशाच्छा वदामसि यथा नः सर्वमिज्जगदयक्ष्मगुं सुमना असत् अद्य वोचदधिभक्ता प्रथमो दैव्यो वृषगे अहेहश्च सर्वान् जम्बयन् सर्वाश्च ये चेमागुं रुद्र अभितो दिक्षु श्रुतात् सहस्रशो वै शागुं हेडयीमहे असव्यो वसत्पति नीलग्रीवो विलोहितः उदैनं गोप अदृशन्नदृशन्नुदहार्यः उदैनं विश्वा भूतानि सदृष्टो मृडयातिनः नमो अस्तु नीलग्रीवाय सहस्राक्षाय ईडुषे अतो ये अस्य सत्त्वानोऽहं तेभ्यो करन्नमः प्रमुञ्चदन्वनस्त्वमुभयोरार्तियोर्ज्याम् याश्च ते हस्त इषवः परात भगवो वप अवदत्यरनुस्त्वगुं सहस्राक्षशते शुरे निशीर्याणवागुं उत अनेशन्नस्येषव आपुरस्य निषङ्गतिः या ते हेतिर्वेदुष्टमहस्ते बभूव ते धनुः तयास्मान् विश्वतस्त्वमयक्ष्मया परिभुज नमस्ते अस्त्वायुधाय नातताय धृष्णवे उभाभ्याम् उदरे नमो बाहुभ्यां तव धन्वने परिते धन्वनो हेतिरस्मान् दृढक्तो विश्वतः अथो य इषुरिस्तपारे अस्मन्निधेहितम् नमस्ते अस्तु भगवन् विश्वेश्वराय महादेवाय त्र्यम्बकाय त्रिपुरान्तकाय त्रिकाग्निकालाय कालाग्निरुद्राय नीलकण्ठमृत्युञ्जयाय सर्वेश्वराय सदा शिवाय शङ्कराय श्रीमन्महादेवाय नमः नमो हिरण्यवागवे सेनान्ये दिशां च पदये नमो नमो वृक्षेभ्यो हरिकेशेभ्यः पशूनां पदये नमो नमः सस्मिञ्जराय त्रिशीमदे मदीनां पदये नमो नमो बब्लुषाय विव्यादिने नानां पदये.
In execution, you should be very sure of the perfection. But in my actions, day in and day out, from morning till night, I work just for making people raise themselves to the higher consciousness. You also realize your existence should be intense passions. This is the secret of the cosmic existence. All of you exist. I exist as my whole existence. You exist as part existence. You just pick up one part of you, which is very convenient, which you feel you can handle. Understand, your desire to be in order reduces your possibility. In the life, in the cosmos also, when you want, your mind should be standing always ready for group photo as you expect. You decide, let me have only this much of mind, that's enough. This much of thing as my possession, me and mine, that's enough. When you understand, even if you take only 1 unit of the cosmic bit, see, cosmos is billion unit. Even if you take 1 unit, that 1 unit is going to be of the same quality of the cosmos. It is going to be in chaos forever. It is not going to be in restful awareness. It is not going to be in order as you want. Once you understand that, you will say, oh God, then why should I be just limited to this small? Your desire to keep things in order reduces your possibility of the higher existence. If you decide, originally I have my ultimate existence, I am this universe, the stuff out of which my body is made. Out of the same stuff only this moon, sun, all the planets are made. The stuff out of which my prana, my breathing is happening, that is the stuff out of which the whole air element is made. The stuff with which my digestion is happening, that is the same element which is burning the sun. I am the universe. But you feel, if I feel like that, I won't be able to keep things under my order. Then you reduce yourself and bring yourself to just 6 feet. Hey, let me be perfect in these 6 feet first. When you dig, then you will understand you can't make just your one nail perfect. When you understand you can't make even one nail perfect as you want, you will realize, oh God, then why should I nail myself to this body? Come on, better let me have the complete existence itself. Please understand, every time you choose to reduce your existence for the sake of perfection and control, once you understand it is going to be in chaos, even in the reduced version, then you will naturally decide, come on, let me be the existence itself then. This is the secret of existence. Only when I realized, even the small, narrow mind which I have, which does not have any other expectation except enlightenment, even that mind, I won't be able to keep it as I want. The moment I realize that, I have decided, then why to have this small mind, throw it away, and I reclaimed my whole. When you realize chaos is the quality, chaos is the base material out of which everything is made, you will not reduce yourself to the small existence, you will just expand you to the original existence, the ultimate. Second, Bhagavan is saying, karma, my execution. But when it comes to my execution, I will so sincerely sit on the beach, try to align every wave from morning till night. All my eternal satsang, effort, everything is towards the perfection. See, if I have to put in one word, feel globally, work locally. Essence of Janma Karma Chame Divyam. When you feel yourself, just feel the whole. When you work, be precise, intense, perfect. I tell you, the man who feels globally, who feels himself as a whole, will pour so much energy into his body, through his body. Whatever he does will be so perfect. That is what Bhagavan is very clearly saying. Once you understand my existence and execution, simply your body will be surrendered. Your whole will be surrendered. Understand? He does not even say, after understanding this, you need to surrender. No. Wherever you are, you will be like a surrendered being. Surrendered being is like a burnt rope which cannot be used to bind you. Same way, having surrendered his body does not return to the human form. You don't return to the human form at all. You don't take one more janma. Tyaktva deham punajjanma. Nayeti mameti saharjuna. And he does not take one more birth. Understand? Here the word one more birth should not be understood just one more body, human body. You don't even take one more human mind. Means even now you can understand the cosmic appearance and activity, existence and execution. And even now if you understand, you will relax into that and you don't need to take one more mind. Means you don't need to have a thought to live your life. Bhagavan beautifully says, Mameti. He says, Bhagavan does not even say, he attains Jivan Mukti. He attains liberation. He attains enlightenment. He says, no. Mameti. He attains my state. Because what do you know about Jivan Mukti? What do you know about Lalasha Palva or the Kasi Peda? You know only which is in front of you, which you are eating. You don't know things which are there somewhere here and there. That is why Bhagavan says, Mameti saha Arjuna. He attains my state. Krishna is a real hero. Frozen in history, still he stands as a ultimate spiritual and social hero. What a powerful statement, I tell you. Even the power of this statement, Arjuna must have been shaken. Why power of this statement? The power of the very presence. See, the words you utter comes only by the feelings and experiences you have. Here very beautifully Bhagavan says, after explaining about the existence, execution, surrender, he is not even saying you will attain Jivan Mukti, because Jivan Mukti looks more like a curd rice in front of Bhagavan. He is such a spicy puliyodara. You attain my state, a visible enlightenment in your tongue. His body does not return to the human form, but attains my state. Because Bhagavan knows his state is more powerful than any idea you can understand by the word Jivan Mukti or any statement, any other statement, Atma Sakshatkara. All these words look too small in front of the Bhagavan's word, my state.
क्या आप स्वयं एक अवतार पुरुष से अपने जीवन में दिव्य मार्गदर्शन चाहते हैं? प्रस्तुत करते हैं अवतार पुरुष से वार्ता।
Nithyananda here.
परमहंस नित्यानंदा संसार को एक और अतुल्य और अनोखी भेंट दे रहे हैं।
You got practically everything and too much for a phone call.
अब वो लाइव किसी के भी प्रश्नों का उत्तर स्वयं देंगे।
That's great. No, you ask anything you want in your life. Ask me any boon you want.
8 से प्रारंभ। कुछ सौभाग्यशाली लोग जो 080 2727 9999 पर फोन करेंगे, वो स्वयं स्वामी जी से बात कर सकते हैं। लाइव देखें NTV पर ntv.nithyananda.org।
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
in every one of you. An incarnation is happening, no doubt. Whenever the limit of unconsciousness, you go lower than that limit of unconsciousness, just to raise yourself in some form, intelligence, inspiration, energy, integrity happens, no doubt. In all of you, when there is too much of unconsciousness, unawareness, in all of you, the intelligence, intensity, honesty, everything happens, no doubt. That is why still you are alive. You will not be able to be alive if again and again research, upsurge of energy is not happening in you. The energy which awakens in you, the space which is untouched, undisturbed inside you, continues to act as a stress buster because it is clearing the stress, clearing the unconsciousness, clearing all the disturbances. You continue to exist. You continue to radiate. You continue to elevate. You continue to inspire. Continue to be inspired. In every one of you, constantly, the incarnation is happening. Whenever the negativity level goes too much, you put yourself in the trap and you punish yourself. I tell you, when you go beyond certain limit, you punish yourself. It's like a Sisubala. Sisubala, until 100 times Krishna waited. Krishna is such a graceful being. He gives chance, long rope. Finally, Sisubala destroyed himself.
Discover the power of Kundalini Awakening at Kalpataru, a unique full-day transformational program blessed personally by rare living incarnation Paramahamsa Nithyananda. What is Kundalini? Kundalini is the tremendous potential energy hidden inside every individual, which can be awakened through initiation by an enlightened master. Once awakened, Kundalini has the power to transform every area of your life and bring you health, wealth, success, joyful relationships, and spiritual enlightenment. Harness the power of meditation and initiation. Experience a glimpse of Kundalini awakening at Kalpataru. Manifest your destiny. Every weekend at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru.
The Ingenious Program, a field of all possibilities. The children in the Ingenious Program are directly under the guidance of enlightened Master Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Nithyananda is an incarnation and exudes the knowledge of conflict-free living. He states that enlightenment is our birthright. What an incredible gift for your child, a once-in-a-lifetime privilege to live and thrive in the energy field of all possibilities and give enlightenment to your child. Where every child can become a genius. Learning can unveil the genius in every child, provided it stimulates higher order thinking skills, positive self-esteem, teamwork, and an internal locus of control. Research has proven that holistic teaching methodologies paired with meditation stimulate whole brain functioning and result in self-directed, spontaneous, and creative lifelong learners. An enriched environment. When young children have an enriched environment conducive to early learning in life, they have higher IQ, cognitive intelligence, EQ, social emotional intelligence, and SQ, spiritual intelligence. These early experiences are critical for the development of the child. Peer pressure and destructive social conditioning can take its toll on the child. It can create negative thought patterns and destructive behaviors unless these enriching experiences are provided. An enriched environment includes whole brain activities
which stimulate the utilization of both sides of the brain. The right brain is responsible for creativity, intuition, spontaneity, quantum memory, learning in a flash, and computer-like calculations. The left side of the brain is responsible for inner linear thinking and analysis. When both sides of the brain are integrated, performance is optimal. Brain yoga. Brain yoga activates the ability to balance the right and the left brain. This helps open the sixth sense. Children are given activities to balance both sides of the body simultaneously, using distinctive postures that stimulate both sides. The neurological brain patterns move from beta to alpha, increasing alertness and attention. Quantum memory. Quantum memory is a constant downloading of information without interference of the mind. Observation skills are directly related to memory skills. Reading without interference of the mind, reading at quantum speed, will lead to quantum memory without the mind getting in the way. Creative and performing arts. Dance, drama, music, sculpting, and design offered in the Ingenious program provide kinesthetic motor stimulation to engage the brainwave patterns, resulting in expanded creativity and resourcefulness. Sattvic food. Children are given the benefit of fresh sattvic food prepared to the standards according to the ancient Vedic lifestyle. The food is fresh, with fruits and vegetables. Vegetarian food creates radiant health in the body. Vedic cultural arts. Sanskrit chanting stimulates the brain to produce full brain coherence, developing clearer perception and integrated thinking. Chanting also promotes inner silence and improves the attention span. Meditation and expanded awareness. Meditation instills a deep silence in the child, resulting in deeper, richer perception and clarity in thinking. Ingenious produces the next step in evolution, a mature human being who functions at a higher state of consciousness. Expanded awareness provides the platform for a vision of all abilities of life, perfect health, prosperity, and life without conflict. What more could you ask for your child?
If I can just teach this one science to the kids, I will have millions of enlightened beings.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
Kundalini means the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experience.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
सदाशिवसमारम्भां ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्तां वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. I welcome all the devotees, disciples, samajis, satsangis sitting with us around the world at this moment in 722 places through Nithyananda TV, 17 places two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha in 200 cities and 21 countries around the world. Let's enter into today's satsang. In Bhagavad-gita, 5th chapter, Sannyasa Yoga, 5th verse.
यत्साङ्ख्यैः प्राप्यते स्थानं तद्योगैरपि गम्यते एकं साङ्ख्यं च योगं च यः पश्यति स पश्यति.
यत्साङ्ख्यैः प्राप्यते स्थानं तद्योगैः अभिगम्यते एकं साङ्ख्यं च योगं च यः पश्यति स पश्यति. The translation: only the one who perceives discriminative knowledge and intense action as one really perceives. For the state achieved through discriminative knowledge or through intense action is one and the same. Bhagavan is showing the beautiful path of attaining the ultimate. Bhagavan is using 2 times the same word, pashyati. Yatsankhyaih prapyate sthanam tatyogaih abhigamyate ekam sankyancha yogancha yapashyati sapashyati. Yapashyati sapashyati, that is the key word in this whole verse. Who perceives the discriminative knowledge and intense action as one, only he perceives the truth, the ultimate. How can you perceive the knowledge, Atma Vichara and Karma Yoga, both as one and the same? How is it possible? Because human beings have an innate hatred towards the work, intense action. If somehow they get tuned, they build a pattern of intense action, they develop innate hatred to just sitting and contemplating, exploring themselves. Unfortunately, human beings are always single-sided. They tend to lean to one extreme. Either you move to the contemplation, mental work, or you move to the intense action, physical work. Very rarely people perceive both as one and the same. I tell you, the key word in this verse, yap pashyati sapashyati, I can give you one key to understand the discriminative knowledge and intense action is one and the same. The bridging point is exploring your possibility is samyama. Discovering your own possibilities is samyama. If you are discovering your possibilities by constantly contemplating, you are doing jnana samyama. If you are exploring all your possibilities through intense action, you are doing karma samyama. If you do samyama, either on jnana or on karma, you will understand both are one and the same. I can tell you from my own experience how I was exploring my different possibilities and sharing with the world. If you start looking at my life, from the age of 12, I can say I have started exploring the jnana samyama through the contemplation, exploring and discovering my different possibilities. Please understand, when you explore and discover your emotional possibilities, that ripes into bhakti. When you explore and discover your physical possibilities, you become yogi. When you explore and discover your mental possibilities, it becomes siddhis. When you explore and discover your conscious possibilities, it becomes enlightenment. From the age of 12, I was constantly exploring and discovering my various possibilities through contemplation. From the age of 22, I am exploring and discovering my various possibilities through intense action. If you see, when I started my public life, my activities, I was not even able to speak English fluently, more than 2 sentences. I started my public life in 2003. I can't speak. And at the most I can sit for 2-3 hours and take some classes or do some healing. Then I'll lie down. My body was not capable of continuously working. But I could see very clearly when I started exploring and discovering my capabilities, my possibilities. Now, so many extraordinary truths gets directly downloaded into the system without even my effort and comes out. And hours of intense action, work, automatically is happening in my system without even me remembering the idea of tiredness. Forget about controlling or suppressing tiredness, idea of tiredness. The possibilities, when you explore the possibilities and discover, I tell you, exploring the possibilities and discovering the possibilities suddenly makes the zigzag puzzle of life fall in proper way. Maya reveals her true form. The delusion removes its illusion component. If the illusion component is removed from delusion, what remains is divine. It is the illusion component in delusion constantly keeps you deluded. In Vedanta, they have a beautiful simile, Rajju Sarba Nyaya. The rope is mistaken as a snake. It is the illusion of the snake keeps the delusion of fear and makes you do the action of running away or trying to kill the rope. You are running away or trying to kill, both are foolish, because the real solution comes by removing the illusion component, not by acting at those moments. Most of the time, any action you do, you are in trouble, because the illusion component need to be removed from the delusion. Exploring and discovering your various possibilities takes away the illusion component from the cosmic delusion itself. The very cosmic delusion takes away from the very cosmic delusion, illusion component disappears. It is like in dirty water. If all the dirt settles down, it becomes fresh water. Same way, in the Maya, if illusion is taken away, it becomes Maya. Maya means mother. When the akara of illusion is added, Maya becomes Maya. When the akara of illusion is removed, Maya becomes Maya. Exploring your various possibilities and discovering your possibilities is what I call samyama. Somebody was asking me yesterday, you started your life as a teacher, teaching life solutions, spirituality. How did you become suddenly a great yogi who can initiate people into Kundalini, who can give different experiences, express miracles? Please understand, I wanted to share an important truth now with all of you. When I started my public life, when I started sharing my possibilities with the world, even I did not know so many extraordinary things are going to express through me. Even I did not know the possibilities of me. I only know one thing, whatever I am starting now is auspicious, it will do good to others and to me. I should go on sharing. It is like when the water was slowly getting removed from the well, even well did not know huge Ganga is going to come out of that well. Huge river is going to come out of that well. Even the well did not suspect or expect the river of Ganga is going to come out of it. Well only knows one thing. Now whatever is coming out is good for himself and for others. So it went on giving. It went on exploring and discovering the possibilities and sharing. I tell you all, please take this as my key initiation, the master initiation. Even if you understood 10 concepts, 10 truths from me, immediately decide to become LBP Acharya, LBP teacher. Start reaching out. Start teaching to people. In the beginning, maybe the stream which is coming out of you is very small. But go on sharing. I tell you, in few days, you will discover many of your possibilities. You will explore and discover many of your possibilities. Ultimately, you will explode into all possibilities. Ananta Kalyana Gunas. Ananta means countless. Kalyana Guna means auspicious qualities. Go on inspiring people. Go on sharing. When you share more and more, you discover your possibilities. All my Dhyanapitas and temples are a reminder to all of you for exploring and discovering your possibilities. All my Dhyanapitas are the memorial built to remind the human beings to explore and discover their possibilities. Every temple, every meditation hall, every Dhyanapitam, every school, every institution I am creating is to remind human beings to explore and discover all possibilities. Explore and discover your physical possibilities, that is yoga. Explore and discover your emotional possibilities, that is bhakti. Explore and discover your mental possibilities, that is siddhi. Explore and discover your conscious possibilities, that is mukti. Understand, if you are not able to even sit properly, start the yoga and explore your different possibilities. You will be able to sit upside down. When you reach the possibility, you reach yoga. Not just sitting upside down, all your possibilities. Same way, if you are frozen in your emotions, if you become island, constantly suffering, suffocating yourself and others, understand, when it comes to emotions, if you are putting yourself in prison, you are going to put everybody into prison. Emotion is multi-reflecting mirror. In body, if you put yourself in prison, You are not going to put everybody else in prison. But in emotion, if you are going to put yourself in prison, you are going to torture everybody and put everybody into prison. In emotion, suffocation suffocates. It is not just suffocation for yourself, suffocation for others. If others around you are feeling suffocated, please be very clear, you are in suffocation. If you are frozen to that level, I call it emotional arthritis. If you are in emotional arthritis, can't even smile or flower at the people with whom you are closely living, understand, then decide to do the yoga of rituals. Just like if you have arthritis and if you stretch your body through the proper vinyasa krama, the yoga method, step by step, you will become flexible and maybe completely free from arthritis. Same way, if you are frozen, suffocating yourself, suffocating others, the frozen emotion, then sit with the deities. Do the ritual, melt down with stone, melt down with a piece of metal, melt down with a piece of idea. Ritual becomes yoga to remove the emotional arthritis. That is why I keep the rituals alive. Rituals releases you from emotional prison and releases others from emotional prison. Ritual is yoga for curing the emotional arthritis. Bhakti is cure for your emotional arthritis. Same way, if you are frozen mentally, means dying with a strict patterns which you developed unconsciously. When somebody tortures you, instead of responding to them, you start torturing yourself by creating patterns. If you are suffocating yourself with thick layer of patterns, then the yoga you need to do is listening to the great truths from the master and internalizing it and expressing it. When you listen to the greater truths, higher truths, internalize and share it with others, you become truth grinding machine. Truth grinding machine not only grinds the truth, grinds and destroys all the patterns. I tell you, every moment I sat with Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, the great yogi, every moment I can see very clearly he was a truth grinding machine. He was grinding all the great spiritual truths in his system. Every word he uttered was the Guru Prasada, the gift from the great yogi, and every word I received from him, every Guru Prasada I received from him has removed my own sufferings, my own delusion, my own illusion. I tell you, Ram Surat Kumar is the right example of how a truth grinder behaves. See, I had the proximity of many great sadhus, babas, yogis, incarnations. But for this example, I can remember only Yogi Ram Surat Kumar. Because every time I had the possibility of being at his feet, he will be grinding some great truth in himself. And put glimpse of the truth in me. I have seen anything he said directly went and became part of me. Please understand. Unfortunately, I had a love-hate relationship with Raghupati Yogi, Yogananda Puri, because he used to bend my body, torture my body. Otherwise, he was a great loving being. But he had to stick his neck out to train my body. It was such a heavy training. I used to have love and hate relationship. Love-hate relationship with Raghupati Yogi. Few days, I don't know, I may not want to see him, I'll just run away. I'll escape from him. Few days, I'll feel overflowing love for him and run and sit on his lap. I was more like a grandson for him, apart from the disciple. But fortunately, with Yogi Ram Surat Kumar, there was never a physical process I need to go through with him. By the time I went to Ram Surat Kumar, my body was already prepared by Raghupati Yogi. So Ram Surat Kumar had a simple job of putting like a Zen cones into my system. That is why people like Zen masters, but not that much the yogis. I know, even in the West, people like Zen masters more, but not Hindu yogis that much, because yogis make you do things, ask you do it. But with Zen tradition, nothing to be done. Just be. But I tell you, unless you finish the yoga part, Zen will not make direct sense to you. It was because of Yogi Yogananda Puri, I was able to receive Yogi Ram Surat Kumar directly. Every word he uttered simply made realization into me. I neither had contemplation nor had Darka Vidarka or Kudarka with Ram Surat Kumar. Anything he says, done, over, that's all. Any word he utters, just realization in me, that's all. When he puts one single word into me, I can see thousands of patterns getting completely bombarded. He will finish off thousands of patterns in one word. I have seen. The great yogi, truth grinder, pattern breaker. Of course, without Raghupati Yogi's support and help and training, I would have never been able to grasp Yogi Ram Surat Kumar's words or his actions. I tell you, receiving the greatest truths and bombarding the thick layers of patterns you built is exploring your mental possibilities. I tell you, if you add the truth and break the pattern, your very ego pattern will become self-confidence pattern. Your very fear will become precautious pattern. The fear pattern will become precautiousness. Ego pattern will become self-confidence. arrogance will become unique expression of yourself. Your own patterns will destroy its existence and transform itself into knowledge, freedom. Please understand, only the one who perceives discriminative knowledge and intense action as one really perceives. For the state achieved through discriminative knowledge or through intense action is one and the same. Yatsankyaihi prapyate sthanam tatyogaihi abhigamyate ekam sankyancha yogancha yappashyati sapashyati. Exploring and discovering the possibilities for human consciousness. I tell you, once I sat with disciples and started training them, then comes even to me the higher knowledge about the higher training possibilities I never ever imagined. Just by uttering simple sound and saying few words, I'll be able to put dozens of disciples into a state where they don't need food or water for weeks together. I felt maybe the connection they have with me, based on that, I'll be able to help them to be without food or water, but in high energy for one day. When I explored the possibility, I discovered without losing weight, without losing energy, even diabetic patients were able to live without food or water for weeks together at a time. Hunger free, thirst free, nirahara. I tell you, I always know I can live without food or water for weeks together because I explored and discovered that possibility in the young age in my own body. But I never ever felt I'll be able to transmit that possibility into others in such a simple way, in such a casual way, in such a beautiful way, without any effort from the side of the disciples, just by participation. Now I think we are relaxed and society is allowing us to settle down with our space. Thanks to Karnataka government for removing all the seals and handing over our Bidadi ashram back to us completely. Yesterday the Bidadi ashram has been handed over to us back completely. So from tomorrow, within next few days, I'll initiate all the 500 people who completed the Prana Samyama into Nirahara Samyama. First I'll initiate 48 hours, then we will give a break, you guys will eat, then I'll initiate into 7 days, then you guys will give a break, you will start eating, then we will get into 21 days. I feel in the 500, at least 400 will be able to complete all the 3 levels of samyama, nirahara samyama, very successfully. But I want all of you to understand, this nirahara samyama is not aiming at saving the food or food expense. It is aiming at breaking even the basic patterns with which your body and mind is bound. Food is always associated with love. Food is always associated with body. Food is always associated with your emotions. That is why whenever you want to share your love or emotions, you share food. Whether you share your happy emotions or sadness, you share food. In India, even in death houses, there will be feast. So food is very closely associated, not just with your body, with your mind and emotions. So making you nirahara, break free from the food pattern, releases you from millions of patterns. We will explore that possibilities by tomorrow or day after tomorrow. Now we feel we are settled. There is no this kind of threats. So we can explore the different possibilities. And I would like to share this nirahara samyama to make people experience many of the higher consciousness powers and higher consciousness experiences. Of course, the side effect of the nirahara samyama, maybe you will lose weight and you will become healthy, but that alone is not the purpose. All right, now please sit for at least 10 minutes so that I will prepare your body and mind for this nirahara samyama. From tomorrow or day after tomorrow we will start the samyama. But I also wanted all of you to know, whoever is doing the nirahara samyama should come on two-way from the day I start, day after tomorrow onwards. I need to see all of you. You need to see me, I need to see you. Only then the initiation of the samyama is possible, and every day during the samyama, at least once, means during the satsang, whether in the morning satsang or in the evening satsang, at least one satsang, you have to see me and I have to see you, means in two-way video conferencing. So, tomorrow or day after tomorrow we will start the samyama. I tell you, this will be the world's largest effort of larger number of human beings trying to be without food, without any war situation. See, sometime in the war-like situations, people would have tried this kind of things like being without food and all, but playfully, not with any war-like situation. So please sit straight, close your eyes. I bless you all for sitting with us. Around the world at this moment, 1,114 places through Nithyananda TV, 17 places two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha in 274 cities in 24 countries around the world. Your minutes of meditation. To enter into minuteforpeace.org website is 90 minutes. Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share, explode into eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
जीवन
तन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवम्
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
Let's enter into today's Bhagavad Gita. In Bhagavad Gita, 4th chapter, Jnana Karma Sannyasa Yoga, 7th verse.
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिर्भवति भारत अभ्युत्थानमधर्मस्य तदात्मानं सृजाम्यहम्.
यदा यदा हि धर्मस्य ग्लानिः भवति भारत. As I said the other day, around 108 different translations or interpretation, understandings of the sutras landed on me. I wanted to define these technical terms in this verse clearly. Main technical terms in this verse is dharma, adharma, srujamyaham. Keeping yourself open for all the possibilities is dharma. Please understand. Keeping yourself open for all possibilities, whether the wealth or health or enlightenment, fortune, all the auspicious things in the life, keeping your possibility open, keeping the being open for any of this. Sometimes I have seen people losing just because they are not open, just because of their narrow ideas. Sometimes even if they understand, they cannot put their foot down immediately. The decision making, they may need to encounter the life, few people. So you seal the possibility. Let me define, please understand this word once more. Keeping all the possibility open. That's the first thing. Second, not postponing or delaying, shutting the possibilities down because you cannot encounter, face certain situation. Just yesterday I was talking about one disciple who asked me that I want to be your Meera. I can see the whole difficulty in that person is the difficulty to face the immediate situations, encountering the immediate situations. So just that person has to put up with the flow. Many times I have seen human beings put up with the flow of life or the social flow because they do not keep themselves open to the possibility, or they are afraid to face, encounter the life situation immediately if they keep themselves open. I can give you 101 example. Health, wealth, transformation. Keeping the belief, trust that possibility is there is dharma, flow of life. Unfortunately, by and by you start believing the possibility itself does not exist. Believing possibility for further progress does not exist is defined as Rahu in astrology. Whenever your muscles have lost the faith, it cannot recover from the disease, it is Rahu. Just yesterday, I was telling to one of my ashramite, whom I am healing, I said, I'll heal you, I'll cut through this whole pattern and biomemory, but visit one Raghu temple. There's one Raghu temple, very famous Raghu temple near Kumbakonam. I said, go and have darshan in the temple and come back. Because that energy field removes your strong negative faith. When you shut down, no, transformation is not possible for me, you are suffering with Rahu. When you shut down, wealth is not possible for me, you are suffering with Rahu. When you shut down, health is not possible for me, you are suffering with Rahu. Shutting down the possibility is adharma. I told her, go and see the temple in Nageshwaram and come back. Whenever you shut the possibility, you suffer with Rahu. Suffering Rahu and Guru are complete opposite. Guru keeps even small possibilities open. Shutting down any possibility, shutting down any hope is atheism. Keeping all hopes alive, even if it is false hope. Understand? All hopes lead you to hopelessness, not because they are false hope, to lead you to reality. All hopes lead you to hopelessness, not because hopes are false hopes, but to lead you to reality. Hopes, by its very innate intelligence, lead you to reality. So keep all the hopes alive. Keep all the possibilities alive. See, every worship, everything is a possibility. Krishna says very beautifully. Even though there are some people who worship things which is not described in Agama, don't disturb their trust or faith. We believe and we live. We be, live. We believe and we live, we be. We be, we live, we believe Vedic tradition. Which has a great heart to encourage every possibility and hope. All possibilities are like sprouting plant, just coming out, budding. It should be treated with a lot of love and respect. Every hope, every faith, every trust, every even little hope should be kept alive, encouraged, enriched. That is dharma. Very beautifully, Manu is describing. I'm spending a lot of time in reading Manu's laws. I'm reading now 6th book. 6th book is the rules and regulations he describes. He gives for spiritual people, ascetics, monks, sadhus, paramahamsas. I'm going through so beautifully. He has kept the possibility for updating alive. Very beautifully, he describes who all can gather together and update whatever he wrote. Upgrade. Very beautifully he describes. Very honest way of keeping the rules alive. If I can create at least 10,000 people of Kashmiri Pandits' DNA structure, and at least 100 people of the Manu's caliber, the Sampradaya which I create will live forever, will never die. And this possibility for enlightenment in the Kali Yuga will be revived and kept alive as a living stream forever. All this Sangha meeting, everything, I am only sowing the seed of each one becoming Manu. In Akada, see, morning 5 hours. By yogic body and Vedic mind, I am sowing the seed of all of you becoming Kashmiri Pandits. And through the Sangha meeting, I am sowing the seed of all of you becoming Manu. I want all of you to become Manu. So that this spirit is kept alive. And each one of you create set of rules and regulations on your own when you become head. To tell you honestly, I am not interested anybody living in this one campus more than 5 years. If you live here for 5 years, by then you should imbibe, fill yourself. Your mental setup should be settled in the Dharma. Means all the decisions you make should be from the transformed understanding. Then you should be staying in different places and creating a beautiful communities around you. Carrying this Ananda Gandha means bliss flavor. And evolving a beautiful Sangha. Very responsible, highly original, means independent. Just yesterday I called the structuring people and described just 2-3 things. Except human trafficking, no other rule should be unchangeable. Please understand, there should not be human trafficking, means anybody going with anybody. That is the destruction. Other than that, no other rule should be a solid rule. Everything should be a flowing guideline. Only anybody going with anybody destroys the civilization. Other than that, nothing destroys a civilization. A civilization never gets destroyed. Other than this one rule. I also said very clearly, for our civilization, only this one rule should be unchangeable. This cannot be altered by anybody. Other than that, nothing should be like a solid rule. Everything should be like a fluid guideline, which they can bend, alter as per their responsibility. First 100 people understand this spirit and evolve a group of responsible, committed individuals. That is enough. After that, no need for any rule. Just 100 people, the DNA programming of like Kashmiri Pandit happens, that's enough. That's enough. Then living this dharma will just be like a lifestyle. It will never die. It will never die. How much ever the adharma is preached all over the world, possibilities are shut down, closed all over the world, dharma will never die. Just if the 100 people, that's all it takes. Because each person whose all decisions are from the transformed inner space inspires thousands of people. Other than no human trafficking, no other rule should be solid. Because whenever you create a solid rules, some possibilities gets shadowed. The possibilities gets unexplored. See, because I am born and brought up in vegetarian family, the possibility through the animal sacrifice, some energies can be awakened, was never explored by me. Only after this Karupar Puja I realized. Of course, I am not going to promote it. But at certain places, like a medicine, this can be used. Like parihara, this can be used. I am neither going to promote it, nor going to make a rigid rule banning the animal sacrifice. I am just going to leave the possibility open. I am telling you, by the rigid rules, the many possibilities getting explored gets stopped, banned. Whenever the possibilities are shut down, hopes are reduced, I happen to open and fill everybody with all hopes, awaken all the possibilities and all the hopes.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham. a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 097422033111. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda is a rare living incarnation, a yogi by birth. He has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English, books in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese, with translations in 26 languages are available. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 8,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services, ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world offer exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. Having meditation centers in 151 countries including Bidadi, Tiruvannamalai, Rajapalyam, Salem, Hyderabad, Varanasi, Los Angeles, Ohio, Seattle, San Jose and Phoenix. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, a spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation. A contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers. Adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, he has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands, gracing them with spiritual powers. A spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples worldwide in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places like Bangalore, Hyderabad, and Tiruvannamalai in India. A dynamic young guru who is an inspiration to thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online. A beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let me read the question. It was very helpful for all of us when Swamiji shared about the uniqueness of Hinduism. Similarly, can you also share a few words about your unique contributions to the spiritual consciousness of the world? I'll try to share basic few important contributions. See, if I have to answer your question completely, I myself, the unique contribution I have added to the Hinduism. Understand? The way I am dressing, the way the jewels I am wearing, everything is my contribution to Hinduism. I can say my first unique contribution to Hinduism is making the highest Vedantic experience as practicable yogic process. All yogic traditions stopped at a level where it never becomes Vedantic ultimate experience. All ultimate Vedantic experiences were having a gap between the practicable technique and the experience. There was no technique or a method to achieve the Nirvikalpa Samadhi. Till Savikalpa Samadhi there was a technique. Means merging into a form or a name. Taking a quantum jump and practice from the beginning, which is based on the pure Advaitic experience and leading to Advaitic experience, which is in practice like yoga, but in ultimate experience as Vedanta. I have connected the gap between yoga and Vedanta, made ultimate Vedantic experience as practicable yogic technique. I can say, time will remember me for this just one contribution. You do not know the power and methodology and the unique way the unclutching technique was revealed. Many techniques starts very practical way, practicable way, like remembering a name or form and all that, but never ends in ultimate Vedantic experience, Advaitic experience. Stops in Savikalpa Samadhi. You will be merging with that one form or one name, Rama or Krishna or Shiva or Devi or whatever. And all Vedantic experiences like Aham Brahmasmi, Tattvamasi, those experiences have no start. all techniques and process and methods which as a start does not reach to that experience. My unique contribution to the Vedic tradition is unclutching. Starts with Advaitic understanding, leads you into the Advaitic depth, gives you finally the Advaitic enlightenment, making a beautiful, usable, motorable bridge between yoga and Vedanta is my unique contribution. My unique contribution to the spiritual consciousness of the world. First, making the ultimate Vedantic experience possible, offering a technique which starts with Advaita. It does not say, starts with repeating Shiva, Shiva, then move to Shivoham. No. It starts the moment you are initiated. You are an Advaiti. You are a Vedanti. Grows in Vedanta and merges into the ultimate Vedantic experience, making yoga into a practicable ultimate enlightenment science. The problem is, if you all are already exposed to the traditional Hinduism, then came to me after enough suffering and seeking and searching, then you will understand my unique contribution. But many of you guys are fortunately or unfortunately straight started understanding spirituality after listening to me. So that is the reason you don't understand my unique contribution. Tradition says, Sastra Jala Maharanya, in the forest of the dense, dark forest of the knowledge, if you are tortured, wandered in that forest for a long time, and then somebody gives you the shelter and takes care of you, then you will understand his unique contribution. Unfortunately, most of you guys directly heard me and connected. That is the reason you don't understand my unique contribution. First thing is,
just an hour's drive from Bangalore, Asia's fastest growing city, is a unique space of healing, meditation, and rejuvenation. Welcome to Nithyananda Dhyanapitham. Experience soothing healing energies under the ancient wish-fulfilling banyan tree in the presence of divinity. Enjoy the unique anti-aging formula of the original Siddha Healing Spa with the 21-foot energized healing lingam and healing pool, the Vaidya Sarovar. Connect directly to God in the vibrant silence of Nithyanandeshwara temple. Savor the delicious Sattvic food served free at all times. Best of all, get a glimpse of authentic spiritual life at the daily morning satsang, worship, yoga and meditation sessions with Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Rediscover yourself at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, the ultimate spiritual lifestyle destination. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru, 97422 03311.
Welcome to Inner Awakening, the most powerful personal transformation retreat you could ever experience. In just 21 days, thousands are already experiencing the shortest route to constantly high energy levels, visible anti-aging, healing of chronic diseases, fulfilling relationships, and higher states of consciousness. What is the secret behind this transformation?
awakens the inner potential energy. Once it is awakened, opens the different doors for the conscious experience in you. I can say which is a master key for all extraordinary spiritual experiences.
This extraordinary program is conducted personally by Paramahamsa Nithyananda in the vibrant atmosphere of Nithyananda Dhyanapitham Ashram. Open yourself to the benefits of Nitya Yoga and practical meditation. Experience physical and mental healing. Discover simple ways to handle life with success. Above all, enjoy individual darshan and blessings from Paramahamsa Nithyananda every day. Take 21 days for yourself and carry home the transformation of a lifetime.
Making Vedanta as a practicable technique. Second, scientifically, logically analyzing, validating, recording all the extraordinary possibilities, experiences and expressions of Vedic traditions. Scientifically and logically validating, recording, preserving all the extraordinary experiences and expressions of Vedic tradition. Please understand, always this orthodox people never bend themselves for any scientific validation. All the New Age gurus who are ready for scientific validation do not have stuff. My unique contribution is bringing that ultimate experience to the humbleness of scientific validation. With that ultimate, I am ready to humbly submit myself and all my processes and techniques for scientific validation, research and analysis. This is also one of our unique contributions. I can say my next unique contribution is being user-friendly. Please understand, all my kriyas, meditation techniques, process, everything is built with a material called user-friendly. Nothing is impractical. Even if I am teaching you impractical, I make it practical. Make you understand, inspire, elevate, make it into practical. So user-friendly is my one more unique contribution. I can go on and on and on and on my unique contributions to the Vedic tradition. If I go on and on and on, again you will be in a big mess of what to understand and what to share with others. So I will stop with this. My unique contribution is first, making the ultimate Vedanta into a practicable yogic technique. Anything practicable is always yogic, and anything practicable never leads to ultimate was the theory before Nithyananda in Hinduism. I challenge, there is no Hindu literature. There is no Vedic literature which makes Vedanta into a practicable technique. I challenge any Pandit, Purohit, intellectual of Hinduism. Of course, I have all my respects for Vedic tradition and Vedamata, but many fellows who think they are the representatives of Vedic Mata and Vedic tradition, I challenge them. Show me a single reference where the pure Advaitic technique, the moment it starts, it is Advaitic. When it is traveling, it is Advaitic, and it ends as Advaita. No. Advaitic experience is almost like having a baby, where you conceive and allow it to grow step by step, step by step, step by step. Finally, it comes out. I made the whole system very simple, like test tube baby, removed. My unique contribution is making Advaita into a practicable yogic process. Be ready and working to validate, analyze, research, logically and scientifically all the spiritual experiences and extraordinary expressions like techniques, methods, everything. And third, being user-friendly, trying to make everything into user-friendly. Fourth, this is one of the unique contribution to the Hinduism, I should say, connecting the lowest initial level concepts of Hinduism directly to the highest experience of Vedanta. Pouring a small little bit of water on Shivalinga, or putting a bale on a Shivalinga, bale leaf on Shivalinga, a initial level process which a villager starts. Even a villager after takes bath gets a pot full of water, pours on the Shivalinga which is on the banks of the river. Connecting this to the ultimate Vedantic enlightenment experience without leaving any part of Vedic tradition, including all spectrum of Vedic tradition, making it as one living organism. Unfortunately, no guru was able to do. Either they are stuck with catering to C group, people who are only in the sense level, deity and puja, worship, homa, that's it. Or some are stuck just with the yogis, the B group. Do some kriya, technique, process, method, teaching. Or A group, giving directly the enlightenment experience. There was no guru who is able to play in all these three spectrums. Our mission's unique contribution is able to play in all these three spectrums.
Eliminate stress from your life. Step up your performance levels. Enhance your clarity and decision making. Kalpataru, a unique full-day transformational healing program, blessed personally by rare living incarnation Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Harness the power of meditation and initiation. Experience a glimpse of Kundalini awakening for permanent physical and mental transformation. Take the first step to a happy and successful life. Kalpataru, manifest your destiny. Every weekend at Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru.
The ingenious program, a field of all possibilities. The children in the ingenious program are directly under the guidance of enlightened master Paramahamsa Nithyananda. Nithyananda is an incarnation, and exudes the knowledge of conflict-free living. He states that enlightenment is our birthright. What an incredible gift for your child, a once-in-a-lifetime privilege to live and thrive in the energy field of all possibilities and give enlightenment to your child. Where every child can become a genius. Learning can unveil the genius in every child, provided it stimulates higher-order thinking skills, positive self-esteem, teamwork, and an internal locus of control. Research has proven that holistic teaching methodologies paired with meditation stimulate whole brain functioning and result in self-directed, spontaneous, and creative lifelong learners. An enriched environment. When young children have an enriched environment conducive to early learning in life, they have higher IQ, cognitive intelligence, EQ, social emotional intelligence, and SQ, spiritual intelligence. These early experiences are critical for the development of the child. Peer pressure and destructive social conditioning can take its toll on the child. It can create negative thought patterns and destructive behaviors unless these enriching experiences are provided. An enriched environment includes whole brain activities which stimulate the utilization of both sides of the brain. The right brain is responsible for creativity, intuition, spontaneity, quantum memory, learning in a flash, and computer-like calculations. The left side of the brain is responsible for inner linear thinking and analysis. When both sides of the brain are integrated, performance is optimal. Brain yoga. Brain yoga activates the ability to balance the right and the left brain. This helps open the sixth sense. Children are given activities to balance both sides of the body simultaneously, using distinctive postures that stimulate both sides. The neurological brain patterns move from beta to alpha, increasing alertness and attention. Quantum memory. Quantum memory is a constant downloading of information without interference of the mind. Observation skills are directly related to memory skills. Reading without interference of the mind, reading at quantum speed, will lead to quantum memory without the mind getting in the way. Creative and performing arts. Dance, drama, music, sculpting, and design offered in the Ingenious program provide kinesthetic motor stimulation to engage the brainwave patterns, resulting in expanded creativity and resourcefulness. Sattvic food. Children are given the benefit of fresh sattvic food prepared to the standards according to the ancient Vedic lifestyle. The food is fresh, with fruits and vegetables. Vegetarian food creates radiant health in the body. Vedic cultural arts. Sanskrit chanting stimulates the brain to produce full brain coherence, developing clearer perception and integrated thinking. Chanting also promotes inner silence and improves the attention span. Meditation and expanded awareness. Meditation instills a deep silence in the child, resulting in deeper, richer perception and clarity in thinking. Ingenious produces the next step in evolution, a mature human being who functions at a higher state of consciousness. Expanded awareness provides the platform for a vision of all abilities of life, perfect health, prosperity, and life without conflict. What more could you ask for your child?
If I can just teach this one science to the kids, I will have millions of enlightened beings. I have been contemplating on the last satsang, thinking about chemical imbalances. Just being aware and realizing the chemical imbalance in the body for your actions can avoid the mistakes you have made in the past, and to realize you have a chemical imbalance can avoid your actions. How simple is this? Please understand. Just being aware and realizing the chemical imbalance in the body for your actions will completely avoid you even doing the actions. There are thousands of actions you'll just drop. As I said, you will lose interest in so-called pleasure. All the so-called interest in the pleasure will be lost. When the so-called interest in the actions are lost, you will not be doing again and again the same act knowing it is going to put you in trouble. As yesterday I was telling, the same brinjal story. You will not be doing the same actions. You will not be caught in the same pattern. Just realizing the chemical imbalance is responsible for the actions. Many of your actions disappear. You do not enter into it at all. You will be responsible. Expand. You are saying, just realizing this imbalance will take you beyond your actions? Or is it just being aware of this imbalance takes you beyond your actions? Beyond what you feel in the action. It takes you beyond action itself. Not just what you feel in the action. Beyond action itself. Do you know you are from Las Vegas? I am not saying be a lotus leaf which is in the water and water cannot touch it. Water cannot stay on it. No. I am saying even the action will disappear. How is this imbalance make you not responsible for your actions? We are responsible for the actions we do. How is this imbalance make you not responsible for your actions? We are responsible for the actions that we do. As I said, when you understand the chemical imbalance behind every action, the very action disappears. And whatever you perform, you become responsible for it. You become very responsible and conscious, aware. It is not done out of pattern. It is not done out of suffering. It is not done out of being caught. It is done out of freedom and responsibility. Never brings suffering as a side effect to it. This, only when you get in, you will be able to understand. Till then you will have a doubt, how is it possible? Get in, Diana, you will understand. I know the modern day youth is really suffering. Humanity has never faced this crisis. I have created a 1-year program where you can study the spiritual truths.
Nitya Yoga practices to create healthy body, spiritual discourses to develop mental health, meditations that help balance emotions, kriyas to break mental patterns that create suffering, opportunity to express leadership qualities, techniques that improve creative skills. Learn to break all self-limiting barriers to achieve your dreams. Ananda Yogam.
I am providing a platform for you to think, meditate, contemplate, and decide about your future. I am giving you 1 year free food, shelter, clothes, above all, the spiritual education and intelligence and intuition to take decision about your future.
Every participant is taught the Vedic truths to live life as it leads in a nurturing ambience, along with inspirational spiritual education that helps bring out the best and achieve one's highest potential.
Youth across the world can come and spend a year in Ananda Yogam to work on you, to discover your future, to discover your destiny or recreate your destiny. I'll open my house for you for 1 year, completely free. Come and stay here, discover and recreate your destiny.
Interviews at Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Bidadi, Bengaluru, 903311.
Yesterday you asked to choose 10 patterns and drop them in the next 1 month. Can you please share how I can get rid of my patterns? Prema, just pick up 10. Decide this 1 month I will vehemently unclutch from these 10 patterns. I'll allow everything else but not these 10 patterns. Live with that one conscious decision and continuously work to unclutch from those patterns whenever they arise in your day-to-day practice. For 1 month, you will see the 10 patterns just disappear and get destroyed. Before the patterns becomes your biomemory and organ and body part, break it. I have a story. One patient was entering the hospital. In the flower beds, 2 white-coated doctors are searching for something. Patient asked, "Sir, did you lose something? Have you lost anything? What are you searching?" Doctors, both of them replied, No, we are going to do heart transplant surgery for income tax officer. We are searching for a suitable stone. So before the patterns become organ in your body, better unclutch. How patterns can become organ? You can see. Today's satsang in Bhagvadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 3rd verse.
Sayevayam maya tedya yoga proktah puratanaha bhaktosi me sakacheti rahasyam hyetaduttamam.
Translation: that ancient science of intense action, which is the most elevated mystical doctrine, has been prescribed to you now because you are my loyal companion. The third biggest problem a disciple faces. See, first he questions the master. Hey, If the master is talking the traditional truths, the same thing he is repeating. He has not experienced anything new. If he is telling something from his own experience new, he is telling something on his own to make us do what he wants us to do, which is not traditional, authentic, time-tested. Bhagavan breaks both the questions at a time. He says, it is the most ancient sacred secrets untold by me. Once he is convinced, the next doubt comes to Arjuna, which comes to all disciples. Why is all these great things being told to me? Am I qualified? I have seen so many fellows running away with the name, I am not fit. I am not qualified. Some run away feeling, for my caliber, I am not given the status and respect. Some run away, I am not fit. But both are same. Both will always be together. Both mental setup is one and the same. Sayevayam mayatedya yogaha proktaha puratanaha bhaktaha asime sakachaiti rahasyam hi etat uttamam. The Arjuna's doubt, why is all these great things be told to me? Bhagavan is clearing that doubt. Hey, I am telling all these great things not to exploit you. That's a big doubt. Oh, maybe he is telling all these things to brainwash me. Not to brainwash you, but to wash your brain. Brainwashing is different. Washing your brain is different. I don't do brainwashing. I just wash your brain. So this fellow gets into the doubt. Maybe he's trying to brainwash me. For that, Bhagavan is answering, hey, this ancient science of intense action, which is the most elevated mystical doctrine, has been prescribed to you now because you are my loyal companion. Very beautifully Bhagavan says, Bhaktaha asi me saka cha iti. Best thing can happen to you is when Bhagavan says, you are my royal companion. Loyal companion. Please understand. Bhaktaha and saka. When he is using both the word, you are a loyal companion and royal companion. I tell you. That's the greatest thing can happen to you. It's like all of you know the Prime Minister, but whether he knows you or not is the main thing. You always say, he's my friend, he's my friend. But whether Prime Minister says you are his friend, that is where the whole thing boils down. Yesterday, somebody was asking me, how much I have grown spiritually, tell me. I tell you, the scale to measure your spiritual growth is the honest feeling Master has about you. That's all. Understand? The honest feeling. See, if you pull out my archives and pull out your file, which I have inside, what is the conclusion of that file? That is your spiritual growth. That is your growth in life. Cosmos feeling about you is your spiritual growth. The ultimate blessing is Bhagavan saying, Bhaktaha asime sakachayiti. You are my devotee and companion. God. Even after this word, if this idiot is not breaking and falling at the feet of Krishna and just picking up the Gandiva and sending the arrow to kill Bhishma and Drona and all these fellows, I tell you, immediately he needs a Sangha meeting. Bhagavan is saying, you are my loyal companion. You can give life for this one word. Forget about one life. You can give life for this one word. And still this fellow is sitting and asking doubts. Bhagavan saying, you are my loyal companion. What more is required? Bhaktaha asime sakachayiti. Even the word loyal companion is too small word. He is saying devotee companion. Bhaktaha asime sakachayiti. Let me give you word by word meaning. Sayeva ayam maya te adya. He says, you are my devotee and also friend. Bhaktaha, devotee, asi, you are, me, my, saka, friend, cha, also. I want to give you word by word meaning. Only then you will understand how beautifully Bhagavan says. He says, you are my devotee and companion. That is the reason I am giving you this most mysterious, sacred, secret. Uttamam Ragasyam. He says, supreme secret. Sacred secret. Ragasyam hi etat uttamam. Because you are my friend and companion, I am giving you this great science. The most funniest thing happens around the masters is, these fellows, they think by just holding on to the place or some status, they can achieve the ultimate. No. Real achievement happens by the understanding or the conclusion master carries about you. I tell you, you can give up anything to rewrite that, create that properly and rewrite that properly. That is why I always tell people, with master, before committing, think again and again. Because nothing else matters in the planet Earth. Your spiritual growth, mental growth, physical growth, wealth, relationships, everything can happen just if the master's grace is there on you. Nothing will be useful if that grace is not there on you. So build right file in master's heart. Your book of heart does not show your spiritual growth. It only shows your spiritual struggle. My book of heart shows your spiritual growth. Understand, in my book of heart, if you see the index and see your name page, what that page says, what is the conclusion, updated this moment. My book of art is electronic, cosmic electronic. Constantly gets updated. What my book of art says about you, that is your spiritual growth. Here, such a beautiful way, Bhagavan is feeling about Arjuna. You are my devotee. That itself is enough. See, Bhagavan saying that I accept you as my devotee, I feel you are my devotee. That is enough. What more this fellow needs? I don't know what for he is waiting and what other ways he need to be convinced. Actually, this should be the climax. But this Arjuna's dumbness, it is not even an interval. After this, there are 2-3 songs, then stunt, 1 or 2 fight, then climax comes. Actually, this should have been the climax. Bhagavan saying, hey, you are my devotee and friend. Saka, he says friend. That's the most sweet space. The relationship is so explicitly, clearly described by Bhagavan. After that, what else you need? Very beautifully he says, because you are my friend and companion, I give these great signs to you. These great signs, ancient signs of intense action, I am giving it to you. I tell you, if I feel you are honestly committed to me, you will listen to me. If I trust you will listen to me, I will prescribe the same thing to you. Bhagavan says, he trusts Arjuna. You are my devotee and companion. That is why I am sharing this most sacred secret with you. Ragasyam hi edat uttamam. Ragasyam hi edat uttamam. I can say this whole verse is with a lot of emotion. This cannot be interpreted intellectually. The meaning, Bhagavan says, come on. You are my friend and companion, devotee. That's why I am giving these signs to you. No. The context needs to be understood. Bhagavan is not giving this great Gita to Bhima. Bhima may not even need. Just one instruction from Krishna is enough. Yudhishthira is not giving it to great Dharmaraja Yudhishthira. I tell you, too much of morality, you can't receive the ultimate science. For the ultimate science, you need certain kind of a closeness where you step outside morality, where morality is not the frame with which you relate to the master. Of course, it's very sensitive, subtle subject where you need to understand it very intelligently. Otherwise, the whole thing can become one more scandal. Yudhishthira relates with Krishna with a clear moral frame. Oh, uncle. And always Yudhishthira will get up when Krishna comes. It was completely different relationship. But Arjuna's is more romantic relationship. Krishna and Arjuna, it was more romantic. Otherwise, will a friend ask, it will be nice if I can have the physical pleasure of your body also. Maybe this fellow thought, what is this? So many women are falling for him. There must be something. Anyhow, the relationship between Krishna and Arjuna, you need to understand the whole context. Only then you will catch this whole. It is such a sweet intimacy where the boundaries of social morality, social lines are not the priorities. Of course, Arjuna never disrespected Krishna, but the social morality, social lines were not restrictions. They are not priorities. The closeness and the intimacy has become such. The social boundaries have become dull. They become dim. It was such strong connection. See, Sakadeva was a disciple of Krishna. Sakadeva learnt many of the Shastras from Krishna. He is a disciple. Nagula is a great devotee. But none of them received this Bhagavad-Gita because none of them had friendliness, where Bhagavan can speak the truth as it is. Bhagavan is very beautifully saying, you are my devotee and friend. Because you are my devotee and friend, I am teaching you this supreme secret. Rahasyam hi edat uttamam. Most sacred secret, I tell you. The essence of this verse is, evolve yourself, where Master says, he really trusts you. He feels you are his devotee. He feels you are his companion. The most loyal companion. Nothing else matters in the life. If your master can say, you are his friend and companion. Gurupataka sloka very beautifully describes worthlessness of everything when you don't fall at the feet of the master, and you will have everything when you are at the feet of the master. The context in which these words are uttered, that makes the meaning for this whole verse. Bhagavan says, because you are my devotee and loyal friend, I am telling you the most sacred secrets, the ultimate truth, the ultimate secret to raise your life to my level. See, it's like if I had a son or a daughter to whom I want to give the best of my life, what I'll give, I'm giving the same thing to Gurukul kids. To our Gurukul kids. The reason is because I trust them. They will receive. They will imbibe. When I was reading their vision statement, I really felt jealous and I want to join the Gurukul. Bhagavan is saying, I have this trust on you. That is why I am teaching you the supreme sacred secret. So the essence of this verse is, prepare yourself and make yourself worthy of Master's feeling connection. That's the right word. You feeling connection with Master is not that important. He feeling connection to you is that important. That's why I'm telling you. You seeing him is not that important. He seeing you is really important. You seeing him, you will pick up only whatever is comfortable for you from his words and do. When he sees you, he will pour his whole being into you. Rahasyam hi edat uttamam. Bhagavan says the ultimate sacred secret, ultimate mystery, loyal companion. I tell you, anything can be done in your life to catch in his heart the place loyal companion. Having place at the feet of the Master is not that great, but having place at the heart of the Master, is the real ultimate thing. See, anybody comes to my feet, I give the place. My feet is the one thing which can never do the action of kicking. My feet can do all other movements other than kicking. So anybody comes to the feet, get the place in the feet. Getting place in the feet is not that difficult or that great. That's just the initial level. But getting place in the heart is the real achievement. Bhagavan is saying, because you already have place in my heart, I am teaching this great science to you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters, India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroganivarakam Vande Papa Vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam Nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka Pradipakam Vande Shantamayam Bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha Sancharam Sarvopadhi Vinirmuktam Vande Jnanalayam Natham Nithyanandaya swagatam. जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं। जीवन्मुक्तिप्रदं देवं क्षमापूर्णं जगद्गुरुं वन्दे परमहंसाख्यं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्। नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ಧ್ಯಾನಲೋಕಪ್ರದೀಪಕಂ.
ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ನಮ್ಮ ಯುಗದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಅಭೂತಪೂರ್ವ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಶಕ್ತಿ, ಅಂತಾರಾಷ್ಟ್ರೀಯ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಸಮಾಜದ ಆಂದೋಲನದ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪಕರು, ಆಧುನಿಕ ವೈದಿಕ ನವೋದಯದ ಪ್ರಥಮ ಅನ್ವೇಷಕ, ಪವಿತ್ರ ಊರಾದ ತಿರುವಣ್ಣಾಮಲೈನಲ್ಲಿ ಜನ್ಮ ತಾಳಿದ ಒಬ್ಬ ಯೋಗಿ, ಕೆಚ್ಚೆದೆಯ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಸಂಶೋಧಕ, ದೈವಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶಕ ಜ್ಯೋತಿ. ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ಇಂದು ಪ್ರಾಚೀನ ರಹಸ್ಯಾರ್ಥ ಯೋಗ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಪಥದಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಲಕ್ಷಾಂತರ ನಿಪುಣರಿಗೆ ಸ್ಫೂರ್ತಿದಾಯಕರಾಗಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕತೆಯ ವಿಜ್ಞಾನದ ಸಂಶೋಧನಾಕಾರ, ಆತ್ಮ ಸಾಕ್ಷಾತ್ಕಾರ ತೋರುವ ಗುರುಗಳು. ಅವರ ವಿವೇಕದ ಸಂಪತ್ತು, ಅವರ ನಗುವಿನ ಆ ಸಂತಸ ಹಾಗೂ ಅವರ ಅದ್ವಿತೀಯ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಪ್ರತಿ ವರ್ಷ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ಪ್ರಪಂಚದಾದ್ಯಂತ ಸುಮಾರು 1 ಕೋಟಿ ಜನರೊಡನೆ ಹಂಚಿಕೊಳ್ಳುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈಗ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ಜೀವನ್ಮುಕ್ತಿಯ ಬಗ್ಗೆ, ಆನಂದಮಯ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕಾಗಿ ಪರಿಹಾರಗಳ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡಲಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಮರೆಯಲಾರದ ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಅನುಭವವನ್ನು ಕೈಗೊಳ್ಳೋಣ ಬನ್ನಿ.
ಸರ್ವಧರ್ಮ ಪ್ರಣೇತಾರಂ ಸಚ್ಚಿದಾನಂದರೂಪಿಣಂ ವಂದೇ ಸನಾತನಂ ಪುಣ್ಯಂ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದಾಯ ಸ್ವಾಗತಂ. ವೇದ ವೇದಾಂತ ಸಂವೇದ್ಯಂ ದೇವದೇವಿ.
ಪರಿತ್ರಾಣಾಯ ಸಾಧೂನಾಂ ವಿನಾಶಾಯ ಚ ದುಷ್ಕೃತಾಂ ಧರ್ಮ ಸಂಸ್ಥಾಪನಾರ್ಥಾಯ ಸಂಭವಾಮಿ ಯುಗೆ ಯುಗೆ. Still there is so much need to be told about this verse. In every one of you, incarnation of innermost intelligence happens. See, your inner awakening is the incarnation happening in you. When the inner awakening happens in you, spiritual cognition is protected and promoted. That is what is sadhu. Mood swings and dilemma is destroyed. Mood swings and dilemma is destroyed. That is the dushkritam. Spiritual cognition is protected and encouraged. Mood swing and dilemma is destroyed. Dharma samsthapanarthaya means establishment of the body language of the living enlightenment. That is what is exactly meaning of the dharma. When the Jivan Mukti, living enlightenment, is expressed physically, whatever that body does is dharma. The living enlightenment is expressed physically in you. That is the dharma samsthapanartham. Sambhavami yuge yuge. Age after age, incarnation happens in you. This sutra will match for the individual you and for the cosmos you. Both. Sadhunam, the quality of spiritual cognition. I tell you, the greatest wealth in the life is spiritual cognition. When you are cornered, when you are in crisis, when you are suffering, don't think money is security. Spiritual cognition is security. Making decisions out of spiritual understanding is the ultimate security. Don't try to go on catch money, thinking that is security. Try to catch the spiritual cognition. Means taking decision out of spiritual understanding. If you are not able to make any decision, suffering is too much, at least surrender to the spiritual understanding. When you are cornered, when you are in crisis, when you feel nothing else is there in the life, all major things are taken away. If you run and hide yourself into the spiritual cognition, you are a Brahmana. If you run and hide and try to find security in money, you are a Vaishya. If you run and hide and try to find security in power, you are a Kshatriya. If you run into unconsciousness, either, like an elephant runs while you throw the crackers and finally destroy themselves. If you are running like that, you are a Shudra. Understand, when you are cornered, suddenly when major support is in your life is taken away, how you behave is your original face. If you take all the decisions based on tremendous spiritual understanding, you are a Brahmana. Spiritual cognition is the sadhu in you. Awaken the sadhu in you. Real freedom is not having suffocation inside. Till your cognizance is completely soaked in spirituality, till all your understanding about you, life, everything becomes the spiritual cognition, there will be suffocation in you. Freedom in life is spiritual cognition, not anything else. Anything else, if you think as freedom, you are in dilemma. You are that wild elephant running either and either because the crackers are behind you. More than wild elephant, I can give you one more example. The donkey's tail, the village boys will tie the crackers and put fire also. When it bursts, he doesn't even know what is happening. I tell you, ignorance is 1,000 mala tied in your tail. You don't even know. Ignorance is 1,000 mala firework tied in your tail. Taking spiritual decisions, taking spiritual cognizance, I tell you, is the ultimate wealth you can accumulate. Spiritual freedom is the ultimate wealth, ultimate understanding. Other than that, anything you call it as wealth destroys your life. I am trying to define and create spiritual freedom in every human being. I have picked up 108 major truths. If you understand this 108 and start making all the decisions based on any one or few of these truths in your life, you have a spiritual cognition. Once that 108 concepts are over, more precisely I can explain to all of you what is spiritual cognition, what is living enlightenment. It's nothing but having the spiritual understanding, making all your decisions based on the spiritual understanding. That is the sadhu. See, when you make any decision, it should be just liberating you from your suffocation and your suffocation from you. Your suffocation also suffers by you. Understand? It is not that your suffocation enjoys you. It's both of you holding on to each other. Your suffocation tortures you, you torture your suffocation. Sadhu means not getting tortured and not torturing others. Neither you torture others, nor others torture you. Paritranaya sadhuna, protection of the integrated and honest ones, always need to be protected, promoted, projected. There is so much to tell about this one verse. The spiritual cognition in you is sadhu. Confusion and dilemma and suffocation is dushkrita. Dharma samsthapanartha means establishing yourself in the body language of living enlightenment.
ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಎಂದರೇನು? ಪ್ರತಿಯೊಬ್ಬ ಮನುಷ್ಯನಲ್ಲೂ ಸುಪ್ತವಾಗಿ ಅಡಗಿರುವ ಅಸಾಧಾರಣ ಸಾಮರ್ಥ್ಯವೇ ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ. ಒಬ್ಬ ಜ್ಞಾನ ಗುರುಗಳ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಯಿಂದ ಈ ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಶಕ್ತಿಯನ್ನು ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಳಿಸಬಹುದು. ಒಮ್ಮೆ ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಂಡರೆ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದ ಪ್ರತಿ ಕ್ಷೇತ್ರಗಳಲ್ಲೂ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆ ತರುವ ಶಕ್ತಿ ಅದಕ್ಕಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ಅದು ನಿಮಗೆ ಆರೋಗ್ಯ, ಸಂಪತ್ತು, ಯಶಸ್ಸು, ಸಂತೋಷಭರಿತ ಸಂಬಂಧಗಳು ಮತ್ತು ಆಧ್ಯಾತ್ಮಿಕ ಜ್ಞಾನೋದಯವನ್ನು ತಂದುಕೊಡುತ್ತದೆ. ಧ್ಯಾನ ಹಾಗೂ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಜಾಗೃತಿಯ ಒಂದು ಇಣುಕು ನೋಟವನ್ನು ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮದಲ್ಲಿ ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವಾರಾಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ. ಸ್ಥಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನಪೀಠ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಗರ, ಬಿಡದಿ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು.
Arjuna said, your birth is posterior and the birth of the sun is remote, past. How do I comprehend that the science of intense action was uttered by you in the beginning? Now, the greatness of Krishna is he is going to answer this question. But of course, Krishna's greatness lies in that. Arjuna is asking, I used to think in those days kings also used to be introduced to the mysteries of life. Especially to be an archer, you need to know the knowledge of past life. Archery is not just the art related to the outer goal alone. See, if you are a master archer, your inner space will be so fine-tuned and sharpened. Any mysteries of life, the moment you concentrate, you will understand it. Arjuna is a great archer. I don't know how he managed this dumbness and archery together. There is a very beautiful Bodhidharma Sutra, and his follower, Bodhidharma's followers, Saraha, one lady enlightened master who was supposed to be highly awakened soul. In her songs, she writes very beautifully. She's a Buddhist tantric, Tibetan Buddhist tantric. When you send the arrow, not only that the understanding of that goal gets engraved in your system, that ability to understand the goal itself gets engraved in your system. See, if you have to attack a point, a goal, you need to understand what is the distance, where it is exactly. From long distance, your inner space need to come to many conclusions. What is the distance, height, length, and the speed with which you need to send the arrow to attack that point? So many extra sensory alignments need to happen for archery. That is why the Saraha describes, when you practice archery, it is not just the outer world extrasensory perceptions are awakened. That awakened extrasensory perceptions are used in the inner world also. The very understanding to perceive the goals is achieved. See, for example, for you to eat, so many things need to be coordinated. The distance between your mouth and the hand, and the angle in which your hand has to travel to put the food in the mouth, otherwise you may put it in the nose or in your eyes. The angle in which your hand needs to travel to reach the mouth very smoothly. So many understanding need to happen in you. After all, the hand and mouth both are inside you. Even for this, so much coordination is needed. Still, many fellows, in the darkness, they can't eat, whether you are putting in the mouth or nose. Even this eating which is between your own body, your hand, your mouth, even this needs so much of coordination. Sending the arrow somewhere and attacking needs a lot of coordination. Your extrasensory perception, your seventh sense need to be awakened. Calculating, judging, perceiving, making decision, and sending the arrow. So many things need to be coordinated. Archery is one of the art where any idea you'll be able to grasp once you master archery. Because the concentrated mind is required to be a successful archer. That intense concentrated mind will be straightaway useful in understanding the great truths of life, getting enlightened. And I want all of you to know, in all the post-Pandya spiritual traditions, archery was used. Archery into the science of enlightenment was introduction by Meenakshi. Meenakshi introduced the archery into the enlightenment science. All the post-Pandya civilizations, Pallava, of course, from Pallava civilization, the archery traveled to China through Bodhidharma. From China, went to Zen. Source of Zen archery is Meenakshi.
ಓರ್ವ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷರಿಂದ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನಕ್ಕೆ ದಿವ್ಯ ಮಾರ್ಗದರ್ಶನ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಬೇಕೇನು? ಪ್ರಸ್ತುತಪಡಿಸುತ್ತಿದ್ದೇವೆ, ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಪರಮಹಂಸರೊಡನೆ ಮುಖಾಮುಖಿ.
ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಹಿಯರ್.
ಇಡೀ ಜಗತ್ತಿಗೆ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರು ಮತ್ತೊಂದು ಅಪೂರ್ವವಾದ ಹಾಗೂ ಅಸದೃಶವಾದ ಉಡುಗೊರೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
You got practically everything and too much for a phone call.
ಪ್ರತಿದಿನ ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ ನಡೆಯುವ ಸತ್ಸಂಗದ ಸಮಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿಮ್ಮ ಎಲ್ಲಾ ಪ್ರಶ್ನೆಗಳಿಗೂ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಉತ್ತರ ನೀಡಲು ಅವರು ಲಭ್ಯವಿರುವರು.
No, you ask anything you want in your life. Ask me any boon you want.
ಬೆಳಿಗ್ಗೆ 8 ಗಂಟೆಯ ನಂತರ +918027279999ಗೆ ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಸ್ವಾಮೀಜಿಯವರೊಂದಿಗೆ ಮಾತನಾಡುವ ಅದೃಷ್ಟ ನಿಮ್ಮದಾಗಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಹಾಗೂ ntv.nithyananda.orgಯಲ್ಲಿ ಇದರ ನೇರ ಪ್ರಸಾರವನ್ನು ವೀಕ್ಷಿಸಿ. ಕಲ್ಪತರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನದಿಂದ ಒತ್ತಡವನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಹಾಕುತ್ತದೆ. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲಸದ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ಹೆಚ್ಚಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸ್ಪಷ್ಟತೆಯ ಹಾಗೂ ನಿರ್ಧಾರ ಮಾಡುವ ಗುಣಮಟ್ಟವನ್ನು ವೃದ್ಧಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕಲ್ಪತರು ಅಪರೂಪ ಅವತಾರ ಪುರುಷರಾದ ಪರಮಹಂಸ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದರಿಂದ ವೈಯಕ್ತಿಕವಾಗಿ ಆಶೀರ್ವದಿಸಲ್ಪಟ್ಟ ಒಂದು ದಿನದ ಪರಿವರ್ತನಕಾರಿ ಹಾಗೂ ಉಪಶಮನಕಾರಕವಾದ ಒಂದು ಅನನ್ಯ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ. ಧ್ಯಾನ ಹಾಗೂ ದೀಕ್ಷೆಗಳ ಶಕ್ತಿಯ ಬಳಕೆಯನ್ನು ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕುಂಡಲಿನಿ ಜಾಗೃತಗೊಳ್ಳುವಿಕೆಯ ಒಂದು ಇಣುಕು ನೋಟದಿಂದ ಶಾಶ್ವತವಾದ ದೈಹಿಕ ಹಾಗೂ ಮಾನಸಿಕ ಪರಿವರ್ತನೆಯನ್ನು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿ ಉಲ್ಲಾಸಭರಿತ ಮತ್ತು ಯಶಸ್ಸಿನ ಜೀವನದತ್ತ ಮೊದಲ ಹೆಜ್ಜೆಯನ್ನು ತೆಗೆದುಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಕಲ್ಪತರು ನಿಮ್ಮ ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ರೂಪಿಸಿಕೊಳ್ಳಿ. ಪ್ರತಿ ವಾರಾಂತ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನಪೀಠ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಗರ, ಬಿಡದಿ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ಕರೆ ಮಾಡಿ 8277490093 9742220311 www.nithyananda.orgಗೆ ಭೇಟಿ ನೀಡಿ.
Archery needs so much of understanding, concentration, ability to perceive the higher truths. I don't know what is happening to this Arjuna. Is he in some low mood, depression? Otherwise, a person like Arjuna, no doubt Arjuna is the greatest archer. He has conquered Shiva. Please understand. Shiva came to test Arjuna's archery powers. Actually, Shiva got defeated. No, he's an extraordinary archer, no doubt. But how did he not understand with that power of concentration this great truth of past birth or the Krishna's honesty? I'm really surprised. But I tell you, after reading this verse, I can forgive anybody, any of my disciple. When I read this verse, I felt, what is the constitution of Arjuna? What material Arjuna is made of? I really wanted to know, because he's a great guy. See, in whole Mahabharata, nobody is attributed with different language skills. Vyasa is not speaking at all about different language skills in 18 of his Puranas. Only when he describes Arjuna, he says, the man who can speak all the languages used in 54 deshas. See, during the time of Mahabharata, 54 human settlement was there. Man who can speak all the languages of all the 54 deshas. Only to Arjuna, Vyasa gives this title. In that 18 Puranas, nowhere there is a mention other than the Sanskrit, some languages existed at that time. Only when Vyasa is describing Arjuna, he describes the person with the ability of multiple languages. See, it is not that easy to learn languages in those days. There is no straight DVD kits. See, picking up a language was not a joke in those days. You need to go and be in that society, because there was no DVD available or books available. I don't know how many years really Arjuna lived. Or there must be some other mystical way only you should have downloaded those languages. Vyasa is not even telling, either in Mahabharata or in Bhagavata, Krishna had ability to speak multiple languages. No. Nowhere there is mention. Nowhere there is record that Krishna had ability to speak multiple languages. But only about Arjuna he says, man who can speak multiple languages. Because when all of them wanted to come to Rameshwaram for Tirtha Yatra to see Ramanatha Swami, they wanted to have the whole army and for their protection. But they were all at that time in the forest, so they can't get the army. They are already in the exile. But Arjuna says, I know the language, let's go. So Arjuna brings all of them. During that exile period, they come up to Trigonamalai, they go. Arjuna and the whole Pandavas, they go. Still in Trigonamalai, there is a place called Pandava Kufa, where Pandavas stayed. Anyhow, the man who can speak multiple languages, and another one very important description Vyasa gives about Arjuna. He was so handsome, even men will fall for him. Not just women, even men will fall for him. That handsome man, charismatic person, extraordinary power of concentration. Please understand, his ability of archery crosses even Rama's. Because for marrying Sita, he only broke the Shivadhanus, Shiva's bow. But with Arjuna's case, he has to tie the rope. See, basically bending the bow and putting the rope is the competition. When Rama was doing that, the whole bow broke. With Arjuna, he did that job without breaking the bow. And the very funny thing is, above, see, there was a huge pillar. Above the pillar, one fast moving chakra. Above the chakra, one small fish. He has to attack the eye of the fish without disturbing the chakra, not looking above, looking below, seeing the reflection of that fish in water. He did it.
ಖಿನ್ನತೆ ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕೊಲ್ಲುತ್ತಿದೆಯೇ? ಭವಿಷ್ಯವನ್ನು ಎದುರಿಸಲು ನಿಮಗೆ ಭಯವಾಗುತ್ತಿದೆಯೇ? ನಿಮ್ಮ ಹಿಂದಿನ ನೆನಪುಗಳು ನಿಮ್ಮನ್ನು ಕಾಡುತ್ತಿವೆಯೇ? ಇವೆಲ್ಲಕ್ಕೂ ಮೂಲ ಕಾರಣ ಬಾಲ್ಯದಿಂದಲೇ ಸಮಾಜವು ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಸೃಷ್ಟಿಸಿರುವ ನಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕವಾದ ಮನೋವೃತ್ತಿ, ಅಂದರೆ ಸಂಸ್ಕಾರಗಳು. ನಿಮ್ಮ ಸಮಸ್ಯೆಗಳಿಂದ ಹೊರಬರಲು ಒಂದೇ ಮಾರ್ಗವೆಂದರೆ ಈ ನಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕ ಮನೋವೃತ್ತಿಗಳನ್ನು ನಾಶಗೊಳಿಸುವುದು. ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಸ್ಫುರಣ ಕಾರ್ಯಕ್ರಮ ಪ್ರಬಲಯುಕ್ತವಾದ ಧ್ಯಾನ ತಂತ್ರಗಳ ಹಾಗೂ ಪ್ರಕ್ರಿಯೆಗಳ ಮೂಲಕ ನಿಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಆಳವಾಗಿ ಬೇರೂರಿರುವ ನಕಾರಾತ್ಮಕ ಮನೋವೃತ್ತಿಗಳಿಂದ ಮುಕ್ತಗೊಳ್ಳಲು ಸಹಾಯ ಮಾಡುತ್ತದೆ.
Your life is basically bliss. Anything you feel other than bliss is a samskara, engraved memory. These 4 days I am going to remove those engraved memories from you.
ಮಗುವಾಗಿದ್ದಾಗ ನೀವು ಅನುಭವಿಸಿದ ಆ ನಿರ್ಮಲವಾದ ಮುಗ್ಧತೆಯ ಆನಂದವನ್ನು ಮತ್ತೆ ಕಂಡುಕೊಳ್ಳಲು ಒಂದು ಮಹತ್ತರವಾದ ಅವಕಾಶ. ದಿನಾಂಕ ಮಾರ್ಚ್ 1ರಿಂದ 4, 2012. ಸ್ಥಳ ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ಧ್ಯಾನಪೀಠ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದಪುರಿ, ನಿತ್ಯಾನಂದ ನಗರ, ಮೈಸೂರು ರಸ್ತೆ, ಬಿಡದಿ, ಬೆಂಗಳೂರು. ದೂರವಾಣಿ ಸಂಖ್ಯೆ 1800-425-22333, 0974-220-3311.
We'll move to the morning satsang in Bhagavadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 22nd verse.
यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते.
यं लब्ध्वा चापरं लाभं मन्यते नाधिकं ततः यस्मिन् स्थितो न दुःखेन गुरुणापि विचाल्यते. Translation: having obtained which one does not esteem any other acquisition as something more, and being established in which one is not shaken by even the most grievous suffering. Bhagavan is describing one of the greatest state of Advaita experience. Please understand, there are various states, various stages of Samadhi. Sabija, Nirbija, Savigalpa, Nirvigalpa, Bhava Samadhi. There are various stages of Samadhi. Bhagavan is describing the ultimate Sahaja Samadhi. If you can move your body and mind and relate with the ordinary world as they understand life, but completely being established in your Nirvikalpa Samadhi, it is called Sahaja Samadhi. Please understand. Being established in the Nirvikalpa Samadhi in your inner space, completely unclutched in the inner space, with that, if you are able to move your body and mind in a so-called society's normalcy, that is Sahaja Samadhi. The most powerful, the ultimate spiritual state, even gods need to do tapas to achieve this state. Even gods who achieved their states by the various practices need to do unique special tapas to achieve this state. Yam laptva chaparam labam manyatenadikam tataha yasmin sthito na dukkena gurunapi vichalyate. Having obtained which state one does not esteem any other acquisition as something more, and being established in which state one is not shaken by even the most grievous suffering, is sahaja samadhi. We call it sahaja sthiti, the state where, the space where thoughts are not required for the smooth functioning of your body and even mind. Mind can function without thoughts. Please understand, even though usually the mind is bunch of thoughts, it can function without thoughts. You may ask, how can mind, which is bunch of thoughts, can function without thoughts? Just by the presence of the superconsciousness, without any agitation or the after effects and side effects which will be usually created by thoughts, mind can function, mind can flow. Unless the mind functions, you won't even be able to stand, sit, walk. It functions without any thoughts. No thought, no movement. That is why I always tell people, I am not existing as you think of me. Same way, after I leave the body, I am not going to be absent as you think of the absence. Understand? An enlightened master, a person who is established in Sahaja Samadhi, he will not be present as you understand presence. He will not be absent as you understand absence. Krishna says very beautifully, whoever understands the way I function will be liberated. Understand? He says, if you understand how I am functioning, you will be liberated. How funny it is. You may think, how will I be liberated if I know how Krishna is functioning? You will understand your mind is also functioning in the same way, and just your ignorance creates complication. You will just unclutch that very moment. Wow, this is what? Then why was I connecting all the thoughts unnecessarily and creating constant suffering for me? I wasted my time creating constant suffering for myself. When you create constant suffering for you, even the good thing you want to do to others will become suffering for them, and you will cry, oh, even if I do good things, people take it bad. They are not taking it bad. You are doing it as bad. Even though you plan good. But when you stop torturing yourself, when you stop giving suffering to you, even if you do something what you think or you may feel as bad, will end up as good. When an enlightened master uses his trishul, even then he only heals. An ordinary man, even if he gives gift, he only destroys others. In Calcutta, when I was staying, I was staying in the banks of Ganges, two neighbors, every day morning there will be fight. They will scream in that village Bengali. Scream means really scream. But I saw one fellow every day, evening, he will give sweets to that daughter of the neighbor. She's a small child. Morning, both fathers fight. Evening, this fellow gives sweet to the daughter. Every day, full part rasagulla he will give. I asked him, how come you love her so much, but with this father you have fight? And it's not some real fight, very frivolous things. This fellow says, no, I hate that fellow and the daughter both. I give lot of sweet because daughter won't be able to eat everything, and that fellow is diabetic. He will eat, he is such a miser, he will not throw the sweet out. He will eat and get more sick. Understand? And it really happened. That fellow is such a miser, he can't throw the sweet out. The daughter can eat only one. It's almost 30-40 rasagulla. And this fellow religiously will eat and fall sick in once in a week. But that does not stop him eating. So even by giving sweet, you can kill people. Even though I give kadkapudi, I help you guys. I tell you guys, if you take haritaki powder every night, your non-mechanical parts of the brain gets awakened, which directly leads to continuous unclutching, even while you are functioning normally, even while your life is moving normally, even when you are doing all your activities normally. If you continuously establish yourself in the space of unclutching, even while your body and mind is functioning, that is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. Bhagavan is talking only about that Sahaja Samadhi here. When I awaken your Kundalini, you experience Sahaja Samadhi only. Your brain, how it is in waking state, how it is in dream state, how it is in deep sleep state. When I awaken the Kundalini, you can see it is in a highest awareness, like a peak of waking state, and highest rest, like a depth of sleep state, both together. That is what I call Sahaja Samadhi. Sahaja Samadhi, restful awareness. Even if everything is happening in a deep, staying in the state of deep rest. I tell you, when I am giving the Akashic reading, Kalabhairava Darshan, people say, you are so active and alive, Swamiji. I tell you, that is the time I feel the extraordinary peace inside. No moments of thought. Continue to unclutch and unclutch to establish yourself in Sahaja Samadhi. Today with this, I'll move to the next segment of the morning satsang. See, there are two types of compassion. Compassion, immediate compassion. Oh, you are sick, go and sleep. If you are hungry, go and eat. Lie down. Without thinking about the purpose of life. The real compassion is supporting a person to fulfill the life's purpose, even if it is little difficult in the initial times. Come on, let's start the questions. I'll answer your questions.
We first have a gratitude email from Kavina Ananda from Seattle for Inner Awakening, and she's saying, Nithyanandam, to attend the Inner Awakening program, I used to postpone because of my 3-year-old son. I didn't know who would take care of him while I attend 21 days program with Swami. I sent my intention form and paid the money. Swami responded saying that he will take care of this. Very surprisingly, my husband, who doesn't believe in Swami and any masters, flew from US to take care of our son while I attend the program. He suddenly became very supportive and he even once came to the ashram. And other concern was my son used to get sick every time we came to India for vacation. During my IA trip, he remained healthy all through 21 days and beyond. These are true miracles from Swami. Life after IA. Now I truly understand as I experience that inner awakening happens every day, every second. It is not just 21 days. I can see that Swamiji is part of me and I have a direct connection to him. Whatever I think, he touches those topics in satsang. If I have any questions, he answers them immediately in the next day satsang. While I talk about Swami to my friends, I can see Swami talking through me and winning the arguments. I can feel his presence all the time in me. I can feel Swami's strong presence at home. I have the home security system and I had a thought at 9:30 a.m. while driving to office that what if the motion sensors detect Swami walking and I get a call from security monitoring team. I can't believe it how fast it happened. At 10:45 a.m., I got a call on my cell phone while I was in office that the alarm went off and if they have to call the police. I had a strong belief that it is a false triggered because of the thought and told them it is not required, I will check myself. My colleague said, "Are you mad? Why do you want to take the risk?" I just smiled and did not say much. I checked online and found out that the bedroom motion sensor triggered the alarm and that is where my puja room is. It's an amazing experience to me. I have experienced success in my job too. I work at Microsoft in a senior manager role. During the recent performance review, I got the topmost rating, 1+, in 300 people organization, and for that rating, rewards pour in through cash and stocks. I was thinking, what did I do differently after inner awakening? I was honest and never differentiated between my job and others. I was genuinely helping people to be successful. Love for people. I was not afraid to take risk. Presentations became much smoother after inner awakening as I didn't have fear. I started getting creative into the source of light. This was a great feeling to carry for several days. Then once more, I had the same dream of me merging into the light. I was touched by the experience and could clearly remember how I left the body and merged into the source of light. When I woke up, I was surprised to see awareness I had in my sleep state. This is definitely the result of inner awakening and Swamiji. Several times I have felt the vibrations of Anandagandha chakra and now I can always feel the vibrations in my body with lot of energy flowing and Kundalini awakening when I just sit. Never-ending miracles and bliss has taken over everything else in my life. I can see myself floating in the ocean of honey bliss. This is what is the effect of inner awakening. My deepest gratitude to Swami for showering both outer world and inner world success on me. Whatever I say in words here is very less. Everyone should experience it. In Nithyananda, Ma Kavina Ananda.
Actually, my presence cannot be felt by the detective alarms. Because she wanted that my presence should be felt. See, the moment she thought, she really wanted, will it really happen? She had a deep desire inside. So just to prove to her, I made my presence to be detected by the alarm.
The next question is from Aradhana Patel, New Jersey, USA, who's asking Swamiji, after hearing you talk about the Gurukul system in morning satsang, I wish my son had been young enough. I would have sent him there. But he is 17 now, and I'm really scared of what might happen to him, a teenager growing up in the USA. Any guidance for Indian youngsters in the West, Swamiji?
Actually, I am designing a program, especially aiming at Indian youngsters in the West, for them to be like a 3-month semester course to give all the universal spiritual values embedded in the Vedic tradition to learn, experience and live just through internet. The program is getting designed. Soon the teaser will be released. Then the release of the program will happen.
The next question is from Bhavna from Chennai, who's asking, Dear Swamiji, Nithyanandam, I am from Tamil Nadu. I became your devotee just by watching your morning satsangs for the past 10 months. I have not attended any of your programs except one Kalpataru. Till now, my parents don't know that I am watching the satsang daily. If they come to know, they will treat me as if I am pregnant before marriage. So I can't wear mala or participate in the Nirahara Samyama. What do you want to tell to people like me?
Bhavana, it is very unfortunate. Usually elders go to the spiritual gurus and youngsters don't go. And elders have to force the youngsters. But in my case, it is always opposite. Youngsters come and settle down with me, pull their parents. I am a special edition of consciousness for youth. It has become very difficult for old brain to think a creative, alive awakening of spirituality is possible. I tell you, even if the elderly people who come to my programs and accepted me, they become young in heart. So understand, these great spiritual teachings, see, even if you are not established in unclutching whole day, even if you remember 100 times, let me try to unclutch, the Swami says something, your mind will say, he will tell 1,000 things, don't waste your time. But then, no, I'll try. Even if you try unclutching every day, your eyes start shining. Your system grows younger. I am not saying only if you become successful, you will achieve all these qualities. No. Even if you try. This Nirahara Samyama also, thousands of people try. Hundreds are only successful. But even the people who tried and failed got many benefits like a health. They became better. Many benefits. If you are successful, then the benefits are immeasurable. Even if you are a failure, you lose weight, your health becomes great. So many wonderful things you receive. So understand, Krishna says in Gita, even if you practice these great truths little bit, he's not saying you have to do completely whatever I am saying. Even if you practice little bit, great good things will happen to you. Try Nirahara Samyama. It's a first level is 2 days, second level is 7 days, third level is 11 days. Even if you fail in the second level, you will have tremendous confidence. Wow, I did not eat for 1 week. How did I manage leaving my bonda and pakoda? So even if you try little, so many wonderful things will happen. I bless you all who are sitting with us around the world at this moment. In 1093 places through Nithyananda TV and YouTube Live, 48 places two-way video conferencing, having Nayana Diksha, in 259 cities in 28 countries. I bless you all, let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda. Thank you.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandanubhavaswadam Sarvaroga nivarakam Vande papa vinashaktam Nithyanandaya swagatam Nityamuktam nirvikalpam Dhyanaloka pradipakam Vande shantamayam bandham Nithyanandaya swagatam Anandagandha sancharam Sarvopadhi vinirmuktam Vande jnanalayam natham Nithyanandaya swagatam.
Today's satsang in Bhagavadgita, 4th chapter, Jnanakarma Sannyasa Yoga, 39th verse.
श्रद्धावान् लभते ज्ञानं तत्परः संयतेन्द्रियः ज्ञानं लब्ध्वा परां शान्तिम् अचिरेणाधिगच्छति.
Shraddhavan lapate jnanam tatparaha samyatendriyaha jnanam labdva param shantim achirenadi gacchati. Translation: The person with the trust catches hold of consciousness. Beyond that, he subdues the power of the senses. Having attained the state of consciousness, very soon he acquires supreme auspiciousness. A person with Shraddha, Shraddha, the very word is so beautiful and powerful. Courageous trust is what I call Shraddha. Unless the seed has the courage to be pressured by the sand and break open, it can never become tree. Same way, unless your nerves, your cognizing system, the system through which you take cognizance of life in your system, means through which you perceive, unless that goes through the supreme spiritual yearning pressure, the suffocation due to the insufficient feeling of your capacity to perceive. Please understand. The only difference between you and me is that I can perceive little more deep into time and space. You can comprehend using your mind maybe little bit from the past and little bit in the present and little bit in the future and little bit happening around you. I can perceive little more in the past, little more in the present, little more in the future, little more in the outer and inner space. That's it. So the yearning to perceive more, suffocation of lower level of perception, is the basic requirement for enlightenment. Unfortunately, when that happens, you give different reasons for that suffocation and run away. Actually, when somebody comes into the organization, when I awaken their Kundalini, the suffocation of insufficient perception only is awakened in them. But unfortunately, they feel, I think this suffocation is because of structuring, because people don't care about me. They attribute to all outside and run away, escape. It is not because of any other person. It is because of your Kundalini awakening. When the Kundalini is awakened, the first thing will happen to you is you will feel the insufficient perception, the suffocation of insufficient perception. Shraddha is the strength to face the insufficient suffocation and break it, make it into a complete perception. Your capability to perceive, your capability to expand. Bhagavan is hitting again and again on the same point, last 3 verses. You can see very clearly, last 3 verses he goes on talking about spontaneous readiness for intense action. Still that word is there in my tongue, like a hangover of the sweet. See, if you eat some sweet you really like, at least for next 10 minutes you will have the hangover in your tongue. That word is such a beautiful word. spontaneous readiness for intense action. Still that word is there in my throat like a sweet. Now Bhagavan uses beautiful word, Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. These three words are used in Vedanta again and again in many places. These three words are popular words in Atma Bodha, in many of the Shankara literatures, and the latter Sureshwara's Vartikas and Bodhendra Saraswati's Tikas and many other post-Shankara Vedantic literatures talk about this word, Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. All you need is the courage to stand your own yearning, intense yearning. I tell you, seed has to feel the pressure. From outside, the pressure of sand, from inside, the pressure to become a tree. Only then it slowly opens up and becomes a tree. Same way, when somebody comes here to learn from me, to imbibe from me, the first thing I do, I try to expand their perception, their capability to look into past, present, future, outer space and inner space. Please understand, if somebody is screaming at you, if you start immediately hating the person, your perception is too small in the outer space. But if you can wait and look into his pattern, and the pattern from which he is shouting, and respond only to that pattern, and wait for him to get out of that pattern, you have more perception, expanded perception in the outer space. Same way in your inner world. If you just go behind your instinct, again, reduced perception, suffocating perception. Instead, you wait, watch how ball rolls inside your inner space, how you respond from your pattern, how you try to fulfill something which can never be fulfilled, how you try to run behind something which is never your prarabdha, again and again and again. Standing with a tremendous understanding. I can give you one powerful technique, simple technique to reduce the suffocation and the pressure you feel. Go around and start teaching, connecting with people. Then you will see, you will neither lose your yearning, Shraddha, nor go back to the granary to get fried. See, if you are just constantly working on you, you feel too much of suffocation. If you move out of you, the working, you go back to the granary where you will just get fried and you will never ever sprout again. Instead, use teaching, relating with people, connecting with others as a method, process, technique to ease the suffocation, to ease the suffering. Shraddhavan lapate jnanam tatparas samyatendriyaha Jnanam labdva param shantim achirenadi gacchati. The person with trust catches hold of the consciousness. Beyond that, he subdues the power of the senses. Having attained the state of consciousness, very soon he acquires supreme auspiciousness. Enlightenment is literally the alchemy process. Sometimes people think it is option. I tell you, no. It is compulsion. Everybody who assumed the body has to achieve enlightenment. It is not just destination, it is destiny. It is destiny and destination of every individual who assumed the body. Ramakrishna says very beautifully, even if you are far away from Ganga, you want to drink only Ganges water, and you are traveling towards it, even if you are not getting the Ganges water, don't drink drainage water. Proceed, 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 progress in the path of getting the Ganges water. Even if you die in between, it's okay. You will take one more body and start from that place where you left. But don't drink drainage water, don't compromise. The sacred secret in this verse is exactly that. Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. Do not feel comfortable in the warmth of the frying pan. Even if it is heavy pressure under the sand, be there. You will open up and become a tree. Be there where the possibility for the higher opening is there. Don't be in a place, even if it is warm now, which will freeze all your possibility. Let me be rid of this now. Don't work with that idea. Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. I give you this 3 words. Shraddhavan lapate jnanam, also as one of the important quotation. Try to write these 3 words 11 times in your book of heart. Shraddhavan lapate jnanam, Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. And try to internalize these 3 words. Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. Now, sit for few seconds and internalize this word Shraddhavan lapate jnanam. Close your eyes. Feel the Master's presence and internalize this one word, Shraddhavan lapate jnanam.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian, and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment.
आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतं नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्.
Let you all achieve, experience, live, express, radiate, share and explode in eternal bliss. Nithyananda.
Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, Nithyananda Nagar off Mysore Road, Bidadi, Bangalore 562109. Contact 09742203311. www.nithyananda.org. www.youtube.com/lifeblissfoundation.
I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Nirahara Samyama, first level, second day, from all over the world, in Bhagvadgita, 6th chapter, Dhyana Yoga, 14th verse.
प्रशान्तात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारिव्रते स्थितः मनस्संयममच्चित्तः युक्त आसीत मत्परः
प्रशांतात्मा विगतभिः ब्रह्मचारी व्रते स्थितः मनस्संयम्यमच्चित्तः युक्त आसीत मत्परः. To practice brahmacharya, first you have to create a serene mind which does not get agitated. I tell you, I can very clearly say, based on his performance in the work, whether he is a brahmachari or having some holes somewhere, I don't need to watch anybody 24 hours to tell whether he is a brahmachari or not. Just his performance is enough. Please understand. Performance is not based on productivity. No. Sometimes there are fellows, womanizers, make billions of dollars. That is productivity. That is more like he knows how to technically cheat everybody, how legally to exploit. I am not talking about that. I am talking about performance, means in every action, how he is performing, how he is receiving an instruction, remembering it and expressing it. A brahmachari, the moment you give instruction, it will be recorded inside him like a voice recorder and stay in him how to do, get expressed as it was said. Especially my brahmacharis, if they really live a brahmacharya life, they chant continuously the Guru Mantra. So naturally they will be vibrating with the Guru Mantra. Guru Vak simply enters into their being and works. If you are not serene, you will not be performing. The way the pujari touches the deity, the priest touches the deity, I can tell very clearly about the depth of their devotion. The way the centers keep my photograph, from that I can tell their depth of devotion and commitment. How you touch the deity decides whether you have devotion or not. How you perform every single act decides whether you are a brahmachari or not. The serenity is a basic requirement for brahmacharya. Brahmacharya should become your identity, not discipline. If you think brahmacharya as a discipline, you will be constantly suffering with it, struggling with it. It is your identity. The body which I am carrying will produce only the thoughts of liberation and enlightenment. It will live only a Jivan Mukta life. Body will not even produce any other chemical other than what is required for my life. From today, if you decide, I will be brahmachari, you need to understand this basic few rules. Only the thoughts which you entertain or allow creates hormones related to that emotion. I stopped allowing the thoughts of hunger. Now I am ready for medical test. Any chemicals creates hunger is not happening in my body. Last 2 days the idea of hunger has disappeared. Any emotion you entertain only creates that hormone inside your body. Decide from today, no lust. I am not going to entertain lust in any way. I am going to live the pure brahmacharya life. within next 6 months, the very male or female hormone which is responsible for lustful thoughts in your system just disappears. Being serene within oneself. Understand? When you take the decision, from today I will be brahmachari, you have to sit in a serene way. Take half an hour or 1 hour. In a serene way discuss, not in agitation. Serene way, discuss with yourself. I should become brahmachari. Hey hands, are you ready to cooperate with me? Hey brain, are you ready to cooperate with me? Hey my eyes, are you ready to cooperate with me? Hey my nose, are you ready to cooperate with me? Understand, every sense plays a major role in your brahmacharya. Even sometimes certain smell will destabilize you from the brahmacharya vrata. It will derange you. Your idea of brahmacharya is lost. Certain food will destabilize you from brahmacharya. So ask yourself, every part, ask your hormones, ask your genitals, ask your leg, ask your hands, ask your mouth, ask your eyes, ask your ears, ask your nose. Do you want brahmacharya? Are you ready for brahmacharya? Tomorrow I am launching 1.5 hours of brahmacharya kriya. I was working on it. Now the kriya is complete. Just today morning, the last component is added. So tomorrow I'll be initiating within 6 months. For men, the male hormone level will become pre-puberty level. And within 3 months, women will stop having their periods and female hormone. Without any side effect or disease or anything. Just like my body, very healthy, but male hormone is missing. So the very body structure will become a brahmachari or brahmacharini. Only thing, it's a very strict warning. Even though I am going to share that kriya in the morning satsang, other than my initiated brahmacharis and brahmacharinis, nobody else is expected to practice it. If you are married and practice this, I am not responsible. And if you are really divorced or widower or retired, old, wanted to take up this kriya as regular practice, send an email. After I give approval and blessings, start doing. Don't do on your own. Then I am not responsible for side effects and after effects. This kriya is very powerful. Very powerful means literally it will work. It's a gift from Sri Krishna. I was already working on this kriya for last 1 year, but I was not able to cap it, means seal it, complete it. Just today morning, when I was taking bath, I remembered, today what is the subject? Bhagavadgita. I thought brahmacharya. The moment I remembered, yesterday I spoke about the social importance of brahmacharya and all that things. I thought today the practical technique for brahmacharya should be handed over. Immediately I could see that kriya, the procedures which I built, that software came up and the capping has happened. The last step got added. Last step is responsible for keeping that experience permanently in your system. Bolting it in your system. So now it is all ready. Tomorrow you will have the kriya for brahmacharya. Let me explain some more principles, concepts on brahmacharya. The energy which you retain inside you through brahmacharya is the energy which can create another one life. That powerful energy, if you can take that same energy into your own body and assimilate that same power into your own energy centers, don't think the fluid, the semen, moves towards the chakras and reaches your sahasrara. No. The energy which produces semen, the energy which produces the female egg, that if it starts moving higher from the Mooladhara to Swadhisthana, the fear of death is destroyed. You know you are living and going to live forever independent of this body. That is the first experience will happen if your complete Kundalini energy moves to your Swadhisthana. And next, if your complete Kundalini energy moves to Manipuraga, serenity will happen. Non-agitation. No agitation. An extreme peace. An extreme joy. An extreme experience of serenity. Unshakable. Nothing can shake you. The serenity will not be moved by anything. Serenity becomes lifestyle. What Bhagavan says here, as being serene will happen in you. When it reaches your anahata, you will become such a loving being. You will love and care for the whole world, whole universe. Heart becomes so sweet. Prashantatma vigatabihi. Brahmachari vrate stitaha. When the Kundalini, the life energy, which creates male effect or female effect in your system, when it moves to Vishuddhi, you go beyond sleep and hunger. You just go beyond. The intense energy. All these Niraharis, hundreds of Niraharis whom I initiated, every day I am receiving emails. They are all saying, Swamiji, the hunger has disappeared, sleep has disappeared. Only few hours we are sleeping. Body is feeling so pleasant. Prashantatma vigatapi. You will just live like Shiva. When it reaches the Agnya Chakra, when that life energy, you will have extraordinary clarity and vision, literally enlightenment. When it crosses your throat, it gives Vak Siddhi to you. In the Agnya, extraordinary vision and clarity about life. In the Sahasrara, crown, it becomes enlightenment. So this Kriya is expected to move the life energy from Mooladhara to Sahasrara for men within 6 months, for women within 3 months. For female body it is always easy. As the female hormone is more passive, which is not active, for female body it is very easy to experience brahmacharya. For male body it will take 6 months of continuous practice For female body, 3 months of continuous practice. Takes 1.5 hours. So from tomorrow, the first program, course of Brahmacharya starts in Nithyananda Sampradaya. Anybody wears the kavi should start this practice, and in future also anybody only after completing this practice will receive kavi. This has to be done very sincerely. This 1.5 hours of kriya, this will transform your very body. The whole body and mind will be transformed. Thousands and thousands of stories, thousands and thousands of truths, thousands and thousands of spiritual ideas I can share with the world, with you all, about Brahmacharya. But I wanted to share only the truths about Brahmacharya which leads you to enlightenment. Those few ideas only I am sharing, and you guys will have the kriya, proper kriya tomorrow.
Paramahamsa Nithyananda, a rare living incarnation, is named among the world's 100 most spiritually influential personalities today. Paramahamsa Nithyananda has been placed alongside Dalai Lama, Nelson Mandela, Oprah Winfrey, Paulo Coelho and others by Mind, Body, Spirit, the world's top esoteric magazine from Watkins, London's oldest and largest bookstore. A yogi by birth, he has been expressing his power of enlightenment since birth. He has authored more than 500 books in Tamil and English. Translations of these books are available in 26 languages in Telugu, Kannada, Malayalam, Hindi, Sanskrit, Gujarati, Oriya, Bengali, Marathi, French, Malay, Polish, Portuguese, Italian, German, Danish, Spanish, Russian and Chinese. He is also an exemplary speaker with over 10,000 hours of profound life solutions through his discourses. Social services such as Annadan, free medical care, free educational services with ashrams, schools, temples, hospitals established in more than 140 places around the world, offering exceptional services. A powerful spiritual healer who has healed millions of people of diseases from migraine to cancer. A Kriya Yogi who has formulated Kriyas for physical health and mental well-being, benefiting thousands. A living master who offers practical solutions for our everyday problems. He is the founder and spiritual head of Nithyananda Dhyanapeetham, a spiritual powerhouse who has revived the sacred Vedic tradition by establishing Vedic temples in places like Los Angeles, San Jose, Seattle, Toronto, Ohio, Oklahoma, Phoenix, St. Louis, Malaysia, Brazil, Paris, Guadeloupe, Dallas, New York, New Jersey, Atlanta, Calgary, Vancouver, Singapore, and places in India like Bengaluru, Hyderabad, Tiruvannamalai. A spiritual guru for 10 million followers, an incarnation who transmits the highest spiritual energy through initiation, a contemporary yogi who has revived the Vedic science of yoga worldwide through thousands of yoga centers, an adept in Ashtamahasiddhis, mystical yogic powers, who has effortlessly awakened the Kundalini of thousands and graced them with spiritual powers, a dynamic young guru who is an inspiration for thousands of youngsters. India's most watched spiritual guru online, a beacon of spiritual light who has triumphed over the forces of religious terrorism and political persecution. Paramahamsa Nithyananda is an eternal Kalpataru, blessing the world with the boons of material abundance and spiritual enlightenment. He is the 293rd pontiff of the world's most ancient Hindu organization, Madurai Adinam.
नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दानुभवास्वादं सर्वरोगनिवारकं वन्दे पापविनाशक्तं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् नित्यमुक्तं निर्विकल्पं ध्यानलोकप्रदीपकं वन्दे शान्तमयं बन्धं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम् आनन्दगन्धसञ्चारं सर्वोपाधिविनिर्मुक्तं वन्दे ज्ञानालयं नाथं नित्यानन्दाय स्वागतम्
सदाशिवसमारम्भाम् ज्ञानसम्बन्धाचार्यमध्यमाम् अस्मदाचार्यपर्यन्ताम् वन्दे गुरुपरम्पराम्. I welcome you all with my love and respects. Today, Nirahara Samyama successfully happening 9th day. Today we are starting Nirahara Samyama level 1, 4th batch. Prashantatma Vigadabi Brahmachari Vrate Stitaha Manasamyamyamachittaha Yukta Asida Matparaha. Being serene with oneself, abstaining from apprehensions, having subdued the thoughts, intent on the vow of living like a god, following the vow of celibacy, intensely reflecting on me, live your life devoted to me. In this verse, Bhagavan breaks one of the important sacred secret truth to the humanity. He uses the word brahmacharya, living like a god. Just because I have the Rishi Sampradaya also does not mean I accept this concept of marriage in the life of a seeker. I am making it very clear. I am putting it very clear. Worst thing can happen to a seeker in the spiritual life is marriage. I know. I am going to break thousands of people's ignorance. Understand, as a compassionate being, I have to give place for everybody. Tolerated is different, accepted is different, realized is different. Marriage in the seeker's life is tolerated, Rishi order is accepted, but only brahmacharya is promoted. Whenever you go to the peak based on body, you get back to your animal biomemory, and again it takes at least few years of spiritual practice for you to raise to the level of divine. It is very rare I speak about the importance of brahmacharya, because sometimes it puts the householders into depression. But just because they fall into depression, I cannot be hiding the sacred truths for quite a long time. No. It is time. I have decided I am going to speak about it completely. Let me define brahmacharya as per the Smriti. Karmana manacha vacha sarvavastu sarvada sarvatra maidunatyago brahmacharyam brachakshate. Brahmacharya is defined as abstinence from sexual intercourse in thought, word and deed in all conditions and places and times. Brahmacharyena tapasa deva mrityum upagnataha. This is the Atharva Veda's definition. The gods are said to have conquered death by brahmacharya. Tantra speaks about brahmacharya, understand. I'll give you some more references. Jnana Shankalani Tantra. Natapas tapa iti ahuhu brahmacharyam tapottamam urdvaretha bhavet yastu sadevo natu manushaha. The true tapas is brahmacharya, and he who practices it uninterruptedly is divine, not human. Now let me come to the practical side of it. Understand? Already 1/3 of your life is gone in search of food, 1/3 has gone in sleep. In the remaining 1/3 till 25, too busy with education. After 65, body and mind won't be useful to do anything. Then between 25 and 65, that 40 years, if you get married also, gone. Seeking is building the new consciousness for you to take a jump. It is like a building an airport. How? An airport, runway is necessary for an aircraft to take off. Brahmacharya body is necessary for you to take off into enlightenment, into the planes of consciousness, into the space of consciousness. One of the main reasons Hinduism stopped being the tradition of living stream as a head of the oldest Hindu monastery, as the representative of the Hindu tradition, I am making this statement as self-introspection and self-criticism. It is very, very, very unfortunate that Hindu tradition is not remaining as a living stream of enlightened beings. I can say there are enlightened beings, there are few incarnations, but unfortunately Hinduism lost the streams of living masters, the streams which guarantees the production of living master. The organization or sanghas which guarantees at least few hundred living masters are continuously available from that source to the planet Earth. I can guarantee you, in Tibetan Buddhist tradition, at any given point 1000 living masters are there, enlightened masters. I can guarantee you, Japanese Zen tradition, at any given time 100 living masters are there minimum. I cannot guarantee you. In Hinduism, there is any organization which can guarantee minimum 100 living masters at any given time. One or two organizations have produced one or two masters. One or two masters have produced one or two organizations. That's all. The poverty in Hinduism is because the lack of the concept of brahmacharya into Hindu spiritual tradition. They will ask, oh, can't householders get enlightened? Naturally, all masters have to say, yes, they can. Why? Because otherwise these guys will get depressed and will not even do the little spiritual practice they are doing. Then immediately they settle down, yes. Householders also can get enlightened. Oh, my son, please get married. You have fallen into the ditch and you are asking me, can I not become clean ever again? I tell you, yes, you can become. Then you tell, oh, my son, CC master told I can become clean again. You also fall into the same ditch. Let both of us be clean after some years. In the modern day, marriage has become a failure system. You don't need a separate hell other than marriage. If you are a seeker, sincere seeker, please understand, I am not talking all these words to my devotees or disciples or followers. I am talking to seekers. There are some still act as if they are my devotees and disciples are not seekers. There are millions who are not my disciples or devotees but are seekers. This whole satsang I dedicated to seekers. If you are a seeker, no other way other than sannyasa and brahmacharya. In Vedic tradition, even marriage is used to reach the brahmacharya. If you are married, 1 year is more than enough to experience the smell of sweating and move out. If you are a seeker, no other way, no other method, no other lifestyle exists other than brahmacharya for achieving enlightenment. If you do not have the goal of enlightenment in your life, then you do what you want, but don't promote that as a right lifestyle. The untouched beings are the best flowers to be offered at the feet of God. I tell you, if you are completely devoted, how will you feel comfortable? I know I am throwing bomb into many families, but I have to tell some of the spiritual truths. If I hide, I will also allow the poverty of Hinduism. Unless lakhs of sannyasis are created, thousands of enlightened will not be created. Unless thousands of enlightened doesn't happen, hundreds of incarnations won't flower. Unless hundreds of incarnations flower, 1 or 2 avataris don't flower. It is the number of people who try that decides number of people win. It is so practical. I am really strong.